Hello, fellow homebrewers. JP here, and I want to introduce to you the brand new Brew-Built X1 Conical Series available at More Beer. More Beer sells the highest standard in homebrewing equipment, and the Brew-Built Conicals are just that. They're made from mirror-polished 304 stainless steel, and they come with loads of features that you and I have been looking for. They have a full 2-inch bottom dump valve, which will eliminate your clogging issues, while the sturdy base includes 4 reinforced legs, just like those big Pro tanks do. More Beer also carries the Brew-Built line of options and add-ons like casters, pressure kits, and even external glycol chillers. So you can find out more about the new Brew-Built X1 Conical Unitanks by going over to morebeer.com for detailed videos on the entire line of Brew-Built Conicals. You can trust Brew-Built with your next fermentation, and you can trust More Beer to find the right conical for you. Brew-Built at morebeer.com.
This week's Sunday session is brought to you by homebrewing source of awesomeness online, More Beer at morebeer.com.
Great beer is about drinkability. Doesn't matter the style.
You guys are like walking beer Wikipedia. That's the first time that you've ever accepted me as a person.
Or you have a fermentation in your gut.
I'm jet propelled at all times.
How many guys do you think that you have the privilege to slap?
Somebody who's never tasted a commercial example, and this is how you know everything about this beer? Please, you don't.
I think that's bullshit.
I think it's bullshit too.
Wow. Are you guys going to arm wrestle?
No.
We're going to teabag fight.
Yeah.
You heard of Junkyard Wars?
Can I get another high five, Beavis?
Now, live from the Brewing Network studios in Northern California, this is the radio program for home brewers, craft brewers, beer lovers, and beer geeks. It's your only source for live beer radio that brings expert brewers together with, well, expert drinkers. This is the radio program with a head on it. This is The Session.
All right, welcome to the program, everybody. Welcome to me in your ears.
Yeah.
Not only folks at home, but here in the studio. A lot of audio gremlins in the studio today. It shouldn't be that loud.
There's also fart gremlins
It's
in
the
this
weather.
little dog.
Who is that? My dog's like out by the door.
No, it's a little dog.
It's the little guy.
Tiny thing. It's Toto.
Little dog, big fart.
Toto tooted.
Toto tooted is like really bad.
A little Toto, too.
It must be in the water here because that's exactly how Walker smells. It's just as bad.
Could be your food that you feed them too.
They eat different food.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
It must be some in the water. Then.
It's the water.
It's loud.
It is loud.
This place is haunted. Remember, yeast ghosts is for farts?
That's right.
Yeah, that's what
the
happens.
whole studio.
And they got into the audio. We're trying to get everyone sorted out before the show, and all kinds of weird shit
And they
going
can
on.
smell this in Philadelphia.
That's pretty bad. We have all the windows closed. It's awesome.
Why?
Welcome to the show, everybody. Another great Sunday session brought to you by More Beer. You can go to morebeer.com and check them out. And they've been a sponsor of the Brewing Network, as you know, probably know, unless you're a brand new listener, since day one. And they bring you this show every single day that we do it. So I want to thank More Beer, our sponsor. Go over to morebeer.com and check it out. Lots of good deals going on over there all the time. And, of course, we all brew on More Beer gear in this studio.
I do.
Hell yeah.
Cool. A lot of fun that way.
Every little thing.
Yeah, so go check them out over at morebeer.com. A lot to do tonight, so we need to kind of get through it. We've got, we had rescheduled this a while back. We got Jeff Brown, who's the president of Boulder Beer Company. And I don't know if you know this, but Boulder Beer's been around since 1979.
Oh. Before you.
Yeah, I mean, since Doc was 50.
Right. The first time.
Right. See, now that you're here, Tasty gets a break from my old jokes for
thanks, Doc, for taking that
one
load
show.
off. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, because of these, I can still breathe.
Yeah, since 1979, so we're going to be talking to Jeff Brown. They've got a pretty rich history, and I did an event with them at the Great American Beer Festival, kind of talking about their history, too, and it's just amazing all that they've been through. And newbies like me, I still consider myself a relative newbie in this beer world, and I'm astonished to hear about craft breweries that have been around since the 70s. I thought there was nothing but light lager in the 70s, and so Jeff's going to come on and talk to us about all that and teach me differently.
Awesome.
On top of that, his Northern California rep, Andy, who's a good dude and a BN listener, First time I met him when Jeff was supposed to do the first show. Moscow tells me, "Hey, their rep's gonna bring us beer for the show, so don't worry, we got beer to try," which always makes the show better, in my opinion.
100% better.
Well, this kid shows up in my driveway, decked out in BN gear. He got a BN hat on, a BN hoodie, and I'm thinking, fuck, one of our listeners got my address, is doing one of these stop-ins.
Got a stalker. Can I hang out at the Rat Pad?
Which is exactly true. It just happens to be relevant to that day.
Right. It happens to be.
Yeah.
Well, I had met that guy before, so I would have had it. Yeah,
I had never met him. So I see, and he really just pulls right up in my driveway, and I'm just going, this isn't going to be good. I was on my way out. And now he pops open the trunk and he's got a bunch of beer. And he says, "Hey, I'm from Boulder Beer. I'm a big fan of the show too," and brought us a bunch of beer. Then, so we've got some interesting one-off beers to try tonight. One of their barley wines that you can't get anywhere else, and then we've got a lot of their regular lineup that's moving into Northern California, which is kind of exciting. So we're going to get to try them first. So we'll talk to Jeff and we'll find out all about the beer tonight. We're also talking to Paul Sangster. You guys remember Paul?
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
Paul's been doing a collaboration, or has done a collaboration with Widmer, and he's calling in to talk to us about that. Plus, apparently has some big announcement to make tonight.
Huh. Oh, wow, is he going to go pro?
I don't know.
Oh, he's our reigning Ninkazi right now, so...
Yeah, how can he beat that?
Yeah.
Wow. I heard a rad nickname for him. It's Paul Gangster. So
so
maybe there's some tie-in with that.
Maybe he's going to spend some time in jail or something.
Yeah.
Well, of course, we can ask and find out if he's going for Ninkasi yet again.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's got to defend. Come on.
He does, doesn't
he?
Who does he enter under?
No, he could just retire at the top and be done.
Oh, he enters under Quaff.
Quaff.
Yeah. It's too late to break his legs, right? He probably already entered.
Well, make him an offer. I mean,
he still has to make it to the second round.
Yeah, it's all closed up. He has entered. Yes. Yeah, too late.
I'm going to do that next year. I'm going to start buying entries. I'm going to go around and start taking all the best brewers from. That's what people think we do anyway.
Yeah, might as well.
We go.
You'd be like the Yankees.
Yeah, we're going to be the Yankees.
We'll just be better buyers than everybody else.
Yeah,
you can't predict anymore.
Make him an offer you can't refuse.
You can break his legs for nothing.
Right. Dig up his hops.
Yeah, for next year.
Put him in his bed.
Just go ahead and break his legs.
Right. All right. So we'll be talking to Paul at the end of the show, too. So if you got questions for him, and, of course, Jeff Brown, President Boulder Beer Company. A lot of things to do there. We got a lot of announcements tonight.
Yes.
But I got to do a PSA first, and I got to do it before later when I get drunk, and then I won't do it as well. It's kind of a serious PSA, and now there's going to be a lot of people are going to think a lot of things, like I'm talking about a particular person or something's happened to me, and that's not what this PSA is about. This PSA is about my observations of some shit that I've seen going on lately, and I just want to remind people, and I'm going to tell you it's about drunk driving. All right, I will tell you that somebody close to me went to jail this week.
Oh no!
And I don't mean like overnight. All right. So
it's not a day trip,
and it's about this this drunken driving thing, and I've been seeing people do it from different events. We go to a lot of stuff. SF Beer Week's a big event week, right? And I see people around, and I'm pretty sensitive to this stuff for a couple reasons, because I'm in the industry, and I think a lot of us who work in craft beer and in the alcohol industry in general are a little sensitive about people drinking and driving. But also because I see my friends do it, and I see what happens, and this is what I want to talk to you about. I'm giving you the Justin Crosley PSA, not the one where you read all the things that's just bad about drunk driving. I'm giving you my personal interpretation, because I relate, and I know what happens. If you listen to the earlier shows, you know that I got a DUI years ago. It's about 10 years ago now. And before I got my DUI, I was driving around drunk. I had been doing it. I'd go to a party, I'd have a 6-pack, and I'm kind of tall, and I'm kind of a professional drinker. I had been doing it for a while, so I'd feel great. I'd feel fine, and I'd drive home. And luckily, I made it home most of the time. And this particular time, I got a DUI, and it was pretty bad. A lot of things happen. So I know the thought process that takes place, and I just want to remind everybody that it's pretty serious business. You could really ruin your life or somebody else's life, by doing this. And what happens is, you go out to these events and you have a couple beers because you don't want to miss the event.
Absolutely not.
Maybe you couldn't get a designated driver that night, and you tell yourself, well, it's cool, I'm going to go anyway because I'm just going to have a couple beers, and then I'm going to wait an hour or two.
Hang out with my friends.
Right.
It'll be fine.
So here's what happens. I think that a lot of you who do this probably are okay to drive. You're probably safe to drive.
Right.
I've seen some of you get in the car when you're not safe to drive.
Why are you looking at Susie?
But I think a lot of you are safe to drive. But what happens is you're over the legal limit, and you forget to turn on your blinker. That stupid little light above your license plate isn't on.
Yeah.
Any tiny reason to get pulled over, and you get pulled over, guy smells alcohol in your breath. If he even smells the beer, you're guaranteed to get a sobriety test. You blow into that stupid little thing, and in California, 07 is the limit. In other words, you're allowed to blow 07.
It's pretty low.
But if you blow in 08, you're over the limit. It's pretty easy to blow in 08. So they even smell it on you. They blow. You're over the limit. Boom. Now you've lost your license for about 4 months. It's going to cost you about $5,000 in fine and what they call drinking awareness class that you have to go to once a week for about, I think I had to go for 30 days. It's a big pain in the ass. You lose your license. And then, so about $5,000 or $6,000 right off the bat. Boom. Not to mention whatever it costs it, because your car's going to get impounded that night. So you can tack on about $400 to that when you got to pick it up the next day. But then, your insurance goes up. And do you know how long your insurance goes up for? Right now, in the state of California,
5 years?
I think it's infinity, isn't it?
10 years.
Ooh, wow.
In the state of California, a DUI stays on your record now. When I got mine, it stayed on your record for 7 years, and they upped it now. It stays on your record for 10 years. That means several things. It means your insurance sees that you have a drunken driving for 10 years because they can see your record. So your insurance is ridiculously expensive. So I'm not going to try to do the math on that because we all know where that's going to lead us. But we're talking thousands and thousands of dollars over the years. The other thing that happens is that you're on probation for that 10 years. You're literally on probation. People think it's like a small thing. Oh, it's a little misdemeanor. It's no big deal. Yeah. You're actually on probation, and that means a couple of things. That means you're not even allowed to drive under the limit. But if you have alcohol in your breath. So in other words, you get pulled over, you blow a .03, which, by the way, is like getting in the car after you do Listerine. Like after you rinse your mouth out, you're likely to blow like a .03.
Yeah.
You get arrested and a second DUI for that because you're on probation. Also, if you're in the car with another person who gets caught for driving drunk and you're the passenger, you get your second DUI if you're on probation. They'll take you to jail for that. It opens up. They take away all kinds of your rights when you're on probation. You are no longer an average citizen. There's all kinds of things they can do to you when you're on this probation for 10 years. Also, within that 10 years, every other DUI you get now, the ante goes up. And if you get to your fourth, for one, you probably have a drinking problem, so you should deal with that.
Yeah.
But two, it now becomes a felony. It's a felony offense, which, again, in the state of California is punishable by, I think, up to 4 years in prison. Not county jail, but prison, where people are doing time.
And asses.
Time. Yeah, they're doing asses and time.
You're going to get a shiv.
So it's a slippery slope, this whole thing. And what I mean is, it's easy. I've done it. It's easy to go to this event and just go, and I know all the excuses, too. Well, I got to work tomorrow. I need my car. Or I can't get a ride back to my car. Or I live 30 miles away, so the cab ride is going to be like $80.
Fine.
I know all the excuses. I've done them. I've put them in my own head. I'm just reminding you all.
80
it's
versus
not worth it, man.
5,000.
Pay the $80. Pay that goddamn $80. Yeah. Lake Havasu City, Arizona. God bless that little shithole. Has a cab service where if you call the cab to get picked up from the bar, they bring you back to your car in the morning for $1. Maybe it's $2, something like that. But not like the full cab fare, right? You get your
That's
cab
awesome.
home.
Yeah.
They know.
So
they talk to you. They go, "How are you going to get your car tomorrow?" And in your drunken stupor, you say, "I got to get my car. Don't worry, we're going to pick you up." And then they come pick you up and they take you back to your car. Not everybody has that program, but a lot of you have friends. I think you have friends. You should have friends. At least one friend. Everybody should have one friend. I hope.
You should.
Right.
Otherwise, just pay that cab back. And I'm just reminding everybody because I think that people need a reminder. Because what happens is people get complacent, and the reminder ends up being that you get a DUI.
Yeah.
And then you're like, man, that was stupid.
Well, it's not only the DUI, like you said. It's much more than just a DUI. It's the classes, it's the insurance, it's the license bullshit, it's the courts.
And that becomes the reminder.
Yeah. In 4 counties in California, you get an interlock device.
On the first offense?
Even on the first offense?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Good.
Yeah.
So you got to blow before you can start your car.
It's pretty serious stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm just putting out this PSA because I think it's important that you all remember it's a lot cheaper to take a cab, and be honest with yourselves. You do this sometimes. You go out to this event, you have 3 beers in an hour, you're over the limit. You feel fine, but I promise you're over the limit. God forbid you get in an accident when you do that, and you
kill yourself or somebody.
You
else.
hurt somebody. Think about it. Not only have you hurt somebody, all right, maybe some of you can live with that, maybe some of you can't, but your life as you know it is over. It's over.
Oh, yeah.
You are going to jail for a long, long, long time. You hit a kid, and forget it. You're in jail forever. You go from being average craft beer homebrew lover, happy-go-lucky guy, everybody's friend, to hardened criminal overnight.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you will do real time. So that's it. I hope I didn't bore anybody. I just think that we need a reminder from time to time. And this doesn't come. Look, I didn't go get caught drink driving, so don't start the rumor mill or anything else.
Yeah.
I've seen it around me lately, and I thought that we need a reminder to just take the stupid cab.
Sometimes I think we need like an interlock device on the mics, where you have to blow
I agree with you.
under something to be able to speak on the microphone.
Totally agree with you.
Let's do it.
And they don't have to go on maybe in the beginning of the show, but by the third segment, they
easily
turn on. And
That's fine. As long as I don't have to take a blood test.
Yeah.
Or at 7:30 p.m. they just automatically get
They
turned
automatically
on.
go on.
Yeah.
And then if Jay blows over like a 0.1 or whatever, the last break plays and then exit
show's
music
over.
plays. That's it.
Just automatically.
Yeah, just automatically.
Your control.
Listen, I'm up for that.
So am I.
When the sponsors sign up, they have to sign the disclaimer that goes, look, your spots will probably play. But if
Right.
Jay blows over a certain limit, the show's over. Spots played or not, and that's that's at your risk.
Yeah.
He's got no support.
Yeah. So I like that idea. All right, so just be careful, everybody, all right? And here's why you have to be careful yourself. Because your friends are going to tell you shouldn't drive. And you're not going to listen. Mm-hmm. I mean, I think we try to listen for the most part. But on that one particular night that you're just determined to get home.
Well, everybody's done it too.
So and that's why I'm saying this
Right.
is I'm not trying to single anybody out or point the finger. I'm actually saying it from a guy who's done it. So you're right. We've all done it, and I just want to remind you, you're going to be responsible because all your friends are going to tell you you're not going to listen. That's why I'm saying you need to be responsible for yourself. If you're drunk enough to say things that you wouldn't normally say, or hit on that hot broad at the end of the bar, and you would never do that,
Or
you
the
shouldn't
not-
be
or the
driving.
not so hot
or the
broad.
not so hot broad, yeah. Whatever it is. Any of those things that you don't normally do until you've had a few, even if it's a small thing, I guarantee you're over the limit.
We should make a list. This is what we should do to help everybody. We should make a list of the sentence triggers.
Yeah.
As soon as you say these words, you know you're. So
how do you know when you're hammered?
Yeah. As soon as you go, hey, I got an idea. Let's go hogging. Done. You're not driving.
I have a feeling this should be tonight's Twitter game, JP.
I love JP.
Done. You shouldn't drive.
Any of the things
It's a good one.
that so make us the list of things that you say when you know you're drunk.
Or do.
Is that tonight's Twitter's game, Jip?
Let me think about how to put it in a.
All right, you do that. We got time.
When your friends take your keys away.
The other easy thing to do, folks, is to go on Amazon and for depending on the quality one you want, for like $30 to $80, you can get one of those little alcohol breathalyzers, and you keep it in your car. You keep it with you.
I got one.
And just blow into the thing. And look, if it says 07 and you feel good, you feel confident, then by all means, get yourself home. But know that you're borderline right there, okay? And you should just check yourself because we all think we're fine. And I'm just here to tell you that most of the time you're not. I'm just reminding you that most of the time you're not fine.
Make sure you click through our homepage if you do get one on Amazon.
That's right. We need a breathalyzer sponsor, man.
It's called alcohol.
You put a BN logo on that.
I got one of those. They're really good.
Listen, I'll tell you what. If they were even without money, if they would just give us a bunch, I'd give them away every show. I'd give one away to Drunk of the Week every single show.
Oh, easily.
You win the BN medal and an alcohol breathalyzer because you probably need it.
Complimentary
You drunk
gift.
ass.
Right. I bet I get him before you do, Moscow.
All right, there you go.
You're already behind.
Oh, yeah. Look at that.
Smartphone.
Come on, punch the button.
Yeah. All right. I hope you take it to heart and tell a friend too. Okay. Be careful out there and take care of each other. All right. Hey, JP, are
Yes,
all
sir.
the NHC regions full? Or Tasty, you might know this too.
Tasty probably knows better than I do.
I think 6 out of 10 or Jock knows.
No, 4 out of 10.
4 out of 10 are full.
But all the ones that are really close. I bet there's about 400 spots left.
Okay, so BN Army, the Club of the Year 2011. If you guys didn't reserve your spots, you can reserve in other regions, and everyone knows it's very controversial. But everyone's doing it right now, so I'm just telling you, I haven't put out any information or encouraged the club to go for it again this year since we won. So
I thought you were strategizing and stacking the deck as usual, right?
Yeah, I saw the other day I was getting emails about regions filling up, and I was like, shit, I didn't even tell the club that they should probably be entering. So just a reminder, and this for every club, if you want to be in the national competition, find one of the remaining opening regions, and what you do is you reserve a spot, and then you have 24 hours to pay for that spot. Yep. And I think you could even change the entry category, right?
Style, yes.
So, just reserve a spot and then go back in there and go, okay, this is the style I
Send your
meant to
best
do.
free beer.
And it's only one bottle per entry. So if you're not entering in your local region, the shipping isn't as bad as you might think.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Great.
So you're only shipping one bottle per entry.
Exactly.
I've been watching it really close.
Yeah.
I just think it's hilarious.
It's funny. I mean, some of them filled up quick.
Yeah.
Oh,
Did you have more to add to
I
this?
was scared in the first 4 hours. I'd say half was done.
Easily.
And then it's just getting more. I was worried about getting home at lunch I couldn't do it at work. I had to go home at lunch. Am I going to have enough time to put it into my region, what I need to do?
Yeah. So did you get into the San Francisco region, Doc?
I never intended to.
Oh. But you went to another region?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway.
Yeah. Playing the game.
Playing the game.
Well, you know whose game we're playing.
Right. Is that the BN game?
Absolutely. Multi-regions.
Yeah. I think it was somebody else. I think it was everybody's game before it was our game, right?
Yeah, but
no, just a couple clubs, actually.
No, Doe's always said, no, we're not doing that.
Okay.
But
so you're entering under the Bring Network?
It was getting too close. I just said, I don't mind shipping it. Everybody else worries about shipping costs and what they're going to do, and I just said,
not everyone's a dentist.
Not us. Yeah, you got staff. Hey, staff, send shit out.
It's only one bottle. It's not that bad.
Right.
So I just thought I'd free up.
It's only $40
other people
or whatever.
It was more about freeing up people that were worried about shipping costs and
that's
stuff.
a good gesture.
And I'm not shipping to Atlanta, believe me. But
hot Atlanta, bro.
Hot Atlanta, exactly. Because I don't want it sitting in the hot tarmac for a while.
All right, I got to get going. I got more to do because we got guests.
I didn't have anything to add about the NHC shipping regions, but I want to talk about Club Night.
Do it.
Yes, the Brewing Network, your club, is going to have a booth at Club Night in Seattle this year.
First time.
So it's going to be really great. The defending Club of the Year.
Yeah.
Might I remind everybody. So, but what we need is beer from everybody. So if you either live in the Seattle area or you know that you're going to come out to NHC, or you know friends that are going, that maybe you can throw a keg in the back of their car or on a shipment like a Northern Brewer or whatever, please do it. Email me, jp@thebrewingnetwork.com, and tell me you're available to volunteer at the booth. Tell me that you're available to help us pour beer. But more importantly, tell me that you have beer to pour at our booth. This is your club. Let's do it. Come back to the... I've ran out of shit to say.
Well, because the point
let me say, I have beer to pour at the booth. So
if you have beer to pour, then you're there. So
Tasty.
I will, and what I'll do is you'll send me the email. I will pass you on to the BN Club Night crew.
The crew taking care of the logistics.
We'll set you all up.
Dispensing stuff.
But we really need beer. We can get volunteers all the time. We need beer. So if you have beer, even if you're in another club, if you're in another official club, the Brewing Network is everybody's club.
Yeah.
So if you want to pour, then pour.
Yeah, we don't want you to not pour at your club.
Right.
But if you're pouring at your club and you got an extra keg or something you want to pour with your other club, we know a lot of you have your local clubs, and I think we've made it very clear that we love for you to support your local clubs. But since we're kind of like the everybody club, by all means, if you got another keg around, just remember, the BN will be doing its company booth with more beer like we always do. We'll be acting like assholes in the middle of the room. But this is the club booth, so we need to decorate it. We need beer there, and do like a club does.
Right. We'll also have a hospitality suite. Also, so if you want your beer poured, the BN to pour your beer at hospitality night.
Oh yeah, we'll have
our shifts of hospitality.
There,
which is always going to be fun. So, let me know, jp@thebrewingnetwork.com, if you have any beer. Even if you can't figure out a way to get it to us, let me know, and we can probably work something out for you, because we have quite a few people lined up. So maybe you can pair some.
All right, perfect. There you go. All right, hit the Amazon link in the homepage if you're going to shop at Amazon. It doesn't really change anything for you, but it does give us some cash over here. And
I've done that lately.
Thanks, Doc.
Yeah,
appreciate that. You can even save it. A lot of people save it as their Amazon bookmark, and we'd appreciate that. You can shop in the BN store. I've got new merch on the way. I know it's a couple sizes are out right now, but we got more coming. New iPhone and Android apps. Just search BN Mobile in the Android market or in iTunes. You can watch all this right now live on justin.tv/brewing network. Subscribe and join the BN Army. You're entered into our monthly More Beer donation giveaway, and that's a $100 gift certificate every month that we give away. So we send out that email to the winner. It's just a random drawing. The more you donate, the more names you get into the hat. All this can be found on Twitter and Facebook. Send show ideas to Scott the Jew over at scott@thebrewingnetwork.com and send feedback to feedback@thebrewingnetwork.com.
Twitter game is things that you say that identifies you as too drunk.
Okay, so just
it's the best I could do in such short
what
characters.
tips off your friends?
Right.
And we'll take the best one and give away the prize.
It'll like example, hey, let's climb on the roof of this place. You're too drunk and you should be put away.
I'll climb down the gutter.
Yeah.
Yes.
I want to be friends with the Schumans.
All right, and I think we've got some Boulder beer swag from the first appearance that we had canceled on the Poor Guys to give away. So tonight's Twitter winner will win some good swag.
Yeah.
All right, it's time to talk to one of our AHA candidates. You know, it's that time of year again where we're voting for and electing our American Homebrewers Association committee members, and I'm on the governing committee now. I've got another year left in my term, I think.
So you're not sweating this time?
Yeah, no, I don't have to. I can work on the real problems this year because I don't have to campaign.
Right,
so
we better start collecting money for next year.
That's right.
For the campaign.
Justin's PAC committee.
It's very expensive. I'm going to do a tour. I've got to go to Ohio.
Winnebago tour, yes.
Is it Ohio that's the big caucus, Moscow? The one that's most important?
Iowa.
Iowa, that's it. Iowa, not Ohio. Whatever. Those states are exactly the same to me. They're like on top of each other as far as I'm concerned. Iowa, that's right. I got to do well in the Iowa caucus.
Iowa caucus, yes.
Yeah. Anyway, we've got 7 candidates this time, all vying for 3 spots, and they're all great candidates. We've been interviewing them each week. Here's Bruce Berger. Bruce, am I pronouncing your last name right?
You are pronouncing it correct, sir. Thank you.
Bruce, where are you from?
I am from Milwaukee, Wisconsin area.
All right. Good old Milwaukee.
Wisconsinite.
All right. I love it. And Bruce is running for the AHA. How long have you been homebrewing, Bruce?
I've been homebrewing since 97. So for a little while now.
So, yeah, that is a little. What got you into it?
Well, I was bartending, and one day in college, and one day one of the cocktail waitresses came in and was talking about it, and I said, "You can do that?" I'm like, "Wow, okay, cool." And it just stuck with me, and finally when I got my first house in 97, I decided to give it a try, and then haven't looked back since.
Was the cocktail waitress hot, or was she a mess?
She was a little older, but there were plenty of other ones that kept me kind of wanted to come back to work, that's for sure.
You must be still friends with her.
Oh,
yeah.
Tell me more.
This is his mom.
He married her.
Yeah.
She's a little older.
That's his mom.
Right. And now, what do you brew on now, Bruce? You an all-grain brewer?
I'm an all-grain and extract, actually. I have the luxury of having 2 brewing systems, actually.
Nice.
I have a wonderful, wonderful wife. She supports my hobby like you would not believe. But another thing, she doesn't drink a drop of my beer.
Oh,
she just doesn't like beer. So
in this case, it's good to have a wife that doesn't like beer. You get to keep your home beer.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
So she let me remodel the basement. I got a nice big 100,000 BTU burner hooked up into the natural gas downstairs.
Wow.
So I can go ahead and I can brew indoors during the cold of winter. And then she also got me a top-tier system so I can brew outdoors in the summertime and not stink up the house.
Fantastic. That's a good That's a good lady you got there. Well done.
Stink up the
It
house.
was awesome.
Now, did you enter beer into the national homebrew competition this year?
I'm thinking about it. I got one. I know that the entries opened up the other day. I was going to look at it last night, but just didn't get it in. So I'll have to check after we're done here and see if there's any openings still.
Yeah,
I'll bet you have 12 hours.
Before they close it up?
Well,
maybe 24.
All right. Now, have you
Really?
been to Have you been to the national conference before?
Twice. I've been there in Minneapolis, and then I went to San Diego, and yes, I do have tickets for Seattle.
Attaboy. Well done.
Sweet.
All right. So tell us why you want to be on the governing committee.
Well, I really want to kind of help. I want to help homebrew clubs out a lot. That's my big thing. I've been working with the Barons now since 2006, and I met Chris Fry at the Minneapolis St. Paul conference, and I was at the meeting, and he said, okay, how many people here have been incorporated or have insurance with the club? And I'm expecting just to raise my hand, and everybody was going to, raise their hands too. And lo and behold, I was the only one in the room that had raised their hand.
Okay.
And then Chris pointed his finger at me and said, I want to talk to you. I'm like, okay, what did I do? Because when we came to the Barons, a group of us came, into becoming officers at the time. We all thought that the Barons were light years behind with getting insurance and incorporation and protecting from liabilities and all that kind of stuff. And so we made a mad dash scramble to get that done. So we've gone through the 501c7 process. We've done the bylaws. We've done the insurance, liability insurance, officer insurance, and insurance for loss, too, as well. Whenever I go to the conference and I go to some of the meetings, especially the AHA one, there tends to be a lot of questions around that. So that's one area I definitely think I'd be able to help on for sure.
Yeah, that's been a big topic in my 2 years on the board, actually, that comes up all the time because clubs really want to protect themselves from the liability issues. And so many, in fact, I don't know, I might just be throwing this number out there, but I would say like in the 98 percentile are not insured.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So it's a big topic to figure out how to help homebrew clubs do this kind of en masse, rather than just a club like yours who figured it out on your own. So that would be a real asset to the board, man, that your information is pretty valuable.
I would love to help that out. As a matter of fact, we're kind of pondering doing it a second time now because we also have a beer festival, the World of Beer Fest. By the way, tickets now on sale, everybody. Sorry,
right.
Shameless plug.
That's all right.
But the primary benefactor of our World of Beer Festival is the newly established Midwest Brewer Scholarship Fund that we're starting up. Basically, what people can do is they can apply, aspiring brewers can apply for the scholarship, and they can use it towards the belt. So what we're looking to do now is to actually kind of possibly, we're weighing our stuff here, we're possibly thinking about spinning that off as a 501c3 so people can also do tax donations to that one too as well. C7 isn't necessarily sales tax exempt, but the C3 would be, and that would help out that scholarship program and would open it up to donations from, say, larger corporations and breweries and so forth like that. So.
Great idea. Well, you're already very active in your own club, it sounds like, and that's kind of what we need on the board is people who get in there and got to make it happen. That's part, the board is we advise, we don't really make decisions necessarily, we advise. And if the advice is coming from people who really go out and figure it out and make it happen, well, then it's all the better rather than just throwing out ideas that have never been proven. So, Bruce, I like your resume, man. It sounds good.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it, and I hope to be working with you in the future.
That sounds. I hope so too. I will endorse Bruce Berger this week, ladies and gentlemen. I'm endorsing Bruce Berger. Yeah.
Now, am I the last candidate that you're interviewing through the process here?
Moscow, what do we got? Is Bruce I don't know.
We got one more.
We got one more. Yeah. So.
Oh, darn.
Sorry, Bruce.
Your endorsement would carry through then at the end. So.
Right. No, you're going to get trumped next week by my next endorsement, unfortunately.
Well, you don't know until we talk to them.
That's true. I might not endorse them, Bruce. You don't know.
He did say this week.
Okay. You can go to homebrewersassociation.org right now, and actually, I think the voting has begun. At the very least, there's a profile of each of the candidates that are running, all 7, and now we've spoken to 6 of them. And you can kind of go back there and remind yourself of who they are. Of course, you have to be a Homebrewers Association member to vote, and I think you should be a member. You can sign up for that through the Brewing Network by clicking the AHA logo, and that helps us out too. And anyway, there you go. Bruce Berger, everybody, from Wisconsin, might make it to the board with me this year. So
I'm open, guys.
All right, good luck, Bruce, and thanks for spending time with us, man.
Thank you, gentlemen. Have a good one. Talk to you later.
All right, brother. Later.
Bye-bye.
There you go.
Sounded like he said, fuck you later.
I thought so, too, but then I thought, I'm just paranoid.
I wish that was his sign-off.
Yeah, fuck you later.
Yeah, that'd be great.
He probably did say that, but, it's kind of mold, so... No.
If he did, he's got my vote.
That's it. I joined the AHA just to vote for him.
That's a standard farewell in Milwaukee, apparently.
Yeah, that's right.
Fuck you later.
Fuck you later.
I like that we interview all these guys. I think,
it's a good time.
It's
girl. It's really cool.
And girl, sorry. Thank you, Susie. Thank you, Moscow.
Makes it seem important. That's good.
I'm such a gender racist.
You are.
Otherwise known as a chauvinist, but I prefer gender racist.
We're still going to jump on the bandwagon of the winner. So.
Oh yeah, and we'll say that it was all due
we
to...
endorsed it.
You endorse everybody, so you can't lose.
I can pull the clip of you endorsing them, and the proof's in the pudding.
This is my whole life, Susie. This is how I do everything. Every brewery is my favorite brewery, and that way when they win, see, I told you.
I'm a fan of theirs.
So glad they won.
I've been saying they're great since the day I interviewed them.
Oh yeah, awesome beer, awesome ideas. It's great.
Yeah. Absolutely. All right. Good luck to all the candidates, and we've got one more next week. So if you want to hold out on your vote until the very end, you can listen to each one of them. And
I think you should.
There'll still be time to vote.
Yep. You should hold out.
Yeah.
Because you don't know what these other people have to offer.
You know what's cool about this participation that we've had in these elections over the last 3 years, I think it is now, is that the number of members voting has really skyrocketed.
Oh, wow.
And I love seeing that because it's a club, right? So you should get involved. Yeah. And so it's nice to see everybody getting out there and voting. And I hope we break the record of voters yet again. And I know that Gary over at the AHA hopes for that, too. They really want you guys to be voting for the people you want to be there.
Well, now we've actually talked to people. So it's not you just voting for some name you don't know what he's about. But we've heard him.
Yeah. Do you think can anybody be impeached from the board?
No, because you haven't been.
Is there some offense I could do?
Obviously not, because you're still on it.
I don't know.
Exactly. I mean,
that's a good question.
I've said the N-word. I'm a chauvinist. I'm a dog racist. I announced that last week that I don't like little dogs.
You got a BJ from that one intern.
Right?
You know?
I am not an intern anymore, Scott.
Right, but
you will always be.
At the time you were.
The only difference between you and the rest of the board members is we all know it now. They're just not, saying it.
Sure. Yeah, they're smarter than me. They don't do the radio show bullshit.
I think, the little board meeting you guys have during NHC or whatever, if you walked into the room with your balls out.
Yeah.
Actually, no, you probably still wouldn't get fired.
I don't think they'd fire me.
Okay, walk in there naked.
I still don't think they'd fire me.
People would vomit. They wouldn't get fired.
It's hard to embarrass the
It's offensive.
AHA.
It is. I'm going to tell you right now.
It's offensive, but is it impeachable?
I don't think it is. And I'm going to tell you, this committee's pretty cool. Most of them would high-five me for doing that.
They go, nice.
I mean, there'll be a few, the ones that also, they don't like my language and things like that.
Which ones?
There'll be a
Call them
few.
out.
Those girl kind of guys.
I don't even know who they are. I just know that there's the occasional hum about my language.
Well, there's got to be. If you take you have 20 people in there, your ratio of people who like you is very low anyway. So you can apply that to any situation and you're good.
Chris Graham's on the committee, and he's also a sponsor. And I bet if I walked in there naked, he'd be one of the high-fivers.
Yeah, but then he'd be aggressively Purelling right afterwards.
Yeah.
His eyes.
After he slapped you on the ass.
Would he double his sponsorship?
Right.
Well, on the same token, there'd probably be Perel out at everybody's station before you walked in naked.
I would be sure of it. Yeah, I wouldn't do that to people without putting an adequate amount of Purell.
You got to.
Is it
just a visual thing?
It's a tough.
With the Perel out there is now just a visual.
That's right. I would be. I'll put it to a vote this year. I will when we go to the committee. I'll waste everybody's time by asking how far does one have to go to be
impeached?
Well, screw the question. Just go in naked. Let's go right for it. Come on. Are we going to wait a year? Come on.
Try to find out.
I think Seattle total nakedness. What do you think? From the get-go, you just roll in.
You set the precedent now.
Listen, I don't even like myself naked. I don't want to do that to this.
Say you're a Sasquatch.
You're sitting behind the booth. They don't know.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, brewing with Bigfoot. You're getting into the spirit.
I don't think just naked would do. I think I'd have to do the tuck. The silence. I think I'd have to walk in naked with the Silence of the Lamb tuck. That might get me impeached.
No, and you have to talk funny too.
That might do it. Yeah.
They'll just think you didn't want to rub your balls against the chair. That's all.
That's true. But I'm committed to that committee. I wouldn't do that during I would show up 5 minutes early for that. I wouldn't waste the committee's time
trying to get impeached.
Well,
you're a good man, though.
Actually, it's better if you show up 1 minute late.
I don't want to do that. Then I'm taking the valuable time of our members and our committee. All right. Go to homebrewersassociation.org and vote.
And do things.
All right. Our Twitter game's out there. We're going to have to push feedback back to the end. And
you always do that.
I know. It has to happen because we got to take a break right now. When we come back, we're going to talk to Jeff Brown, who is the president of Boulder Beer Company. And I'll tell you what, why don't we just get out some Boulder beer and start tasting it? We'll get primed for Jeff and talk all about Boulder beer when we come back. You're listening to The Session. Hang in there.
listening to the Brewcasters. Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
Since the first time the Brewing Network microphones turned on, More Beer was behind it. More Beer sponsors the programming on the BN because, like you, they love brewing. And like the Brewing Network, they love sharing their knowledge. Morebeer.com isn't just a website to place your next equipment or ingredient order. Morebeer.com also gives you access to free beer information that will make you a better brewer. Go to morebeer.com and click into the Learning Center. You'll find podcasts, technical facts, video tutorials, and more, including access to The Buzz, More Beer's social network of more than 5,000 members. And some of them might even be crazier about beer than you are. Get over to morebeer.com today and take advantage of The Buzz, the forum, the Learning Center, and make sure you're signed up to receive the newest More Beer catalog. More Beer, bringing you absolutely everything for beer making.
Hi, I'm Jamel Zainasheff, and in addition to my work on the Brewing Network, I write the Style Profile column in every issue of Brew Your Own magazine.
Hi, I'm Sean Paxton, and when I'm not prepping for the Home Brewed Chef on the Brewing Network, you can find me writing articles on how to cook with your home brew for Brew Your Own magazine.
Greetings, cretins. This is John Palmer, and when I'm not writing for Brew Your Own, I'm reading it.
John Palmer, Sean Paxton, Jamil Zainasheff. If you love listening to them on the Brewing Network, you'll love reading their articles, tips, and recipes in the pages of Brew Your Own magazine. Join Jamil, John, and Sean 8 times a year in Brew Your Own. And when you subscribe to BYO on the Brewing Network website, half of your subscription price goes right back to the BN to support great beer and food programming. So sign up for Brew Your Own magazine through the BN website today so you can listen and read your way to better homebrew.
Nico, listen, our lawyers said that we had to do this for 1 hour, and after this, we don't have to talk to each other for 3 more months to the next meeting.
Kids, come on, let's get out of here.
I'm supposed to have more lines. I'm the professional. Hey, it's Sully.
And I'm Nico.
And we opened the 21st Amendment 9 years ago at 563 2nd Street in San Francisco, just 2 blocks from Giants Park, to make great beer and have a great time doing it.
That's right, because to us, the 21st Amendment is more than just the right to make beer. It's the right to experiment, to be innovative, and just do things differently. And so now, we're putting our craft beer in cans.
That's right, cans. You can find our world-famous Hell or High Watermelon Wheat Beer and Brew Free or Die IPA throughout California and Alaska.
And now it's also available on draft at select accounts in the Bay Area.
So next time you're at your local neighborhood pub or good beer store, be sure to ask for 21st Amendment in cans.
Because everyone likes it in the can.
Tasty crack cans.
Tasty crack cans.
Williams Brewing is your online resource for prompt delivery of quality home brewing supplies. Since 1979, Williams Brewing has offered the finest equipment and freshest ingredients, and the best customer service in the business. Cut hours off your brewing sessions by using one of their 11 varieties of famous Williams malt extract. Their new Snap-Lock stainless steel cam-lock fittings will make connecting your pump or heat exchanger quick and easy. Or check out their exclusive paintball tank-based draft beer equipment. They even have their own line of precision hydrometers. Go to williamsbrewing.com to browse their vast selection. That's williamsbrewing.com. Orders placed by 4 p.m. Pacific Time weekdays ship the same day. Brewing is easy. The Williams way.
This is www.thebrewingnetwork.com.
Sit down next to it, grab yourself a paper towel, and watch those yeast have sex.
You're listening to the Brewing Network.
The session.
Brewing up our next batch of radio gold.
Right now.
All right, welcome back to the program, and thanks for sticking with us through the break. Don't forget about our sponsor today, morebeer.com. You can go check them out and been supporting us for a long time. I should have Jeff Brown on the line. We were having some Skype issues earlier. Let's see if we sorted it out. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, Justin. I am on the line.
I can hear you. It sounds all right. It's a little...
Okay, well, hello, everyone.
Thanks for being on the show, Jeff. I'm sorry we had to reschedule you, but I appreciate you taking the time to come back.
Yeah, that little sketchy hotel that I was staying in, that they kind of said they had an internet connection. Not really.
Right.
So I appreciate you rescheduling.
No, apparently you travel like the Brewing Network. You stay in really ghetto, sketchy hotels. Good job.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, if it's more than $57 a night, I can't say this.
This from the president of Boulder Beer Company. That's a good man right there.
You know, it's always better to spend your money on beer than in a hotel room.
That's true, yeah. Of course, your family, are you married, Jeff?
I am married. Yeah. I've got a 26-year-old son.
Wow. All right.
Yeah.
Jeff's been around for a while. I just was thinking that, it's good for the company that you stay in those sleazy hotels, but your wife probably makes you shower before you come, get to bed.
All my clothes have to get burned out back before I come into the house.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Now, Jeff, how long have you been with Boulder Beer Company?
I have been with the brewery since 1990, although I've been drinking a beer since just after they got started in 1979. The first beer I had was on a patio in Boulder. It was their porter that they had hand delivered in the back of Stickware, one of the original brewers, one of the founders, in the back of his truck in a wooden crate with 24 bottles of porter.
Wow.
So yeah.
All right.
Yeah, so the brewery's been around since 79, which I don't know if it's any kind of coincidence that the American Homebrewers Association started in Boulder in 1979.
Were they friends with Charlie at that time, I imagine, the founder?
Yes, they were.
Yeah, I don't think it's a coincidence at all, is it?
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
I will be honest with you, Jeff. It does surprise me. I've been in the craft beer industry for, about 7 years now, so I consider myself still relatively new. And when I hear about a craft brewery that's been around since 79, I feel even newer because I honestly thought it was all just American light lager back then,
It was you really had to go a stretch. I owned a couple of restaurants back in the early 80s, and in fact, one of the restaurants that I owned, we were one of the original sponsors of the Great American Beer Fest that started in Boulder in 1982.
Oh, wow.
Kind of had 20 breweries and 50-some styles of beer, and from there it's now 680 breweries, and I don't know how many different beers they have, but it's in the thousands. So Boulder's kind of been a little hot spot for brewing since way back in the day. So we're pretty lucky. It probably has something to do with the water and and some other herbals that were here.
That's what I was going to say, but you beat me to it.
Seasonings got their start here. So.
Well, Boulder has been known for their fresh lavender fields, I think,
Yes,
and I think that's good that you attribute that.
Yeah. No, it's all good, and we were actually we were the 43rd license in the country, 43rd brewery to be operating in 1979. So we're the oldest operating brewery to open after Prohibition.
Okay. Oh, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah. So
yeah.
Now there's 1,800 odd breweries out there today with a bunch more in the planning stages, so that's great.
Yeah, it really has grown. But that kind of brings me, to my next question. And I know you weren't with the company in '79, but it seems like a risky business to open. I mean, without another craft brewery around to be teaching people about what craft beer is, your company was one of the first to do that. And I'm just curious about the climate and if people, was it as risky as I think it is, or was it an instant success? Was it difficult?
It's as risky as you would think it was.
Okay.
The it wasn't rocket science, and beer isn't rocket science, but these two guys were actually rocket scientists.
Oh,
they were professors at Colorado University. One was an astrophysicist. The other was a physicist who's has since gone on to do a lot of great things in weather telemetry and other stuff. But no, it was risky. These guys got into it. They had mortgaged their houses. Yeah, They were really, really on the edge because they were successful, but they had never planned to be successful, and financially they'd never positioned themselves to have the albeit small growth, but still fairly significant growth, way beyond being homebrewers.
Right.
And so they eventually needed an exit strategy because they wanted to keep their day jobs as professors. This was a hobby that just kind of took off, and they loved it. They still stop in the brewery every week. They're tremendous people, but they needed an exit strategy, so they got involved with a private equity group that then looked at taking them public, and did so in 1982 in the penny stock market, and then built the brewery that we currently are in 1984. And about 1985-86, David and Stick, the original founders, stepped away from ownership of the brewery.
Okay.
And it existed as a publicly held company until 1990, when we entered into the picture, and it's been privately held since then.
Now, I'm not asking this question to pry. I more want to be proud of those two founders and wish them well. Did they step away wealthy men after founding this great company and then getting that IPO to kind of fund them?
They did not.
Oh, bummer.
Yes, yeah. They stepped away, but they didn't have anything following them after that.
Okay,
you got to remember back in 79, 80, 81, we were in the recession still.
Okay, yeah.
And it was business was tough. Things were not looking up. You were lucky to have a job, just like now.
Yeah,
even today, beer manufacturing is not like a real lucrative business. I mean,
no, I just was thinking
nobody's rushing to invest in that.
That the IPO itself would have been, because it was publicly traded, that there might be enough accumulation of
they probably
funds.
had more debt than they had.
If it was 7 years later, in '97, they would have walked away a lot more handsome than they were now. But they got it going, and it was in a tough time. And as Tatesy said, there's not a lot of profit in beer anyway.
Sure,
but they got the forefront. They got the thing going.
Well, it sounds like you funded Jeff. By the way, you got a room full of co-hosts here, so you'll get lots of questions from guys tonight.
Well, excellent.
But you did say that they were able to fund the brewery expansion out of the IPO.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they were able to expand from essentially what was in a 20 by 20 room that was converted from an old goat shed. They had one of the partners in it who wasn't so much on the brewing side, but he owned a ranch in Hygiene, Colorado, which is about 15 miles north and a little bit east of Boulder, but mainly north. And that's where they opened up the original production facility. And it was a goat shed. They just put up paneling and just started brewing in a little 5-barrel system.
Okay.
And from there, then they expanded that to a larger facility before they moved into to the 2880 Wilderness spot where we currently reside.
You know, one of the things I love about doing the show is, we do interview a lot of brewers, and we always get something new out of it. Mm-hmm. And I've never heard of a brewery that opened in a goat shed before today.
That's true.
So this is new for us.
And you won't hear of too many.
Right. Now, I've heard certainly of, dairy equipment and farm equipment, but not literally opening in a... In fact, I don't think I knew that goat sheds existed before this conversation.
You had to have a specific goat shed.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. I like it.
Was the town Hygiene? I heard Hygiene. Now
Yes.
that's got to be the cleanest city in the world.
There he goes.
Yes, Hygiene, Colorado.
Wow.
Yeah, it's.
I'm moving there.
Yeah,
it's in a bubble.
When you're going through the town, it literally is one of those towns that can't be more than 10 square blocks.
Right.
Wow.
Imagine how embarrassing for the townspeople if it's filthy. It can't be filthy. Like, it's not allowed to be filthy.
Yeah. This section of the road sponsored by Hygiene, Colorado.
Right. Yeah.
It's like Pleasantville.
I like it.
Makes me feel good.
Speaking of hygiene, Jeff, we're drinking this sweaty Betty Blonde of yours. It's say it's a Hefeweizen.
Yeah.
Really good.
How do you like it?
I like it a lot.
Yeah. It's a nice little Hefeweizen.
German yeast, right?
Yep.
Yes. Yeah. Weinstefaner.
Okay, good job. You didn't puss out with these American wheat beer yeasts on your Hefeweizen.
No, it's a real Hef.
Yeah. Yeah, and probably most of the beers that Andy dropped off to you to sample this evening, they're a little bit outside of what you would say that the norm is, and that's kind of how we've tried to take a look at some of these beers, is to say, okay, here's a particular style, but do we really want to be an American wheat? No, we don't. So let's go after this other.
Okay.
Good for you.
Now, what were the beer styles back in 79?
Back in the day, they had a stout, an ESB, a porter, and then a few, probably in 81, they developed an extra pale ale. So David and Stick had traveled to Europe. They're pretty much the styles that they had fallen in love with and took up homebrewing were British style ales.
Okay.
So the original beers that they were brewing were, for the most part, influenced by their time in Europe, and they were British style ales. And at that point in time, they were big assertive beers.
Yeah. Oh, I believe it. It's kind of this also
this things to go off of. I did in one of my restaurants. I did 80 beers from around the world in 1983, and it was tough in Colorado finding 80 beers from around the world that weren't just all the same domestic lagers that were available in every restaurant in town.
Sure. It's kind of this classic story that we hear often where you get some travelers like your founders who taste, kind of their eyes are opened about beer that they can get that has a lot of flavor, and then they come back to the States and they can't find it anymore. It doesn't exist, so they do it themselves.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And
is your porter? I'm reading in my notes.
Jimmy Carter.
Thank Jimmy Carter. Yeah. Now I'm reading in my notes that your porter is the same recipe as it was back in '79.
It was, yes, yeah, and yeah. So other than there's one other porter that's been continuously brewed for as long as ours. Yingling, of course, has been brewing it for much longer than we have. But it's the second longest continuously brewed porter in the country.
Got it. I want to interview some of these guys, not the brewers, because we've talked to a couple of these brewers who have been around for a long time. I want to talk to some of these drinkers that have been around. I want to talk to the guys who all of their buddies were drinking American Light Lager. And these other guys, this obviously decent-sized population of people were buying Yingling Porter and were buying Boulder beer and buying enough of it to let these companies grow. But they were really, now, especially in California, let's face it, we are no longer the exception. We're the rule. I mean, we're really, in our community, it's hard to find someone who doesn't drink craft beer.
That's true.
Back then, it was just so rare, right? Like, you'd show up with a porter, and people probably looked at you like you were an alien.
Right? Oh, yeah. Like, you need to have some special drink to nurture yourself with. Yeah.
What's that can of oil you're drinking over there?
I am a robot.
Strong.
What was your packaging back in '79? Tell us about your package, Jeff, back in '79.
My package was pretty big then.
Right.
Tell us about that package.
It was. It really was. It was a wooden crate, and Julius Hummer, David Hummer's son, had a branding iron, a Boulder beer branding iron, and he would brand Boulder beer on all these wooden crates. And these guys would put them in 24 bottles at a time, hand label them, and then kind of just go around town and sell them. And the deposit on the crate was actually more expensive than the beer that they were selling them.
Okay. What sounds funny about this to me the most, and it just really goes to show how narrow my view of the world is, it sounds like he's describing the Old West. And I was alive during this time. It was 79. But to me, it just sounds like I'm watching a Western.
They had a brand.
Yeah. We had to wait for the Wells Fargo truck to come into town.
Right.
And distribute it all to the mining towns.
One of the big kind of summertime events up here in Boulder, and I have to admit, I was never there, but I've seen plenty of videos and plenty of pictures. It was an event by the homebrewers, and it was called Beer and Steer, and they would go up into probably about 20 miles up into the hills outside of Boulder, and for a 3-day weekend there would be music, and the homebrewers were all there and drinking out of mason jars and just having the time of their life. And then there was a big cookout. That's where the steer part came in.
Okay.
That would in terms of beef. So it was a beer and beef event.
Jeff, we have to revive this event. This sounds fantastic.
Pretty good.
Yeah. It's like Woodstock for homebrewers, it sounds.
Yes. Oh, it was. Yeah. It's pretty hilarious watching those videos.
That sounds great. And now brown glass bottles back then? Is that
brown glass bottles? Okay. Long necks.
Okay.
I'm very, kind of almost maybe a half a wrap around the bottle.
All right. Yeah.
And very little in terms of government warning.
Oh, right. You didn't have to warn pregnant ladies?
Almost nothing to do with government warning on the labels back then.
But then how did pregnant women
not know?
Or how were supposed to drink?
Yeah, how else am I supposed to know not to operate heavy machinery?
I know.
I wouldn't have known otherwise.
Or that it might impair your vision.
Right.
Who said that?
Did you guys have a bottling line, or was it more by hand?
Oh no, it was. It was kind of the old Maheen type of, you set it up. It's hand bottling. There was no bottling line. Our first bottling line that we acquired was at the brewery. Actually, came out of the Coors Brewing Company pilot system. We had a very good relationship in the early 80s, and we still do, but had a very good relationship with Coors Brewing Company, and they gave us a bottling line that existed probably till about from 1984 till 1995. And then we upgraded from it was an old German line. It was an H&K, and then we've since upgraded to a much more state of the art Crohn's bottling line. But the original ones, it was hand filling.
All right, it's a lot of work.
Oh yeah, and they would have to hand wash the bottles. I mean, pretty much. I mean, it wasn't much more than. A little bit more of an automated home brewing system.
Okay. I'm telling you, I'm such an idiot about this stuff. I picture some guy like in a stationary bicycle in the corner, like he's moving the belt that the bottles are moving on. They don't even have electricity in my mind's eye.
Like Lucy and Ethel.
It might not be that much different, honestly. Well, it was a Coors old bottling line. They were willing to give these guys who were like the brand new upstart brewery in town. Like,
sure.
They didn't necessarily want to sabotage them, but at the same time, it was something that they weren't actively using anymore, it doesn't sound like.
That's what I was going to say. Jeff describes it like a friendship. I think they were trying to fuck you guys, Jeff. They're like, here, let's just coat it in Brettanomyces before we send it over.
Great.
Yeah. We're going to give them this machine, and they're going to go broke before they can actually get anything in a bottle.
No, I'm joking, but it's pretty amazing because new breweries were kind of unprecedented, and for a big production brewery like Coors to kick down some some equipment like that is pretty awesome.
Yeah,
they must.
Yeah. They were great. They actually brought their technicians in and they helped set the bottling line up, and they really wanted it to be successful. About that same time, the big brewers were starting to feel the pressure from the feds on increasing excise tax. They started to see, well, maybe if we help some of these small brewers out, then that'll play into our favor, and the feds will see that it's job creation, and they don't have to go after the big guys to continue to up the ante on the excise tax. So
yeah, there's little guys to go after.
Early on, the big brewers saw that there was a huge upside to having a local voice and local representation of small brewers and being able to help fight big government.
You know, I like hearing things like this too, and they come out more often lately. I think some of the big breweries are starting to work a little more with the smaller breweries. You know, it's easy to tell the story about how it's David and Goliath, and that's been helpful for craft beer.
Sure,
and I think a lot of it is true on the distribution level. Yep. You know, we've all watched the movie Beer Wars, and we can kind of see the battle for shelf space. But more often, lately I'm hearing these stories of how, you know, there's been a lot of working together that doesn't get talked about.
That's true, especially on the brewing side.
Yeah,
I mean, you know,
more the brewers. Yeah,
they came in and helped them set up their bottling line to this little upstart, you know, brewery.
It's a win-win for everybody.
You don't think of a giant company coming in and doing that, and even now, you know, I know, you know, Coors, I think A&B also, they do a lot with home brewers, and they help small craft brewers and home brewers with a lot of research, and they lean up. You know, it's very symbiotic. That way.
The Brewing Network, on the other hand, I make all of our guests sign a waiver. Jeff's not allowed to do any other beer shows for 5 years.
Right.
We don't like to support anything except for ourselves.
And even then, we're kind of iffy on that.
Yeah, sometimes we don't even do that.
We don't even know how.
Right.
Can you imagine shipping a bunch of equipment to like an upstart podcast? Like, hey, we want to do beer. Here's some mics. Here's some headphones.
I couldn't imagine.
Have that.
I do hand out advice every now and then, but that's about
Bad
as far
advice.
as I go. Yeah.
Like don't do it.
Yeah, but you bill for consultant hours, right?
That's right. Now, I wanted to. Do we have this porter? This old recipe porter?
We're pouring some hazy infused right now, but we can bust it out.
Well, that's okay. We can stick with the haze. Before Jeff goes, I want to talk about this porter too that's been around. Now, Jeff, what does your day-to-day look like being the president of a brewing company? A lot of times we talk to the brewers, so I'm just curious, you know, what the business aspect is for you.
Well, you know, for me, it's there's a fair amount of travel involved. I would say as being somebody that's involved with a restaurant as part of a brewery, there's a fair amount of my time gets spent with working with the management staff of the pub.
Okay.
So that sometimes can kind of take up a little bit of the day. But what I really enjoy being involved with is the fact that I can kind of work with the financial side of the business, spend some time there, work with sales and marketing, and then spend some time working with David Zuckerman, who's the brewmaster, on brewing in the facilities. So, you know, we everybody at the brewery wears a lot of hats, very cross-functional team.
Okay.
But there isn't a day that I could say is typical.
Okay. Well, that's good for you.
Yeah. I mean, it's a ton of fun. I mean, the people that you get involved with. Beer is a fun beverage to be involved with. There's never a day where I kind of look at it and say, gosh, wish I could be doing something else.
Well, Jeff, it's either this or bottled water, dude. So take your pick.
Oh yeah, I know.
Right. Yeah.
You know, how many jobs can you say? Oh, I got to drink beer at 9:00 in the morning. Dang.
I'll bet there's twice you've gone. Oh shit.
Well, I think there's only two jobs. There's unemployment,
right,
that allows you to drink at 9:00 in the morning, and there's this industry,
or long haul truckers. Neither one.
Yeah.
Most of the time, Yeah. And it's a couple times like, oh, I'll just do it.
It's a good job that you have.
It's all good.
Oh, well, it's our drug policy at the brewery is you don't have to do them if you don't want to.
I thought Andy smelled funny when he showed up here, Jeff.
Well, I don't think he hasn't showered.
I didn't want to say anything, but now, Jeff, were you a home brewer before you started working?
Not before I got involved with the brewery.
Okay.
I've homebrewed and I've done a few recipes, but I find that it's much better left to the experts.
Right. That's why I keep Tasty and Doc around over here in my homebrew world. It's because I need a beer. I leave it up to the experts.
Keep you on track.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. No, I just fell in love with beer at an early age.
21, I'm sure.
What's that?
21 by early, you mean, I'm sure.
Well, actually, it was 18 because I'm old enough to have been in that era that you could drink legally at 18.
Okay, nice.
In Colorado.
Back in the Wild West.
Right.
Yeah.
Back in Tombstone, Colorado.
Before the telegraph.
Oh, not in California. You had to go to Mexico.
I see. But not
or Arizona.
Well, I spent a little bit of time in Illinois, and 19 was the home rule for DeKalb, Illinois, just outside of Chicago. But I did, after graduating high school, specifically move to Florida because they were 18 at that point in time. So I traveled where you were able to consume adult beverages.
There you go. And so you fell in love with beer pretty early then?
Oh, yeah. As early as... my first beer experience was 6 years old. Not that I tasted it, but I lived in Florida at that time, and my parents took us to Busch Gardens, which was an outdoor zoo.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
But the brewery was part of the Busch Gardens. So I said, "What is that? What's that tremendous smell that I have?" My dad said, "Oh, that's where they're brewing the beer over there." So that was my first beer experience.
I remember that as a kid too. It was kind of a park for the kids kind of thing.
Yeah.
And they had a beer garden.
See, what's interesting about that to me is now McDonald's catches a whole lot of shit from the documentaries and the fast food nation movement thing.
Yeah.
Because the reason they put the playground in the McDonald's is so that kids have positive associations to their products.
Yes,
You know,
sure.
and the smells, too, so that when you're older, every time you drive by a McDonald's, you're like, whoo, I feel happy. I really need a big
playground. I'm going to play in the playground.
Yeah.
But really, Budweiser was doing it back in before,
It's
McDonald's.
marketing 101, dude. Come on.
Yeah.
Budweiser was doing it in 1961.
Beautiful. Positive associations for the kids.
Future customers.
So that by the time Jeff actually, tasted a beer that he enjoyed, it was just stacking on top of his already positive beer association.
I want Jeff to admit right now on the air that the only reason he moved to Florida was because the drinking age was 18 for the girls.
Was it the girls, Jeff?
You're dead on right with that one.
There it is. JP gets it right.
Yeah.
I think it's weird that all the bushes have now been kind of shaved down. Because they're not there anymore.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
I'm going to turn my mic off.
Well done, sir. We're having your hazed and infused right now.
Hazed and infused. It's pretty unique. It's very sessionable beer. 5%, 38 IBUs.
That's right in my sweet spot right there.
Yeah, that's a
Yes.
great
Yeah.
stuff.
But plenty of hop
You can
flavor.
have 3 or 4 of them, and you don't have to worry about falling off the bar stool.
Right.
Although, if you fell off the bar stool, that should be one of your cues for
That's how you know you're drunk.
the early part of the show.
You're entering in the competition there, Jeff.
All right. Yeah, please write that down. Jeff has now
I will.
entered the competition.
Done.
Yeah.
Sweet.
All right, Jeff, I have to take a quick break, take care of some sponsors. I want to talk more about the beer when we come back, because you did make a switch at some point to these kind of hoppier, some would say West Coast-style beers, so I want to talk about that. And we've got some, at least one-off barley wine I'd like to try, too. So if you can stick with us for a few minutes, I got to take a break.
You got it.
All right. It's the session. We're talking to Jeff Brown. He's the president of Boulder Beer Company, and they've been around for longer than most of your favorite craft breweries. And if you're from Boulder, it probably is one of your favorite craft breweries. So hang in there. If you got questions, 888-401-BEER, or join Susie in the chat room by hitting the chat button on the homepage, and you can ask questions. Hang in there. It's The Session.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
Hey brewers, it's planting season. Have you ever dreamt of walking through your own hop garden? Well, look no further than Woodburn, Oregon, and the Crosby Family Hop Farm. Blake Crosby and his family have been passionately growing hops for 5 generations. And right now, they're taking orders for 2012 rhizomes for all retail and wholesale customers. The Crosbys know how to grow hops and are here to help you establish your family's very own successful hop garden. In fact, when you plant a hop rhizome from the Crosbys, you're using the same plant your favorite professional brewer bought his hops from. Friendly professional service, fast shipment, and quality hops at competitive prices. The Crosby family brings all of this to you. Call 503-982-5166 or visit bcrosbyhops.com and let Blake Crosby and the Crosby Hop Farm help make your hop garden a reality. bcrosbyhops.com. Hops from the Crosby Family Farm to yours.
And now, Northern Brewer presents What If Homebrewers Ruled the World?
Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll follow me, I will lead you into the gallery area. Now, the first piece up for sale today is a Jamil Zainasheff original, a bottle of 1997 vintage Evil Twin.
Oh, I see.
A bidding for this one-of-a-kind piece will start at £7,000. And if you'll continue to follow me, ladies and gentlemen, I can show you a rather abstract piece from Bay Area brewer Justin Crossley. It's a German Doppelbock entitled Justin's Giant Bock. The brewer's notes here indicate that this beer had excellent mouthfeel.
That's just a crazy dream, or is it? With Northern Brewer, a thirsty nation can craft its own ale and lager for the greater good of mankind. Northern Brewer, the home of $7.99 Brew Saver shipping, superior customer service, and the finest selection of home brewing goods for the future.
What'd you get? More brewing ingredients?
Yep. You know what I love about Brewmaster's Warehouse?
The $6.99 shipping?
Well, yeah, but...
Oh, the in-store classes for beginning brewers.
Yeah, that's cool, but...
Oh, the Brew Builder. Creating and saving your recipes online is awesome!
No, yes, but...
The cheese-making supplies.
No.
Oh, the wine-making supplies. Oh, the distilling equipment and liquor flavorings.
All that stuff is awesome, yes, but what I really love is that the guy who runs it is totally hot. And that Brew Builder software is awesome.
Oh, yeah. Brewmaster's Warehouse brings you flat-rate shipping on great equipment and ingredients to make beer, wine, cheese, and spirits at brewmasterswarehouse.com. And if you're in Georgia, stop by Brewmaster's Warehouse Monday through Saturday from 10 to 6. Visit brewmasterswarehouse.com today because it's totally hot.
Oh, yeah.
Don't let it billowing over, billowing over, billowing over, billowing over. I told him I'd try to knock it off. Turned around and just toned it up a notch. Keep cooking cause some of us like it hot. Think you're really one of them. Chances are you're not. Think you're really one of them. Chances are you're not. Chances are you're not. Chances are you're not. Chances are you're not.
When he came out, he was just a calm little guy. He just, it was like we disturbed his world. No crying. He just came out and he was just kind of, I don't know, he was very intense.
Anything other than perfect is gonna be reason enough for my demons to hate me. Cause lately the voices are rising and volume beginning to alter my mood into crazy. In the nick of it, live in the thick of it. Sick of it, son, you a brick of it. That's the road that I've been taking. That's the road that I've been taking. Bright and strong, universal shine. As the day is long, hyperactive mind. Hyperactive mind. Hyperactive mind. Hyperactive mind. Hyperactive mind. Hyperactive mind.
What's funny is Bruce will say, yeah, I don't brew to style. I'm brewing my own beer. And it's like a German Pilsner, but it's black. Yeah, it's a sports beer.
The home of live beer radio. TheBrewingNetwork.com. Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The Session. You're tuned into The Session. Because life's too short to listen to crappy radio.
Welcome back to the program. We're talking to Jeff Brown from Boulder Beer Company. He's hanging out with us, and we're drinking his beer on top of that, and he's the president of Boulder Beer. If you've got questions for Jeff, 888-401-BEER, or join the chat by hitting the chat button on the homepage, and Susie Q's over there taking your questions. And, in fact, I got some questions in front of me already, Jeff. So,
Sounds good.
People are paying attention. One thing, actually, not a question, but I got a big thank you from one of our listeners. Bruiser's in our chat room, and he says, please thank Jeff for sending a couple beers to New York City American Craft Beer Fest yesterday.
Excellent. Good. Yeah, Marvin, who's our area sales manager out there, I think attended the fest, so that's excellent.
Perfect. All right, we're trying the Planet Porter now, and this is the one that's the original recipe, right?
Oh, excuse me.
Jeff's dying.
Got a little cough going on here.
Jeff, did you take...
Was that a bong hit?
Were you taking bong rips at the break again?
Ripping.
I wish it was that much fun.
You're right. That cough's going around. All right.
It is?
It's going around Boulder. You didn't hear that in the news?
Shit.
I think Jeff died. He's not there anymore.
Sure. Oh, he's coming back.
No, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm just trying to get rid of that. Yeah, so Planet Porter, original recipe. It's a very sessionable beer these days, 5.5%. Kind of in that little 26 IBU range. Good style representation of a British style porter.
Yeah, this
which
is
was
a nice
category
beer.
that almost disappeared.
Yeah, they're all kind of bigger and more robust now, aren't they?
Yes, yeah. I mean, you can get into some nice Baltic porters, get into some Imperial porters.
Yeah.
But who has the time for that shit?
I know. Yeah. Excuse me.
That's all right. We're going to talk about the beer for a second anyway. This is I really like this porter. It's mild, and I say mild because I'm used to tasting these kind of big, robust ones. This is a very drinkable porter.
It's real creamy. It has kind of almost like a cocoa nib kind of thing going on. I wouldn't say it's like real chocolatey.
Yeah,
but it maybe cocoa it like.
Yeah, I get that. It's
there's like a deep roasty quality too. It's almost like black patent malt. It's the low hoppiness kind of lends itself nicely.
It's like chocolate covered black
that.
patent. It's weird.
Yeah, it's cool.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
As a porter lover, I agree.
But that cocoa nib thing that comes through, it's kind of bitter. That black patent kind of thing.
Exactly, which is why if it had a lot bigger hop bitterness, it would be a kind of a clash. Like this actually works because that bitterness is coming at least halfway through the malt and not just the hops.
Yeah,
it's
the
kind of cool
patent's
that
right
way.
in this beer.
Yeah,
like the Haze and Confused, this beer has lots of body in it. I like that.
Exactly.
A lot of body.
I'll tell you, this porter reminds me that a porter can be a refreshing beer. You know, sometimes I'll avoid ordering a stout or a porter nowadays if it's a hot day or if I'm looking for something refreshing.
Yeah.
I'll order them more because I'm looking for big flavor and I want to sip on it.
Right.
But this is a porter that I would probably drink as fast as a pale ale if you want to kind of take big gulps of it. And it's still it's light enough to be refreshing. It's finished dry enough for me that it reminds me that I could drink this on a 70-degree day. I don't have to avoid a porter just because it's warm outside.
When it's real hot at 70 degrees?
Yeah, that's
California boy?
That's for me.
Well, it's definitely not like overly chewy. Like, oh, I'm drinking blood.
That's kind of what I mean. Yeah, there's no like Tasty's right that it has a good body to it, but it's not thick. It's not
not chewy.
Mouthfeel.
No, just mouthfeel.
Yeah, we don't want you to, to think you're drinking blood. What the fuck is that reference?
That's the I want something refreshing, or I want something. It's cold
It's funny,
outside.
as you were saying that, I was thinking, like, I can tell they have great water there in Boulder.
Yeah, but- Oh, yeah?
'Cause this beer has a great water flavor.
Yeah,
you can just tell.
it's light, kind of refreshing, but it's dark. Not what you
water's
think of
great.
as a porter.
Right. Yeah. No,
Instead of most people that porter, I want something that's gonna like thick and stick with me. A lot of flavor that just kind of coats my mouth. And
I don't want to think that the brewer went down and hung a pig upside down, cut his
Just to
throat,
get the blood
and
out.
put my glass under it and go, hey, this is right off the tap.
Okay,
in their case, it would be a goat.
When you okay,
that's true.
When you're tailgating and someone hands you a nice burgundy, and you're going, I don't really want that.
Right. But this reminds me that this style of beer could be done at a tailgate party.
Sessionable.
Yeah.
Like you say, like Jeff was saying.
Especially a football tailgate.
And it's been around since 79. So
79, and no goats were
injured.
That you know
were
of.
tested in this process.
no goats were harmed. Right.
Yeah,
that's good.
Yeah, but there's a little 40L in there. There's a little black malt. There's a little 80L caramel malt in there. So yeah, it's very sessionable.
And
Glad
is
you guys like it?
Is it just like an English 2-row base malt, or is it American 2-row?
It's an American 2-row.
American, okay.
American.
Yep.
Yes, I only
pale
asked.
malt.
That's a good
Pale
question.
Malt's the biggest chunk of the bill. Then it drops to 40L caramel, and then it's black malt, and then the final addition is the 80 caramel.
It's not caramely enough to be an English 2-row.
Okay.
But that kind of helps with that whole
clean thing.
Yeah, exactly.
And which makes me wonder now about the yeast. If I had to throw a guess out there, it's more like a Cal Ale than it is an English ale. But I'm just throwing that out because I'm.
Yeah, no, it's an American ale yeast.
Okay.
It's Y yeast, I believe, 101, which is the primary yeast that we use in most all of our beers.
Oh, okay.
So with him doing that non-English pale, he can throw in a lot more caramels and a lot of other things that aren't going to like cloy the whole.
I see.
Yeah,
because you're not already kind of convoluting it with a lot of English malt flavors. I see. All right.
That used to attenuate much better.
Okay. Oh, this is a good porter.
Yeah.
I like this.
Yeah, it's nice.
Andy, thanks for bringing this by.
Yeah, man.
Jeff, you should not fire Andy for at least another week.
No, another year till we have him back on the show.
Oh, that's true. If you keep Andy around for a year, then...
Okay, you got it.
Just fire him and rehire him.
Absolutely do that.
Have you met Andy, Jeff?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I've been able to spend a little bit of time with Andy, both in Colorado and California.
Okay. I'm just curious because I'm not sure why you hired him. He's a scary-looking dude. And he's supposed to sell beer, but if he walked into my brewery, I'd be thinking, man, where's my wallet?
Well, I think what would help me open up to your brand a little bit more is to have Andy put the knife down.
I was thinking,
he just walks in flipping that butterfly knife, and I don't know what's going on.
He's scary.
You guys are thinking way ahead. I'm thinking, am I bleeding?
Already.
So he hasn't busted out the nunchucks yet?
No, he hasn't. I guess that's not till the third segment.
Thanks for the heads
that's
up.
when I go off air, so he doesn't have to.
Yeah, if you see those, he's way beyond that.
But he did, in Andy's defense, bring us the barley wine. Andy, what is that beer that you brought this for us last time and told me it's kind of a special beer that you had been able to acquire for us.
Yeah, so Jeff, I brought him the 2010 vintage of our Killer Penguin barley wine.
Oh, excellent.
Oh, I had
excellent.
I had a question in our chat about the Killer Penguin already too. I don't know how.
And again, no penguins were killed during the process.
Why
of making
not?
Were they at least massaged?
Right. Let's see. Let me see if I can find that penguin question here.
I have it.
You have it? What was it, Susie?
It says, any info on Flashback or Penguin would be great.
Oh, just any information about the beer.
I'm going to do a vertical tasting of Penguin this week, 2007 to 2011. Thanks.
Okay. I don't know if you heard that, Jeff, but basically it was just any kind of information about the Penguin because someone's got a vertical tasting. Apparently they bought a bunch of them.
For 5 years.
For 5 years
That's
worth
crazy.
of them. So
yeah. I mean, it really is. It's a beer that you could cellar in the right conditions, could lay it down and do a 5 year. I've actually let's see here. Now we got a 7 year because the first year that we brewed it and packaged it in the current form was in 2005. So it's an excellent barley wine. I mean, it starts to move from a very big raisiny, caramely vanilla to almost, by the time you get it going back to 2007, you're going to start picking up almost some Porter sherry notes to it.
There's a lot of peach and plum and grape. There's a lot of like complex fruitiness to it. Really interesting.
Yeah.
I get a little goat.
Goat? You get some penguin and
you guys
goat?
Get that?
Which end did the goat?
Was it the fur or the blood?
It's more the blood.
The blood's the mouthfeel.
Ah, right.
Oh, that's a great barley wine aroma to it. That's exactly what you want.
Cherry notes.
I'm thinking
classic, yeah.
Hoof.
Cherry and apricot aroma, yeah.
And it's got that kind of real English barley wine color to it also. I think the SRM is that kind of a pale color, not too dark, not too red.
About a 15-ish.
Can I say that it smells like a library in a good way?
Like the paper, that
like
kinda
leathery paper, not papery as an oxidized, but like a mahogany deep.
You can get that out of both times you've been in a library.
Well, awesome. Going in and coming out.
We just an online library.
We just some good libraries,
like the old book section. I don't know.
Yeah,
it smells
I know,
great
with the big leather chairs, the people just sitting around.
Yeah, it reminds
nothing.
me of the library in Livermore. I don't know why.
You know what? It's pretty tasty. What year did you say this was, Andy? 2010. It's already aged enough.
Get some legs on the glass too. Some booze in here for sure.
Yep.
It doesn't smell hot or anything.
No, it doesn't even taste hot.
Now, Jeff, I see that you distribute in like 34 states. Is this a beer that makes it across the country, or is it pretty much just a Colorado thing?
It makes it into about, of the 34, I think we've got, of the 65 distributors we have, it makes it into about 30 of them.
Okay, wow.
And a lot of them, they get 5 cases.
Yeah,
they sell them to 2 or 3 of their key retailers. Never makes it on the shelf, and probably of those distributors I mentioned, probably never makes it on the shelves of the retailers in about 50% of those accounts. They just keep it in the back, and if you're a special customer,
guess what we have?
They email you, tell you they've got it, and you go in and ask for it, and
that's cool.
And away you go.
Oh, the email list, yeah.
I can see that happening.
Make friends with your local good beer shop.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
It's coming in a week. I can't tell you when.
And not just to be on the exclusive club. I don't mean it that way. I mean make yourself known that you're a beer geek, that you're really interested in all of the one-offs that guy gets a hold of. And more often than not, he'll tell you.
Yeah, the shop owners appreciate it. They want to be acknowledged for all the great beer they're buying.
Because you're not going to go in there and buy one of the...
That's the other thing I was going to say. They know you're going to spend a little dough, so let them know. You know,
I've gotten glasses like when in my local in Livermore when I was too young to buy. My mom would buy it, and we would get glasses. Usually, the guy's like, I don't know who else to give these to. So, do you want some free shit?
Nice.
Yeah, only because we went in there kind of a little more than
what else
than
you
we
eat
should.
your cereal out of?
So he was, he was giving away the stuff that the breweries and the distributors would give to him as promotional stuff. He would give it to his good craft beer clients. So
he was like, Mrs. Petros, here's your reward for contributing to the delinquency of a minor.
Yeah, and I'm sitting there drooling on the chips, and it was weird.
Right.
You got Cheerios out of a tulip glass.
Oh, that's the only way to honey nut. By the way,
this is a really nice barley wine. I
is.
hope that you enter this into some of the barley wine competitions around the country, because I think it would do well.
Yeah, it's done fairly well throughout the competition. So we're pretty happy with it. It's very we brew maybe 80. Well, it's 150 barrels. So we're actually yielding somewhere in the range of a couple of years ago about 80 barrels. This last year was about 120. And because it's aged, we really can't afford to ramp up the production much more than what we have it. So if you're a distributor who is grandfathered in, will continue to honor the cases that you've bought in the past. New distributors that we open up say, sorry, maybe someday we'll get you some, but for now, it's a very limited production.
That's something we hear kind of often now, too, with breweries that have become popular, and especially with their small batch beers, that they would love to give every new account these beers, but they just can't. It's physically impossible to do it.
Well, what do you age this in?
Jeff, did you hear that? What do you age this beer in? Do you know?
Well, it's simply it's aged in our stainless steel fermenters.
Oh, so it's not even oak aged or anything like that?
No, it's not an oak aged. It's not an oak aged beer at all.
It's pretty complex to just to be in a stainless steel fermenter. That's pretty nice.
It's very nice. We do a lot of on a very small scale, but we do a lot of barrel aged beers.
Okay,
but this is not one of those barrel aged beers.
Right, even at 2010, this the hops and the malt are really melding well together. It's not too hoppy, and the malt is not too cloying. So
it's aging well.
I think it's kind of peaking right about now.
Which is probably something we don't talk about enough. We talk about it when it's gone bad, but maybe we don't mention enough when it's gone well. I think your bottling line is doing something right, your packaging department, because here's a 2010 beer that could taste a little cardboardy. Right. It could start to show some faults, and it's really not. So I think you guys must be spending some time on your packaging line.
Well, good. Glad to hear that.
Yeah.
The brewers are going to be stoked about hearing that.
Well, it's a challenge for everybody, isn't it? So it's I think you guys are doing it right. Something right.
Well, this one has to sit down for a while to get the flavors to mellow. And
you think a barley wine should age?
Yeah, but if your bottling line lets a lot of oxygen,
that
it's going to get cardboardy before it gets good.
Yeah, and there's some age, but not any harsh oxidation.
Yeah,
it's pretty cool.
Jeff, you do the wax top on this bottle. Is that for design, or is that something that the brewers think is also a component of keeping it fresh?
Well, both.
Okay.
It makes it jump off the shelf when you put it up there, but the fact that you have the wax on it allows you to me personally feel comfortable about a beer laying down for 3 or 4 years, and you're not going to get any oxygen uptake through the cap.
Okay.
Question for you, Jeff. I noticed on the side of the bottle it says January 31st, 2012. I'm assuming, of course, barley wine can age, so that's a recommended, drink by date, or?
Yeah, it's a recommended drink by date.
Got it. Cool.
We passed it, and it's still good. I think you should
still good.
I think you should push that date back 2 months, my friend.
You know what? My wife would have just thrown it out.
Right, she would have been worried about it.
Oh, we can't drink that. We'll get sick.
Well, this is the other good thing about having local reps. All right, in that you have Andy here, and I'm being serious here. Some breweries will send us
his knives.
Well, they'll send us beer in a box, right? And I'm lazy, so I get the box and it sits in the corner of my room, in the living room or something, and it doesn't go into the refrigerator until the show. And like the day of the show, I remember, they sent us that beer, so I go put it in the fridge. Andy hand delivered this beer, and so it's been in my, probably went from Andy's fridge to my fridge and it's really been kept well the whole time. So
there's a cooler here. I assume that's Andy's.
No, the cooler was the other small, the 12-ounce.
Yeah,
bottles.
exactly.
Cool. This beer showed up at the first appearance when we had to reschedule it. So it's been here a month or so in my cooler, a couple months now. Probably.
That was November.
Was it really November? I'm just saying it's the value of having local reps, because this kind of hand delivery thing works for you.
Oh, hell yeah.
It teaches us not to be douchebag.
All right, a couple questions from the chat for you.
Hell yeah.
Jeff, I'm not sure how involved you are in the brewing process, so I'm going to throw these out there, and if you know about the beer enough, then we'll just do it. How about that?
All right, that sounds good. And if I can't answer it, I'll tell you so.
All right, good enough. One of our chat members wrote in, he wants to know about the cold hop beer. The cold hop beer. He didn't give me a name. But I guess
that actually is the name of a beer that we produced originally back for our the Great American Beer Fest 25th anniversary. We did it as a collaboration with Charlie Papazian.
Oh yeah, beautiful.
Yeah, and it was a recipe that he had come across in his travels in New Zealand.
Okay.
And so we developed that recipe, and it was the Great American Beer Fest 25th anniversary. After that, then we said, Charlie, can we now just commercially produce this beer and call it Cold Hop? And at the time when we developed it, Nelson Sauvin was not readily available in this country. Now there's numerous beers that are brewed with Nelson Sauvin, but Cold Hop was that beer. It was we kind of said it's more of a British style pale ale, a little bit underneath an IPA, but Nelson Sauvin was the aroma hop that we used, and tremendously successful.
Okay, and that was the specific question from the listener. He wanted to know, why didn't you use Nelson Sauvin in the boil at all? He says it looks like you only used it in the dry hop, and he just wanted to know if that was a flavor issue. Was it too aggressive to put in the boil, or why that decision?
Yeah, it was too aggressive of a hop profile for what we thought. Plus, when we originally brought that hop into the U.S., we consumed 80 to 90% of what was available. In fact, they asked us, how much do you want? Because next year that's how much we're going to plant. So we were the kind of the originators of bringing Nelson Sauvin from a commercial standpoint into the U.S. based on Charlie's recipe. So had we put it in a bittering position, we wouldn't have had enough to do it as an aroma.
Okay. Now, is it a hop that you'll use in other beers? Do you guys like the profile enough to try it in other things?
Love the profile in other things, but it really is very limited production.
I see. Okay.
So we will not use it this year, because you have to, for the most part, with New Zealand, you have to position your hop purchase a year forward than you normally do for the U.S. crop.
Okay.
We have not contracted for more to come in.
All right. Okay, back to the Penguin. Can you tell us anything about the recipe in that beer?
You know, I really I should have pulled up the brew sheet for that, but I can't tell you much about it.
Okay, no worries. That happens. You suck, Jeff.
Yeah.
That's all right.
No, that's fine.
Is it carbonated?
I was so going to say that, but you beat me to it.
Jeff, do you know what's in the Hazed and Confused? I'm still enamored by the mouthfeel in that beer. What sort of specialty malts are in that beer?
No, I can't tell you that.
You don't have the.
I have the sheet. Is it on here? Let's see. No, it's not on there either. It doesn't
have the brew sheet. So.
It was the 2008 Best of the Rockies Pale Ale, though, in the U.S.
I can
Beer
believe
Tasting
that.
Champion. It is a nice beer. You know, the interesting thing about it too, Tasty, and maybe that's what you like about it also with those kind of big flavors, is how low alcohol that Jeff said.
That's what
it
I'm
is.
saying. The low alcohol with the mouthfeel is, to me, is a big deal.
Kind of like a Pale 31. I think it's one of the reasons we like that Firestone beer, because it's such a big tasting beer, but not too big in the alcohol department.
Exactly. You want a 5% beer that's beer satisfying, and to me that's like a beer with body.
Yeah.
It's just the beer of the future as far as I'm concerned.
But these are the freshest Boulder beers I've had outside of Colorado, too. They're in really, really good shape, exceptional shape, especially hazy and infused. Really came across so nicely that way. I've had great bottles of it before, but usually have to be in Colorado to get it. So pretty cool.
So speaking of that freshness, Andy, is this beer available in Northern California now, or are you just still working on getting it here?
It's available everywhere above the Bay Area.
Okay.
And definitely east. We've opened up in northern Nevada, and we're working on Idaho. We're open in Montana now too. So and Washington and Oregon are already up and going.
But your job essentially is to get it to us here too, right?
Yeah, that's my major focus for the next couple months.
Good.
Is,
Okay. I mean, forget Northern Nevada. No one wants to. The beer doesn't want to be in Nevada. People don't even want to be there.
Right.
They have goats.
They can buy it and dump it down the drain for all I care, man.
Good point.
Those 12 people don't care.
That's true. Those 12 people might not care.
But so, will we see it here soon? Do you think? I mean, are you just out hitting the? I'm more asking about the process. Are you hitting the streets trying to get it sold here?
Are you interviewing me? What are you, a cop?
Right.
He wants to go out on Monday and
buy
look for
this
your beer and have it.
Yeah.
Exactly. Right now, the closest that you can get it is probably Fairfield or Vacaville.
Okay.
Yes, to answer your question, I have an interview next week with a distributor that's supposed to carry us for all of Northern California, with the exception of our current distribution territory.
Okay.
I've also met with a few Southern California distributors, including Stone. So
cool.
We're waiting to hear back, but things are looking well.
So Boulder Beer is prepared to send beer to California. It's just now.
Yeah,
it's just a
we've
process
increased our
of
capacity enough to where we can feel like we can really hit the market and sustain that growth without having any hiccups.
So at least Northern California to start.
Yeah, at least Northern California to start.
Good.
Specifically the Bay Area. I live in Campbell, which is in the South Bay, so I wanted my home market, man.
Sure.
Yeah.
And then to answer that question about the haze and infused, so we're using a Jeff, is this okay for me to go ahead?
You keep going, dude.
All right, rock and roll. I didn't think we had any secrets, man, but
right.
All right, so it's the same pale malt, American Turo. We're also doing C40 in this.
Okay.
And that's basically the malt character there. We're mashing it at about 154.
Okay, a little higher.
And we're finishing out at around 10-11 original gravity.
Okay.
If my math is right from from converting to from Plato. The main hop aroma that you're going to get is a combination of Centennial and Cascade hops.
There you go.
Classic.
Right, exactly.
We love
and
those.
this beer is now, what is it, Jeff, over 10 years old?
Yes, 10 years. Yeah, we developed it to really kind of hit that wheelhouse of where the most of all the really craft beer drinkers are moving.
Exactly. And, I just in working the market, I was a distributor, actually, before I worked for Boulder, selling Boulder beer. And before that, I worked for a restaurant that sold Boulder beer.
Okay.
So, back 8 years ago when I was first introduced to it, my college roommate, I handed him a bottle. I said, hey, I think this beer is pretty good. And he took one sip and turned around and licked the wall because it was way too intense and bitter for him.
I see.
Yeah. So at this point now, like Jeff had kind of alluded to, we call it more of a hoppy, unfiltered session beer. It's the industry has kind of evolved around it, but it still has its like you were talking about that drinkability factor, that quaffable factor.
Right.
That it's well made, it's got that great flavor, but you don't need to necessarily sacrifice your sobriety. Now, if you do want to sacrifice your sobriety, we have those other beers.
Sure. Or you could have several of the hazed and infused.
Yes. But in fact, we just started canning the haze and infused as well to kind of hit those markets where you can go out and.
Oh, I want that on the golf course. That's a fantastic can of beer to take golfing.
Exactly.
You know what
Nice
bothers
work.
me though about that is I don't know if I can trust anyone who's had 3 jobs in 8 years. That's too many.
See, you don't trust Andy either.
No, it's too much turnaround. I can't trust.
You've had no jobs in 8 years.
I have a job. I'm at it right now.
That's true. Yeah, right.
Okay.
Now,
you already kind of determined that I was untrustworthy.
That's right.
That's true.
Is the focus heavy on late edition hops, including dry hops? Because that's
Yes.
why I compared it to like Pale 31 too.
Right. So I don't have the conversion for a 5-gallon batch or anything like that.
That's
but
okay.
per barrel, it's about a pound and a half per barrel for
Okay.
about 2 weeks.
That's the dry hop.
For the dry hop, again, it's about a 50-50 blend of that Cascade and Centennial character, if my information is correct.
And then, but even in the boil, it tastes to me, and Tasty knows better than I do. Of course he does. But it tastes to me like still the focus is on late edition hops, not so much middle or bittering edition.
Right. You know. And yes, for this particular beer, that's exactly it.
Okay.
So your palate is good.
Yeah. All right. Because it's just that. Now, when I taste an IPA or a pale ale that I really enjoy, it's almost guaranteed to have that profile. That's what it is.
Exactly.
Right.
It just sets off all the triggers for us. That's why we went back to the haze and confused.
Yeah,
because that's what we like.
Yeah, exactly. It's not making all the bitterness in the forefront.
Yeah, not to knock the porter and the hef and the
no
and this IPA we're drinking now. They're all really good, and of course the barley wine. We're all got a little flushed about that. Really good.
But the other kind of cool, notable thing about haze infused with that dry hop bill is it's done at around 60 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's done for an extended period of time at a cooler temperature.
Oh,
so
yeah.
we're not pulling out that tea-like astringency. I know, Nate, you've done a lot of research on things like that. But
there's a good counterbalance to Jeff, who's on the show last week. Dry hops at 70 degrees.
Yeah.
Also making great hoppy beer. So it shows you there's a range, maybe based on hop variety or other techniques, yeast profile.
But
there's another Jeff.
Hops like,
there's one other Jeff. That's You ferment?
Jeff Irway, that was actually, yeah.
Did you say dry hop at 60 or ferment at 60?
Dry hop.
Dry hop at 60.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Which is a little cooler than the normal.
That means you're
convention.
fermenting higher than that, but you cold crash, then you dry hop. Is that what's going on?
Typically, yeah. It's they amp up towards the end to dry it out a little bit, and then as you can tell, it's in the name. It's hazed because that unfiltered yeast.
Sure.
We have a very active lab. And they've selected over a certain period of time for this yeast in particular, this pitch, to be a little bit less flocculent.
Okay.
So it also carries in more of that astringency factor because those residual characteristics from the hops aren't dropping out with the yeast.
And they hang on to the yeast.
So we hop it a little bit cooler so that it does achieve that balance, and that's kind of where you're getting that creamier mouthfeel.
I think with a little bit of training, you can calm that lab down a little bit. You were the dominant male.
That's some smart brewing I'm hearing from
Thank
over
you.
there.
I really appreciate.
It's like you're driving the train instead of the train driving you.
That's
Well,
right.
some people complain about Cascade as being grassy or harsh in the dry hop, and that might be one way to kind of tone it down.
Fuck those guys.
You know?
Right.
That says it all.
All right, Jeff and Andy, both of you could chime in if you want to. Another question from the chat room asks about your small batch beers. And the listener, whose name is Rackenoff, wants to know, he's curious what drives the small batch beers and how often you try to do them, Jeff.
Well, what really drives the small batch beers is the brewers. They love experimenting with beers. They love to say, this is kind of right now, this is what I want to do, and we allow them to be able to do that. We have no guidelines on what they can brew and what envelopes they can start to try to push outside of the boundaries, and so it's really up to them.
Okay.
So that's the primary that's the primary reason for the small batch beers. The second reason is because we like small batch beers so that people can come into the pub, experiment with them, and see what they like, what they don't like. So it's a little bit of getting your staff to say, this is what I want to do, and I'm going to go do it. The other side is, if you got to be successful doing. We're in, brewing's fun, but you still have to, at the end of the day, do it because there's somewhat of at least a break even. So we look at it. They come in. It drives people into our pub, and it's how we develop new beer styles. Every beer style that we have come up with over the last 20 years has been developed from that small batch mentality to say, let's try it, you guys want to brew it. We want to sell it. So let's see if there's something where both can come together to then move outside of the pub to be a commercially brewed beer.
Yeah, that makes
Hazen Infused is that. Mojo was that. Sweaty Betty Blonde. Flashback. Those were all small batch beers that we first experimented with in our pub, and then took, once that was successful there, took it into a 22-ounce in a draft format to then take it to the distributors and the retailers, and then move on to it being maybe a successful year-round beer for us.
Okay. By the way, Sweaty Betty Blonde is a fantastic beer name. It's a classic.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, how if you see it and you say, wow.
Yeah.
So
really?
Yeah, exactly.
Really?
So, Jeff, I don't know if I told you this or not, but in Northern Nevada, in the Sparks area, there's a bar called Bloody Betty's.
No.
And they make a red beer called Bloody Betty.
Yeah.
And one of the bartenders came up with a shirt with it was a calendar with every day of the month marked out in a red X.
Okay.
And on the back it said, it's always this day of the month. Or that time of the month. Yeah.
I like that Susie Q over there was like, okay, that's funny. It's just kind of a laugh. All right, I got to get through.
Susie, I'm glad you have a good sense of humor.
Of course she does. You have to be on this show.
Oh, yeah.
Too. All right, let me get through just a couple more questions because it's getting a little late. I want to let you go, Jeff, and make sure we can get through all this. Let's see. Another question was about, and maybe Andy could help here too, either one of you. Someone wants to know a little more about Flashback Ale. And the listener says that it's an all Cascade hopped brown ale. And interestingly, so Tasty here, one of our co-hosts, he's famous for his. It's a really great brown ale that Russian River now brews. Also,
what was the name of that?
Called Janet's Brown.
Oh, really?
And the listener says that your Flashback would be an interesting kind of a comparison between the two beers. A good conversation. Oh, we have it?
Yeah,
but I've only got one.
Oh, perfect.
That's all I need.
Let Tasty try it for sure. So, what do you guys know about this beer, Jeff? Do you know about your Flashback Ale?
Well, I can tell you from a beer standpoint, we developed this recipe for our 30th anniversary.
Okay.
And the reason why we kind of went with the Cascade hops is because we said let's go back to the brewing roots in 1979. Cascade was the predominant hop available to any small brewer, and we said let's do a brown ale with one hop through 5 additions. So we start out with it in the mash tun. Then we move into 3 in the brew vessel, and then we do a 5th in the whirlpool.
Okay.
So it's kind of a different process for us. We'd never done a hop in the mash tun before, and we'd never really done a hop in the whirlpool. So for us, it was kind of a cool little twist on how to do things. But it really moved back to saying, okay, here's a brown ale. It was a stipulation, a guideline. Let's do a brown ale. And somebody said, okay, let's go with this process. 5 edition Cascade hops. We'll call it an India Brown style ale, and moderate in terms of alcohol percentage. And somebody came out, so we're kind of flashing back to 1979.
Okay.
And so that's where the name Flashback came from.
Gotcha. I'll tell you, aroma-wise, Tasty, I'm smelling a little Janet's Brown Ale.
Oh, yeah, it's
in
got
there.
the great Cascade finish on it, for sure.
Yeah.
And of course, the mash hopping, one might contend, actually helps in that aroma.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I don't know, you got 3 additions between the mash hop and the dry hop. So what's the late? What's the late hop? What late?
It's all the same. It's all one. Oh, how late?
How late is it? Like it flame out, or is it 5 minutes, or?
Yeah, in terms of the third in the brew vessel, it's a 10-minute.
Okay.
Okay, so that's in the brew vessel, the third. But then the final hop edition is in the whirlpool. So it's in there for maybe 5 minutes.
So it's only in the whirlpool rest for 5 minutes?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, the SRM's a little lighter than the Tasty.
Yeah,
it's on the lighter side
I don't
of the
call
brown
this
ale.
an American brown. I think, to me, American brown is going to be a little bit darker than this, more chocolatey. But it's definitely a well-made beer. Very clean. I like the pH in it. It's really good.
You know what, Nate, help me out here. You know what it really reminds me of?
Yeah.
Is that chocolate porter, I think it was a chocolate something that Triple Rock did, but it was pale in color.
Yes.
It was a pale ale color.
Oh, that white chocolate.
But you ordered
white
it
chocolate
as
stout.
a white chocolate stout, and then you got the beer and you thought that they
Good
brought
that.
you the wrong beer. The flavor kind of reminds me of that because it's got a little like a chocolatey.
It does have like a cold steep dark malt or almost like cold steep coffee or licorice type of thing without it being roasty or astringent at all.
It's a no roast beer. I like that.
Exactly.
It's got that chocolate astringent characteristic to it. Like
I don't get the astringent. I just get the chocolate.
No, it's that chocolate kind of sharpness
Yeah.
to it, but with a pale ale.
Like
kind of
cocoa
thing.
powder.
Yeah.
Almost.
Exactly.
You know?
That's what I meant.
Like you open that can of cocoa powder and it smells and tastes a little bit like that.
And that's why it reminds me of that
Right.
Triple Rock beer.
Yep.
Oh,
It's
I like
really
this
cool.
beer a lot.
It's really
Yeah,
nice.
it's-
Triple Rock.
Very unique beer.
It's a badass barbecue beer as well.
Oh, yeah? Like cooking with or just drinking while you're barbecuing?
All of the above, man.
All of the...
Honest answer.
I could see that.
What state would that be in?
All right, let's make sure I got all these done here. Questions. Yeah, I think I've got all the Boulder questions out there, other than we covered a few of them already without having to ask their questions. So
There's one more coming in right now.
Oh, you got another one? Okay. All right,
But he needs to
fantastic.
type faster.
Well, in the meantime, I just want to say, Jeff, that I appreciate your time with us. And, man, you've made a fan out of me. And so did Andy,
definitely.
by bringing your beer, because it's great stuff.
Yep.
Well, guys, thank you so much. I'm sorry that Andy scares you guys a little bit. So hopefully I can tone him down. But you're doing a fantastic job out there. I really, really appreciate it. The Brewing Network is tops on my list right now.
Well, thanks very much. And in fact,
Until I hang up.
Now that you mentioned this beer, I believe that the event that I did with you guys at GABF was your 30th anniversary. I moderated that panel, which was really me introducing you and Charlie and then getting the hell out of the way so that people could talk about the history of beer in Colorado. And it was a fantastic panel and definitely a reason to celebrate. I mean, being around for 30 years in this industry is a round of applause for that because it's very impressive, and thank you for doing it.
True pioneer.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Well, we expect good things, good beer out of Colorado, and you know what? You brought it strong.
Absolutely.
Good. Well, we'll keep doing it. You guys keep talking. We'll keep brewing.
Perfect. That sounds like a good thing to me. I'll do both of those.
How often do you have to reject someone inventing, wanting a name for your beer called Over the Shoulder Boulder Holder? Just kind of like, I mean, it's got to be thank you. It's got to be a natural,
Because it's in a folder to hold colder boulders.
Oh, shit.
Jeff?
Now, you just because you said that doesn't mean you've trademarked that name.
That's true. Well, I don't know. In California, I think it is.
Yeah.
JP's pretty generous. If that hasn't been offered to you already, I would venture to say you can go for it.
I just asked 10% of sales. I'm fine.
Mm-hmm.
Or a 12-pack,
So
whichever
you'll have
comes
$3,
first.
yeah.
Or if you invent like a beer cozy sling,
right?
Oh yeah,
you can sling it over your
your
back,
shoulder,
over the shoulder. Then it's an over the shoulder boulder holder.
That's true. It's
pretty
really
good, right?
It could just be
boulders.
It could just be swag, Jeff. It doesn't even have to be a beer. It
Yeah.
could be like a backpack.
Oh, yeah.
that you hold your Boulder beer in.
I like that. You guys are marketing geniuses.
We pretty much are.
It'd just be a cozy kind of thing.
We do.
Zip up thing.
We're just here to help.
We do two things well: drink the beer that's been given to us for free,
and think about tits,
and give away ideas.
Yeah. We give away a lot of ideas.
That's
We don't
what we
care.
do.
There you go.
Yeah.
One day we'll monetize that.
All right, the last question from the chat was a recipe question. It was a recipe off between the Janet's Brown and this one. But obviously, since Jeff already said he didn't bring the materials in front of him, it'll give us reason to interview Jeff again. And that way, so we'll come back to that question next time.
You got it.
And then we can
I'll bring all the brew sheets.
All right, perfect. I really appreciate your time, Jeff. Have a good night, and thanks very much.
Hey, everybody, I really appreciate it. Have a good night.
Take care.
Thanks, bud.
Later, Jeff.
Dude, your boss is a good guy, Andy.
Yeah, he's a cool dude. He's also a competitive cyclist. So he was.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, he's.
Well, that makes sense.
Probably why he was wheezing and heaving all the whole time.
Yeah, he sounded less healthy than I am. I barely move.
He hasn't raced in 40 years, but
he was on a bike right then.
Yeah,
he was probably like on the bike, training.
He was the guy on the stationary bike in my mind that was running the bottling line, I think.
Yeah. Yes.
You know, but I pictured him as Mexican, but apparently it was Jeff. You know, I don't know why. It just happened.
Yeah, they don't go to Colorado. It's cold there.
It's far.
It's far.
It's far. All right. Enough racism for one night.
Oh, no, it's not.
Since when? It's only 7:10.
We have more.
Yeah.
I like Jeff. You know, I didn't...
Don't bottle me up.
I didn't remember meeting Jeff so much until he mentioned the 30th anniversary. And now I remember him there, and he kind of... Like I said, I just introduced them and let them go. And as you can kind of tell from the beginning of his interview, Jeff doesn't really care. He doesn't give a shit. He's there to present the company.
He's been doing it for too long.
But he also doesn't... He's happy to say anything. And I remember at the panel, he's showing fucked up pictures of people. Like it was a slideshow of just like Charlie Papazian, all fucked up looking, weird mustaches. And,
like 1982 pictures.
Yeah, he was just having fun with it.
That's awesome.
He's a good dude, so good boss. Now, were you in Colorado, Andy, and got shipped out here, or did you apply for the job from California?
Yeah, like I said, I work for a distributor, actually in Florida.
Okay.
And Jeff has a second home in Florida, so lo and behold, he's the Florida sales representative.
I see. Got it.
So we had a good relationship, and when I moved out to California, this job, they were looking to wait about a year, but we had talked about it, and they went ahead and pulled the trigger early, so I'm very thankful for that.
Okay. Well, good for you, man.
So you have a job when you got here.
Dude's got a job in the beer industry.
Nice.
Yeah, and you got out of Florida. That's pretty good.
And you got out of...
Two birds with one stone.
What do you think about that? When us not having any... see any bugs around here? It's pretty cool, isn't it?
Or two birds with one boulder.
Oh, yes!
Zing!
He's on a roll. Let's write that all shit down.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk to Paul Sangster about his collaboration with Widmer. Plus, I got to grill him about his Ninkasi aspirations.
Ooh.
All right, hang in there. 888-401-BEER or hit the chat now button. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
Have you ever dreamed about attending the World Brewing Academy? This year, thanks to Lallemand and Danstar, one lucky brewer will make that dream a reality for free. Lallemand and Danstar invite you to enter the Beer School 2012 contest. One lucky grand prize winner will receive fully paid tuition in the 2012 World Brewing Academy web-based concise course in brewing technology worth more than $3,000. From now until April 12, 2012, every Danstar yeast package you use is your ticket to enter. Visit danstaryeast.com for the details and to print your official entry form. There's no limit on the number of times you can enter, so get brewing with Danstar and get your entries in to the Danstar 2012 Beer School Contest. Whether you want to build your home brewing skills or build a career as a professional brewer, this course will change the way you think of beer and brewing. Enter at danstaryeast.com and get the dry yeast advantage with Danstar and Lallemand Premium Brewing Yeast and enter to win. By popular vote from the Northwest Brewing News, HopTech has been voted the best homebrew shop in Northern California. Serving homebrewers for nearly 30 years in Dublin, California, HopTech carries more than 40 different kinds of hops and more than 60 different grains. Malt extract, spices and sugars, hop oils and extracts. Open every day except Wednesday or shop online anytime at hoptech.com or call 1-800-DRY-HOPS, 1-800-379-4677. With in-store classes almost every Saturday, huge selection, and a dedicated commitment to their customers, HopTech is one of the longest-running and passionate homebrew stores, period. And now, by popular vote, the best homebrew shop in Northern California. And don't forget their 15% military discount. HopTech. Visit today at hoptech.com.
When you hear Blickman Engineering, think innovation, passion, quality, and customer service. Blickman gear is designed by brewers to give you a sense of pride in your equipment. At Blickman, they know what makes brewing a pain and build gear that makes it fun. Like the intuitive beer gun, a completely different approach to filling bottles. The Therminator Wort Chiller, a new take on a plate chiller that's sized for flow, performance, and the high groundwater temps homebrewers face every day. The Brewmometer, a brilliant weldless thermometer design with brewing parameters right on the dial. The Autosparge, ultimate simplicity for preventing an overflow or running your mash tun dry. And much more, like the modular top-tier brewing stand, conical fermenters, and their Boilermaker brew pots. With more cutting-edge equipment coming soon, keep up with the latest from Blickman at blickmanengineering.com and stay on the cutting edge.
That's it. I've had it. I am never putting hops in my beer again.
What? Why?
It's just too ridiculous. Insane prices, stupid contract, high shipping costs, crappy selection.
Dude, you need Nico Brew.
Nico Brew will rock your f***ing face right the f*** off your f***ing skull. $5 shipping to all 50 states. Plus fantastic international rates get you low prices on Nico Brew's great selection of hops and more. Whether you're a home brewer, a pro brewer, or a homebrew shop owner, Nico Brew can get you the hops you need in increments big and small. Single orders, spot buys, or full contracts. And there's only one place to join the uber special secret elite bare bones club where you'll get the best deals anywhere.
Holy shit!
NicoBrew.com. NIKOBREW. Nico Brew, your bare bones buddy in the brewing business.
First time I saw you, well, you were leaving at a Robert's bar. There was something about the way you carried your drink out to your car. Now I think I understand the little things that make you tick. 'Cause I got
me your 100-grain amber recipe, and I'm going to eat it. And then it can ferment in my gut. It totally works. The beer is almost identical to the grain sandwich.
Your colon won't know what hit it.
The home of live beer radio.
TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer,
radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The
Session.
888-401-BEER. This is The Session.
welcome back to the program. Thanks to Jeff Brown from Boulder Beer Company for hanging out with us. Good dude. Andy's a good dude. Jeff's a good dude. Their beer's good. So go check them out. The 34 states they distribute in. You can probably go to boulderbeer.com or whatever it is and find out if they distribute in your state.
Makes you wonder what's up with the other 16.
Yeah.
Sleeping.
They're just pissed off at those states. No, it's difficult. I'm actually surprised to hear that they distribute in 34 states. It's a tough thing to do. I'm going to tell you right now, and I probably don't even have to say this because listeners know how we operate around here. If the BN was a beer company, or if it were to become a beer company, we would operate in like one county. And we would up a county every 4 or 5 years because it's difficult, and you have to. It's not only keeping up with demand, but making sure that you get the. I mean, think about it. Here, Andy is coming to Northern California, representing a very reputable beer company.
Yeah, and escaping Florida.
Escaping Florida, which is the same as escaping Germany, according to Adam Carolla. So. He's come here, a very reputable beer company with amazing beer, and it still takes a hell of a lot of legwork, even to get into a beer-centric state like who's just like we just want more beer. Well, you got to find the people. You got to 34 states is pretty goddamn impressive for any craft brewery to be distributing in.
It ain't easy.
Now, how they select those 34 states, Moscow, I don't know. That would be an interesting conversation of why the 16 are left out. You know, I would think that Florida would be the first one to leave out, well, because it's Florida.
Yeah, just pull out of Florida and go into Utah.
Right.
Is there a craft brewery that distributes in all 50, like does Sierra? Does Sam Adams?
Sam Adams.
That's a good.
Yeah,
maybe they're the only ones.
Probably Sam.
Probably asking the wrong people though.
You are, yeah. Sam's probably the only one. Sam Adams, I would.
I think they're the only one.
Yeah. And I'd even have to look that up, see if they were in every state.
Well, when they made my beer, they said it'd be in every state.
Oh, they did? Yeah. Oh, right. That was their selling point for Tasty. Tasty's like, listen,
I said, wait a minute.
If it's not in every state, I'm out.
I'm out.
That's where I maximize my image.
I'm backing out.
The Tasty Rider had that as a stipulation.
I like it. All right, we got Paul Sangster on the line. He's going to talk to us about his collaboration with Widmer. Hey, Paul, what's happening, man?
I'm doing great. How you guys doing?
We're doing all right. Just getting through a nice interview with Boulder Beer. And now, Paul, more importantly, are you making a gun for your second Ninkasi run or what?
What's this announcement, bro?
No, hang on.
I'm sorry.
I want to know if you're making a gun for Ninkasi.
Yeah, it's actually related to the announcement, but I'm actually not going to make a run for it. I'm kind of ramping down on doing competitions and kind of focusing more on the judging side.
I see.
So no beers to first round, which is probably a good thing for a lot of people around the country because I usually submit a lot, and I don't know if you guys saw that, but the region's filled up within like 8 hours. It was ridiculous.
we were talking about that. Hang on, Paul. Just 1 second. So, Nathan, there's a chance.
Oh, man, yeah. I got my shot now. We got Jamil out. We got McDole out. We got Sangster out.
Wow.
Too bad we're knowing when all the regions are fucking closed.
Well, and how
I
much...
heard you take the air out of the award, though.
I know, that's what I'm saying. How much are we diluting poor Nate's award? When he finally wins, I'm going to say to him things like, well, look at everybody died who was...
You won by process of elimination.
It's easy to win when no one plays.
That's fucked up because Nate's a good brewer. But I have a feeling that it's just going to be coincidence. But the year that he wins, I'm going to be able to be the asshole who goes, well, come on, Nate. I mean,
hey, look, I mean...
You were competing against, like, me and 10 other me's.
Yeah, there was no Gordon Strong's, Jamil Zainashev.
Yeah, Gordon is out now, too.
Yeah.
Good point. Yeah.
All these assholes have retired, and then it's like, oh, well, Nate can win now.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna take you off because it didn't mean anything this time.
Yeah. See what 89 IPAs can win you? Great. Who gives
we have to have another 4-time winner before I'll do it again.
I think, Nate, that if Paul's out and fucking Jamil's out and goddamn everybody's out,
I'm out.
Gordon's out, You should wait until because I would hate to have to sit here every week and rub it in that you only won because
that's like saying you go to ladies' night and there's no dudes, but all broads, and you score. It's like, are you really going to wait for more guys? No, fuck that.
This is Nate's future.
Yeah.
This sucks.
Yeah, you got to wait till you unseat a champion.
Right.
If he's retiring,
Yeah.
he's not unseating anybody.
Well, it's going to be a hell of an interview with whoever does win when it comes around this time. I'm telling you, because there's no favorite. There's no
Nate,
shoe-in person.
That's true.
You're just building a legacy right now. Don't worry about it. Don't let these out. You don't need to take it from someone. It can be given to you.
You see
That's
this?
all.
I'll wait for the letter.
Okay,
That's all.
Paul, do you see what you're doing? You're fucking up my man Nate's reputation.
Yeah, actually, Nate owes me that check for $100 for dropping out.
It's in the mail. It's a cashier's check. I'm from Oakland. You can't trust me.
It's made out to PG&E, but just trust me, you can catch it.
All right.
When you got to just have the most, which could be a gold and a bronze.
Yeah.
Yay!
Right.
Yeah.
You could win off of a goal. That's true.
Exactly.
If there's no other dominating force.
So many people enter now. It might be like 2 awards. Whoever wins like 2 medals might win the whole thing now.
I'm
It could
gonna
be
be
really
honest.
interesting.
I feel bad for whoever that is.
Somebody win like 2 meads, and that will be our Ninkasi.
Home Brewer of the Year! Yay!
Oh, man. What a legacy.
It's going to be a good year.
All right.
See, Paul's smart, though. This is what I would do and go out on top. Because if you win, the next year, there's nowhere to go but down. But you win again, it's a wash.
Yes, no, because...
you got to defend.
And not only that, there's still more to do. There's only one, 3-time Ninkasi winner? Or is it 4-time? What did Strong do? 3 times?
Yeah, 3 times.
Okay, so you're competing to beat that. There's another record to beat. I see.
Well, if I had 2, I might go for 3.
Right.
Or 3 going for 4, but
if you don't even have 1,
fuck it.
You can do anything you want.
Yeah.
If I got 2.
My money's on Doc, I think.
Hang on. Paul, are you telling me that you didn't enter at all?
I'm entering no beers in the first round.
0.
But what about meads and ciders?
Paul, you can't win the competition and then retire.
Retired champion.
So what do you got in the second round?
Gordon did last year, right? Gordon won and retired.
But he won for the 3rd time and
So
retired.
what? He could have gone for 4.
Oh, didn't realize that was a rule.
It is a rule.
Yeah.
It's a competitive rule.
It's a hell of a lot of work. Paul's looking for a year off, I think.
Yeah, Paul's just...
I don't
Paul's
blame
like
him.
me. Fuck this.
Yeah, he's like, I had enough of the bottling mechanism and the bubble wrap and all that stuff.
Right.
You had to ship it all the way to St. Paul.
Well, what's the big announcement, Paul?
Well, it's something that I've been working on for a while. Kind of like what you wanted to talk about. Ever since I won the Ninkasi, the first thing everyone wants to know is, okay, now what are you going to do?
Right.
And it took me a while. I was like, how do you answer that? I mean, there's really nowhere to go except for try to do it again. So I gave wimpy answers like, I'm going to keep brewing homebrew and enjoying it and see where that goes. But I've got a few opportunities came along, and I decided to go with one of them with a good friend of mine, Guy Shobe, who's an active home brewer as well. And he and I, along with a couple other partners, are gonna go pro, and we're gonna open a place down in San Diego area.
All
right!
Woo!
Great.
Sangster going pro.
Nice.
Are you
Hell
gonna,
yeah.
Are you going to call it Sangsters?
Gangsters. It's called Gangsters.
You know, we had a really, really hard time coming up with a name, and that's probably a whole episode, and we don't even want to talk about that. But after a lot of work, we came up with the name Rip Current Brewing. We're going to be playing up sort of surfing and beaches and, kind of the whole San Diego lifestyle.
Sure.
And ripping bong loads, brah!
Rip current. Yeah, it just rolls right off the tongue, doesn't it?
Well,
Rip current.
Rip that bone.
I like it, but I got to say...
It's edgy.
You know, JP called you the gangster earlier, and Tasty just said you should call the brewery Gangsters. I like Gangsters a lot better. I think you ought to reconsider.
All right, I'll bring it up with my partners. How's that?
Bring it up.
What do I do if they take it?
But here's the thing. Bring it up and think about the marketing value in We're giving away some good things here. In Gangsters Brewery, there are so many labels, so many names.
Your
that you
12
could do.
packs will be dressed up like ammo cans.
Oh, yeah. You could do like Frankie Nine Toes Pale Ale.
Tommy Gun Barley Wine. Something.
I'm telling you that Tasty and JP just handed you the marketing name of the century for a craft brewery.
BAR Brown
all those
Ale.
free graphics out there that are in the public domain, it'd be great.
Paul Sangster brewing for Gangsters Brewery. I mean, just think of the name being called out at the GABF. Please welcome welcome Paul Sangster from Gangster Brewery.
Ooh.
Oh,
it just rolls off the tongue, doesn't it?
All right, I'm just saying. I'm not in your business department, Paul, but
hey, we're just throwing out $1 million ideas.
Yeah,
no problem.
That's what we do.
Yeah, we're like a think tank, except we don't think very well.
Yeah, except that occasionally we stop thinking.
We've got the tank part,
and we're
now.
tanked. Yeah,
right.
Well, damn it, I wish we'd heard this one a little bit earlier. We went through all the logo stuff and websites and all that stuff. So
that's good news, though, Paul.
That's a great idea.
Well, that is fantastic news. Congratulations, and that's a big deal, man.
Yeah,
good step.
Good job.
What's your first beer going to be?
I make a hoppy West Coast style red and American IPA, and those are such popular styles down here. Those will probably be two of the early ones that we'll be making, but we're really going to try to focus on basically turning my garage into a professional brewery. Which, if you've ever been in my garage, which I think you guys haven't, you just find like there's 18 beers on tap, and their styles from light lagers all the way through double IPAs.
Okay,
so we're going to try to provide a lot of variety.
Not that you know.
So wait for that invitation.
I know you hate remotes, Justin. But we should go and do a remote from Paul's garage.
Yeah, I think so.
You know, if by remote you mean hang out until I pass out, sure. I'm up for it.
We could bring all the radio equipment as if we're going to use it.
Right.
Set it in the corner.
Yeah.
It's all a lie.
Say, Moscow, use that stuff over there.
And things.
Take some videos, please.
Oh, if he doesn't have the upload,
yeah, well,
then we just got to sit and drink.
Sorry, no show.
Oh,
right.
Oh.
Now, when should we expect this brewery, Paul?
Well, it's been in the works for a little while. While we struggled with the name, we actually bought our brew house right away because we knew there was a long lag. So we bought a 15-barrel Premier stainless system, which is we're going to be located in San Marcos, California, not too far from like Lost Abbey, if your listeners know where that is. And that's actually where Premier is located too. So we bought the system from them with an eye towards trying to be open right around the time that the Craft Brewers Conference was in San Diego. And that was kind of a tall order, so I'm not really sure if we're going to quite make that, but we'll be most of along the way. It's kind of up to whether the TTB gives us a permit or not in that time.
Okay. Yeah, that can be tricky. That can take quite a while.
There's like one person for the whole state of California that works on that paperwork, apparently,
sure.
and it takes a while.
Yeah, and if Paul burps wrong,
right?
There's something wrong with the paperwork then, and it can get very tricky.
Don't call us.
Yeah.
And if you do, sorry, it's gonna knock it back 3 weeks.
Right.
There's a furlough day when you tried to call anyway, so you can't get through.
Oh yeah, it's state. What the heck?
Well, Paul, keep us up to date. Congratulations, man. That's really fantastic news.
Cool. Thanks a lot. You guys
feel
are always welcome into my garage, but it's going to be closing down pretty soon with the brewery opening, so you better get on it.
Well, look, we'll just
we can
come
go to the brewery.
Yeah,
then,
we'll come to the brewery. I think that's fine. With as much as we drink, you probably have to be brewing a few more barrels anyway. So, we'll just come to the brewery. Now, I feel like we've trumped the Widmer store. Do you want to tell us about your Widmer collaboration?
Absolutely.
All right. So what was that? Did you win that?
Yeah. What happened was Widmer they have this rotating series of IPAs that they make. I think they come out about once a quarter. And one of their brewers used to live in San Diego and became aware of Quaff as a pretty powerhouse homebrew club. And so for whatever reason, about a year ago, he proposed inside of Widmer, why don't we do a collaboration with Quaff? And the way they did it was they held a homebrew competition where the only style was sort of one-off IPAs, where you kind of took IPA in a direction that they had never gone before. And so 20 members of Quaff brought beers in. I brought one to it. There was a tasting. They picked out, I think, 5 or 6, and then they had a second round where beers were sent up to Portland, and they had a tasting panel go through each one. And they picked the one that was sort of unusual, and the concept worked and was different. And my crazy spiced IPA, which I called Chai PA, was the one that was the winner. And actually, I brewed it with a really good friend of mine, Chris Stawney. So the two of us are co-brewers on it.
That was a really good beer. I happened to catch a pint of that at Church Key in San Francisco when they had kegs of that beer floating around for a little while when it was a one-off. That was a really nice beer.
So they distributed it around.
Yeah,
it wasn't
definitely.
just okay.
But it's out of distribution now?
It's out in distribution. It's all over the country. I've been receiving word from friends back east. They're getting it now. We certainly have had it down here for a while.
Beautiful. See, so you have this little taste of professional brewing, and then you just go bonkers and decide, well, fuck it, I'm going to open a brewery.
That's
right. Success.
Yeah. I mean, had Tasty done that, he'd open up a brewery about 4 years ago, I think, by now.
Or you 6 years ago.
And he'd be bankrupt.
It's sort of like
And we'd both be bankrupt.
Yeah, good luck with that.
We'd both be sleeping in Doc's brew house, I think, Tasty.
Oh, yeah, or in the Hummer. Let's
Right.
move around that way.
There's room. Yeah, well, one of us in the Hummer, one in the brew house.
Yeah, you can move around a little bit.
Right. Especially since I'm a night raper, but that's another story. Well, Paul, congrats. It sounds like you're really experiencing some success. I love hearing about the home brewers who just kind of capitalize on the whole thing. It's great when craft breweries kind of make these programs where home brewers can come in and brew a big batch of beer that gets distributed nationally or just really labeled as their beer. And I think it's not only encouraging for home brewers.
It elevates the hobby.
Like Paul, but it elevates the hobby. Yeah, exactly. And it, clearly it makes it, it makes you kind of believe, well, shit, I can do this. My beer is good.
Exactly.
And so many homebrewers do make this, I think, world-class beer. It happens on occasion. And and it's nice to see the ones that do it, like, really get recognized like that. And that's how all the other all of our favorite breweries started that way. Some guy making a great batch of homebrew and just going, well, shit, I'm just going to do this for my job. And here's the latest one, Paul.
Yeah.
Now, Paul, you sure you don't want to talk to Jameel about this first and make sure it's not a stupid idea?
I already know it's a stupid idea. And I've been talking to Jameel as well.
That's what makes it so much fun.
Right. No, Jameel's doing great, and I'm sure he does. I think that Jameel is quite happy with the direction his brewery's going. But boy, do I know that guy is working harder.
He's not even thinking about beer and beer recipes. He's thinking about
distribution,
distribution, and
sourcing hops.
Exactly.
And the whole time I've known him, and he's been a hard worker in general.
Yeah.
I've never seen him so tired and just working his ass off.
But when I see two of his beers holding its own in a slot in my local liquor store.
Oh yeah,
which is one of the top liquor stores around.
Sure,
there's two of them right there.
Monument and then the one near you.
Yeah, and they're right there.
Yeah. Well, Chad was telling me just yesterday that I think the cousin and
Evil Twin
and the twin are like in his top 5 down at Handles selling wise.
Awesome.
They sell a shitload of those two beers.
It tastes good. Yeah.
So, Paul, there is light at the end of the tunnel, but life as you know it is over, my friend.
Well, the cool thing about it is I'm doing a different business model than Jameel did, where he's focusing on volume and bottles. We're really going to focus more on the tasting room and having variety. So it's almost like we're scaling up from home brewing. And at some point we'll start bottling, but for the initial part, I'll just be taking my 4 brew sessions a month and just turning those into pro brew sessions.
Right.
So that's the way I rationalize it.
You're a tap room that brews their own beer, basically.
Yeah, basically.
That's a cool idea.
How big is the brew system you picked up?
We bought a 15 barrel from Premier, and
boy.
I'm also going to do something really odd. I don't know many people that are doing is I upgraded my More Beer system to be the 20 gallons. So I'm going to do a lot of parallel 20 gallon batches that are going to be one-off, nice. Sours, barrel ages, and not just oddball styles that we don't know if people really will like or not.
Very
so I think
cool.
that's going to keep it fresh.
I think you'll have enough people that will like them. Maybe not everybody will like them, but you'll have enough people that it will keep you doing that one-off thing.
They'll be gone so quick. It'll be amazing.
Well, that's the beauty of the tap room, too, isn't it? Just brew 20 gallons and put it on tap. If they like it, great. If they don't, all right.
Gone in 2 days.
We're having X again on Tuesday. We'll have by Tuesday night, it's all gone.
Right. Paul, did you quit your job yet?
No, that's the one difference. I'm not quitting my job. I actually like it, and it pays money. So it's nice. I don't get peanut shells. But the way we're going to make this work is my partner is also going to be brewing on the side, and then we have 2 other partners. So we're going to get a lot of help. Plus, we're going to hire an assistant brewer. So anyone out there who's looking to be an assistant brewer, I'm not sure where I want to have you call me right away, but we're going to be looking for someone at some point.
Right. Susie, do you want to be an assistant brewer? What do you think?
I'll come down and play around in the brewery.
Fun. Rubber boots and leather, you'd be good.
I have really awesome pink brewing boots.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
I'd say you're hired based on that.
Pink boots, yeah.
If I were in the hiring, this is why I'm a terrible business person. What do you have? Do you have pink boots? Yes, you're hired.
Yeah. You want to work for nothing?
Great. You don't even need pants otherwise.
Right. It's
I like San Diego. Let's do it.
So, Paul, how many 15-barrel fermenters do you have there? What are you going to be doing there in the fermentation side?
So initially we bought 4, and we're already planning on buying our next 2, like shortly after we open.
Still staying at 15 barrels, or are you going to get a 30 or something?
30s. We actually we bought a 15 and a 30 bright tank, and then 230 barrel fermenters.
I see.
So
And
115 and 230 fermenters.
And then are you going to keg your beer for serving, or are you going to have serving tanks as well, like some Grundys or something?
No, we're going to keg everything.
Okay.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, you got to free up the fermenters.
I think it's cool he's keeping his day job, too, and just sort of doing it that way. I mean, it can be a big leap for people a lot of times financially, especially San Diego is not necessarily a cheap area of the country, so you probably doesn't want to give that one up right
Paul,
away, or maybe not at all, you know?
What do you do for a living, Paul?
I do computer software. I'm a distinguished engineer doing computer security stuff.
So you're in porn?
No, but sounds like it.
Right.
He designed the backbone of the party.
Yeah, if you've ever used a firewall, some of Paul's technology is probably in there somewhere. That he's worked on somewhere.
He's the LifeLock guy.
So he does get paid well.
Yeah, I think he knows what he's doing there. I get the impression that he doesn't want to give up that side of his life so quickly, even though he loves brewing.
Is Paul married?
Yep.
The wife doesn't want you to give that up.
That's right, exactly.
Doc's projecting again.
My kid's coming up on college, too, so keep an eye on that.
Yeah,
right.
Okay.
Doc's right, though. I can hear how that conversation went.
Okay, I think I will keep an eye on that. Thank you.
So, honey, I'm thinking, I've done well. I just, I don't know if you know this, but I just won Ninkasi. And what's Ninkasi?
Who's Ninkasi?
Is that homebrew thing? Paul, is that fucking homebrew thing? Yeah, it was.
Bringing that up again.
And also, I just brewed with Whitmer. Whit who? Whitmer. So I'm thinking maybe I'll go pro. My fucking ass, you go. You better keep your job if you're gonna.
Hey,
keep typing, monkey.
You can go all the pro you want as long as you go 9 to 5, baby.
Right. Sorry, Paul. Now I'm projecting. I think that's a conversation I heard in my head.
Is this going to cut into your normal work week?
That's the question, right?
You're going to take on another job.
Because this hobby thing, you're talking about it way too much.
How many kids do you have, Paul?
I just have one.
Just one kid. How old is that kid?
She's 16, so she's got 2 years until college time.
Right. So you are. It's knocking at your door.
Yeah,
that's probably me.
Okay.
I think it's me knocking at his door.
So she'll waste 2 years at college, and then you got to pay for 4 more.
Life lessons with Doc.
It's pretty much
every Sunday session.
But these ones are pretty spot on. I'll tell you that. Hey, real quick, speaking of advancing your life and your brewing career, don't forget about Better Beer Scores, now known as craftbeeru.com. If you go to craftbeeru.com,
the letter U.
These are guys who do the online seminars to help you pass the BJCP exam.
Yes.
And in fact, they have one coming up on March 8th. And the deal right now that they're doing, they're extending a deal to AHA members. And as of this week, they're also extending it to BN Army members.
No way.
So if you're a member of the American Homebrewers Association, or you're a listener of the BN, which is pretty much what makes you a member of the BN Army, you can get a 20% discount right now on the new class that's beginning March 8th.
0.20.
It's coming up quick, and I think that the BJCP is like adding another exam or something to make these things happen quicker.
Yeah, it kind of happens by region, I think, if I'm right about it, but they're trying to get more people through the program because there's obviously a lot more interest these days as the hobby grows,
and there's a deficit.
And we need the judges, exactly. So you can go to craftbeeru.com right now for details, or email info@craftbeeru.com to find out how to get your 20% discount to the March 8th class that's starting. And maybe there'll be another discount, but I would jump right in there now and take that class. If you're looking to pass the BJCP, it's a difficult exam, and you need a study group. And if you don't have a local study group, in fact, even if you do have a local study group, stack the deck, and you can sit at home at your laptop, just like when you listen to this program, and take the classes with the guys at Better Beer Scores, and be able to they're all certified beer judges. They've been through the exam. They know what it takes, and they'll help you do it too. And it's a really good deal. And it's guaranteed, by the way. If you don't pass the BJCP exam, they'll let you take it again. And within a certain amount of time, if you don't feel the classes are right for you, they'll actually give you a refund. I think it's after 2 courses. Before you start the 3rd course, if you say, hey, this isn't my thing, then they'll give you a refund anyway. But it's a 12-week series, live interactive webinars, and I think it's worth it. So go check out craftbeeru.com. All right. Paul, you're a BJCP judge, right? Are you certified?
I am going to be a master judge next weekend after I get one more point.
Wow, congrats,
Master
man.
Judge.
Wow.
I like seeing craft brewers, now that he's a craft brewer, who are master judges.
Yes.
You know?
Well, that's how you make good beer. You know good beer.
Yep.
So, yeah, for sure.
Exactly.
Nice. You're the first person to call me a craft brewer.
Hey, how about that?
All right.
Yeah.
You're breaking ground, buddy.
You're so are united. Yes.
Right. I lie a lot.
You're nice.
Over and over.
Right. So, Paul, are we never going to hear from you again now that you're kind of a big deal? You know, we don't get to hang out with Paul anymore and see him at the National Homebrewers Conference.
Yeah, it's going to be tough being so important as I'll be.
Well, we'll hang out with him at the Craft Brewers Conference.
Right.
There you go.
That's true.
I am going to NHC. So I'll see you guys at NHC.
Awesome.
All right,
I'm just
good.
not sending
Look forward
beers.
to that.
Well, and just keep us up to date because this is fantastic news, and I can't wait to try your beer. So let us know what's happening, Paul, and you're always welcome here.
Great. Thanks. I appreciate you guys.
All right, brother. Take
All right,
care.
bud.
All right. Take it easy.
Paul Sangster, everybody. You know what I
From
like?
Rip Current Brewing
Current
Company.
Brewing, yeah.
Gangster brew.
Just sucked right in.
At least he should have a gangster.
Sangster the
series.
How
Gangster.
about Gangsta?
Just a line.
You should have the gangster line of like special beers there or something.
You know, just another reason why all you listeners who are thinking about going pro ought to run your ideas behind, by us before you go filing for paperwork.
Because, we can only make it better.
We'll
Send
charge
us
you.
some beer. We'll start thinking in our think tank.
We'll charge you a small fee.
Yeah.
$5,000.
It's not like we don't have these ideas in our head already. We're just throw
It's a
them right out
powerhouse at this table.
there. Oh, yeah.
All right. There's nothing like a few beers to generate good ideas.
That's right.
Paul was saying, too, that lots of the media was asking him questions, especially after he won the Ninkasi, and he's known about this, the brewery for a while, but he saved it for us. He wanted to give the BN the exclusive because of the role we played in his
Unlike
brewing career.
Jameel.
How about that? Yeah.
Unlike that,
Unlike
Dick
Jameel.
Yeah, I made that guy. And what does he do? He goes on the Brewing TV.
Some TV things.
Brewing.TV.
The Brewing TV.
Brewing TV.
Like what we're on, Justin.tv?
Like that, but different.
I don't understand.
But with a better name.
It's like
Better
we don't have
video
video.
production quality.
Yeah, but with better video. But with
Better video.
Yeah, but with better reach. He goes on something different.
Something marketable.
Paul, he's got no allegiance to us. I haven't made his career.
Nor any fame.
He makes poor business decisions.
But he comes on here.
Really?
Yeah, that's true. You're right. He's going to get enough publicity to sell to his wife now.
Right.
His wife will be listening.
Yeah, he could probably quit his job.
Right.
No.
All right.
Now what?
Well, we have a few more things to do. You guys heard of this Adam and Eve?
Oh, yeah.
I knew you were going to bring that
We're
up
gonna
again.
spice things up in the brew house.
Yeah, you
What's
can
this Apple thing?
If you want to get all gangsta in the brew house.
Oh, yeah.
All right, go to adamandeve.com right now if you're looking to spice things up in the bedroom. You get an adventurous new toy or an adult movie. adamandeve.com, and when you select one item at 50% off, you'll also get 3 free adult DVDs for a little inspiration. I have
What do you have?
Come on, share with us.
I have a story.
You got to pay it off now, Jay.
Yeah, come on.
I don't want to discredit this spot. I haven't watched an adult DVD in a long time.
Why?
Because there's the internet.
Yeah, it's on I'm not saying I haven't watched porn. I'm saying,
there is that segment that like it. So I think people maybe under 30, and then us people who are trying to be young have grown up with clips on the internet. But everybody over has their DVDs are the thing.
That's the thing.
I guess also if you're hitched, and you share like a family computer, you can't put in myfistingplace.com.
You can't be whacking it, and then 10 minutes later, your little kid wants to go on, DisneyJunior.com.
Right, so you have to do.
Just wipe that mouse down, sweetheart.
Because if the kid punches in the first 2 letters, DI. It doesn't. Disney doesn't come. It comes like dicks.
Dildo.
Dicks in multiplebroads.com comes up.
It'll be like dildos in my urethra.org.
So you have to. So I guess that's the value of the DVD.
Oh, for sure. And then you can hide them, and nobody will ever know.
No, you're going to order the toy. And when it comes, you get
so do you.
You get the DVD.
Yeah.
But are these DVDs going to just sit there? Hell no! You're going to watch.
You're right. You're going to put them in the top left drawer of your toolbox with the screwdrivers.
Yeah.
And then when finally your whole family leaves the house to go to whatever, Chuck E. Cheese. I don't know what happens. But finally, all the kids are gone.
Mount Rushmore. Those things up.
And you've got about 13 minutes before.
You already know chapter 1, 2 minutes in.
Yeah, you have enough time to throw it to put the TV on video 2, throw the DVD in the fucking thing.
Right, instead of booting that computer up, that old workhorse of yours.
You throw your headphones on because you don't want the neighbor to hear. You're paranoid.
But you don't hear him come back in early, and you just got to quickly shut it down, and you left the damn thing in there.
And you're like, I was just trying to get a nap, sweetie.
And then,
what are you doing in bed? Why are your pants down? Just getting a nap.
They just fell. The elastic broke. I don't know.
3 days later, you forgot. All you did was hit the off button. You didn't take the goddamn CD out of there.
So that when the kids are like, Mommy, can we watch the television in your room? We want to watch the Disney DVD.
Oh, yeah, because the two brothers are fighting, and you send the other one in the other room.
And Mom's like, sure, just go turn it on.
Yeah.
Just turns it on.
What's this Pinocchio? Oh, that must be Pinocchio. I'll get it.
Pinocchio. All right.
Poker and the Pinocchio.
If you go to adamandeve.com right now, use coupon code BNARMY, you get one item at 50% off plus 3 free adult DVDs. And then also a free extra gift so sensual we can't even mention it on the Brewing Network.
We could mention it.
Top it all off, you get free shipping. And I think they send it in discreet boxes too. Moscow, when you got a box, did it say Adam and Eve on it? Or
it was actually shaped like a cock.
It was a black paper.
It was black paper.
Right. And a little cocks all over the outside of the
This guy,
yeah, it also says pervert.
Yeah, this guy's a pervert.
This guy's a pervert.
On the outside it said batteries not included.
Yeah, the mail lady lectured me when she dropped it off. It's
And she said, I got one of those.
It's an unmarked package. All right.
She could tell from the outside. She said, I got one of those.
All right, go to adamandeve.com right now. Use coupon code BNARMY. And all joking aside, it helps us out. Buy some wieners and it helps us out. All right. How about this? Let's take a break. We got things to get to when we get back because we still have to do feedback. We got
we do.
We have to do our Twitter game.
That's true.
You name it. We've got a lot of things to do.
Twitter.
So we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to make Andy order us some pizza on Boulder Beer Company. How about that?
Let's do it. Sorry, Jeff.
Right. I was actually hoping it was already here.
That's how we roll. All right. Hang in there. It's the session. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. The Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
A vial of White Labs yeast is the key to your best beer. When you open a vial of White Labs yeast, you're giving your beer its best chance for a perfect fermentation. In addition to their already incredible variety of yeast, White Labs is proud to announce WLP 90, San Diego's super yeast, now available year-round. WLP 90 is super clean, super fast fermenting, with low esters and has a neutral flavor and aroma profile. It's alcohol tolerant and highly flocculent. For more of the latest White Labs news, click over to whitelabs.com, where you can read reviews of yeast, learn in the lab section, and join the customer club. And if you should find yourself in San Diego, White Labs has a brand new training facility for craft brewers and home brewers alike. Whitelabs.com. Discover yeast, nutrients, enzymes, and more for commercial breweries, home brewers, and homebrew stores. White Labs. It's all in the vial. Here's a bite for beer lovers. Soft caramel made with real craft brew and coated in chocolate. And hop drops, hard candies made with real hop oil. Introducing Beer Candy from beercandy.com. Beer Candy's amazing caramels come in 4 mouth-watering flavors. IPA, bitter gold, wrapped in smooth white chocolate. Lager, made with a familiar beer from Boston and coated in milk chocolate. Lambic, soury Belgian goodness full of fresh raspberry and dipped in dark chocolate. And stout, roasty cocoa chocolate insanity. Hop drops are made with Fuggles or Cascade hops and are known as the candy that bites you back. Choose from sampler and full sizes of both and make your mouth jump to life. All at beercandy.com. Hop drops and beer caramels. Satisfy your sweet tooth as only a beer lover could with Beer Candy. Visit beercandy.com today.
You know, when Israel had sinned and God was trying to decide who he going to send down to save the earth, they was around somebody had suggested that he sent Abraham. He told Pharaoh that Sarah was his sister, not his wife. Then said, no, he can't send Noah. Said, strictly illegal. Noah was a little wino. I had a fellow live next door to me who brewed homebrew in the bathtub. The beer we selling now not good enough. But it was strictly illegal. I don't think you want to do this to your children, do you? Man, you gonna make everybody up there wino. I don't think you want to do this to your children, do you? Man, you gonna make everybody up there wino. You know, we have people that live on the street that'll go into your local Dollar General store and buy shaving lotion for a high. Chevy Regal is stamped and approved by the government agencies that said this is healthy. Strictly illegal. Bathtub.
You don't want your child at a party. Our children already getting a whole to enough alcohol.
Brewed homebrew in the bathtub. I can just see my bootlegger now. I can just see my bootlegger now. Bam. I got all I want for free. I got all I want for free. How you gonna make it in your home if you don't have the facilities to make sure it's healthy? In the bathtub. Noah was a little wino. Free.
What gonna keep these folks from making moonshine in their house?
Noah was a wino. What is MEAD need? What is that?
You know, the thing about this deal that really scares me the most.
Noah was a wino. You got to be scientifically trained. I don't think you want to do this to your children, do you? To determine that. Noah was a little wino. Chevy Regal is stamped and approved by the government agencies that said this is healthy. Chevy Regal is stamped and approved. Strictly illegal. You know, when Israel had sinned, strictly illegal. God was trying to decide who he going to send down. Strictly illegal. Somebody had suggested that he sent Abraham. Strictly illegal. He told Pharaoh that Sarah was his strictly illegal sister, not his wife. Then said, no, he can't send Noah. Said strictly illegal. And buy shaving lotion for a high. Strictly illegal. What is MEAD need? Man, you gonna make everybody up there wino. Strictly illegal. Man, you gonna make everybody up there wino. Strictly illegal. You got to be scientifically trained to determine that. Man, you gonna make everybody up there wino.
Live. Beer Radio. The Brewing Network.
The Brewcasters.
If you're just starting, don't be discouraged by all this stuff. It's so easy. Just throw it together. Put some sugar and some water and some yeast in there.
Yeah. Hey, everybody. These are the Brewing Network's announcements. It's Sunday, March 4th. First up this week is a new brewery opening soon that's going to be very near and dear to the Brewcaster hearts. As everyone knows by now, Northern California is rich in brewing tradition and is home to some of the best breweries in the world. Hoping to add to this proud history, I'm pleased to announce that there will be an all-sour, all-barrel-aged Gypsy brewery launching in the San Francisco Bay Area named the Rare Barrel. What do they mean by Gypsy Brewery? Well, they plan to partner with the great breweries of the Bay Area for their brewing needs, and they'll be building their own barrel warehouse for fermentation, packaging, and serving of beers to the public. The team is made up of people committed to producing the highest quality sour beer, including Jay Goodwin, who's the former brewer and head of barrel aging at the brewery down in Orange County, Alex Walash, who's a home brewer and a sales rep in biotechnology, and Brad Goodwin, entrepreneur in the pharmaceutical industry. They hope to release more details of their plan over the next few months, and they look forward to producing beer with experimental methods, with a singular focus on quality sours and a commitment to the craft beer community. If you're looking for more details, feel free to contact them at info@therarebarrel.com with any questions or comments. Visit their website, therarebarrel.com, and do the Facebook and Twitter thing there. Facebook.com/therarebarrel and Twitter.com/therarebarrel.
Next up, the Fort George Brewery of Astoria, Oregon has brought back their Homebrewers Dinner Competition for 2012 after canceling last year due to the Oregon liquor law problem prohibiting the transport of homebrew. But I guess that's solved now, so a 2-bottle sample is due at the brewery by 5 p.m. on Friday, March 23rd. Label bottles in the customary manner for competitions, and there is no entry fee. You can enter as often as you like, but each brewer may only win once. Winners will be notified by Sunday, April 1st, and must be able to provide 35 12-ounce bottles or the equivalent volume of the winning beer for the dinner to be held on Wednesday, April 18th. Winners will be awarded a pair of seats at the dinner where the winning beers will be paired by the pub's chef. This is not a BJCP competition, and beers will be judged solely on quality, variety, creativity, and compatibility with food pairing. No homebrew will be bought or sold. For more info, visit fortgeorgebrewery.blogspot.com or give them a call, 503-325-PINT. Finally this week, New Zealand is calling all craft beer geniuses. Applications are now being sought by a New Zealand brew house to travel down under and create a world-class range of brews for the Kiwi nation to fall in love with. The Boundary Road Brewery, they're called. They're seeking applications for the position of the resident. The role will entail a qualified brewer traveling to Auckland for a month on an all-expenses-paid sabbatical to create 3 bespoke beers, which will undoubtedly take the small island nation of 4 million by storm. As well as the opportunity to create a new range of craft beer and become a national hero, the brewer who makes the cut will also get the chance to explore New Zealand during their stay and check out what it has to offer. Accommodations for the month and a food and travel allowance is included to ensure the brewer has the experience of a lifetime in the country known for its bungee jumps, sheeps, and hobbits. That actually sounds a little sketchy, but it sounds like a fantastic opportunity. The recruitment process will be open until March 16th, 2012, and those interested can tell the brewery why by emailing brewmaster@boundaryrroadbrewery.co.nz. Best of luck if you guys apply for that gig. It seems like it would be a sweet experience. All right, that's it for this week. As always, send your announcements over to scott@thebrewingnetwork.com for a spot in this segment. And until next time, this is Scott the Jew saying L'chaim.
Brewcasters are back. 888-401 beer.
Whatever.
Welcome back to the program. Thanks for sticking with us. We got a few things left to do. We got our Twitter game. We got some Drunk of the Week. Chad Mosier's back in the studio.
Oh, producer Shat.
Ex-producer Shat's hanging out in the studio. Got a little golf in with Shat yesterday.
Yeah, it was fun.
It was a good time. I stunk it up.
I guess did Chad outdrive you?
Jesus, that kid can drive.
He can hammer that thing. Huh?
He can't hit it in a straight line. It doesn't. It's not that it hooks or slices. It's just that I guess it's that it does go in a straight line, just not always where he hopes it goes.
That's true.
But Chad, Jesus, you can hit that ball
once in a while.
I think you hit like 320 yesterday.
What? No.
Yes, it was some enormous amount of yardage. It was ridiculous.
Where, on the little Muni course here?
I had my Wheaties.
at the Muni, the Concord Muni.
Yeah.
Diablo Creek.
Oh, that one. All right.
I mean, when Chad gets a hold of it, he puts all that Chad behind it. And boy, does it go!
He puts a little
Chad ass.
He puts a little Chad on it.
I mean, his only problem is that it sometimes ends up on the other fairway.
Yeah,
that's true.
But it's a long ways down, right?
But one time he hit from our tee box to the opposite tee box of the one next to us, and the tee, and it was, you know what I mean? Like it was at the other.
It was pin high. Yeah.
It sounds like me, but 200 yards more.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
Did it hit anybody?
That boy can. No, it didn't hit anybody.
No.
You can. How long you been golfing, Chad?
Long time.
Since you were a kid, right?
Oh, yeah.
Your old man golfs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like crazy.
He's a big golfer.
I used to go out and shag all his balls for him, you know?
Yeah.
Go get those.
Right. Yeah.
I can't bend down.
So what? Would you, since you were 8? Or?
Yeah, 7, 8 years old.
No
Sure.
shit.
Oh, yeah.
Really that long?
Oh, yeah.
Do you ever do the high school golf team or anything?
Never.
No.
Got into sports like football and baseball and basketball.
Yeah, got into sports, not games.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but you know what I used to have that I thought was cool as a kid was one of those little shag bag things, the shag ball bags.
Picks the balls
you
up.
pick them up. You remember those things?
Sure.
Yeah.
You just suck them right up.
Oh, yeah.
That was kind of fun as a kid.
Did you used to make money on selling back the... No,
not
you didn't
really.
do that.
No.
No? Listen.
Mowing lawns.
I'm telling you, if you take a little...
In the summer.
If you would take a little time off from this handles and golf once a week, you'd be a hell of a golfer.
Yeah.
I mean, you must have been good at one point if you were playing a lot.
Not bad. You know,
because you can get a hold of that ball. It just, but it's all over the place, isn't it?
Consistent.
Yeah,
you got to be consistent. That's the problem with golf.
That is, man.
Golf is for schmoozing.
It is.
You might as well just. You're an owner now.
Yeah, that's right. I can go schmooze.
Go out and schmooze.
Are you an owner now?
Yeah.
You're part owner and handles. You have equity.
I do. Sweat equity.
Chad, nice work.
Hell
man.
yeah.
Yep.
And you're kind of like you're kind of running the show down there.
Beverage side, absolutely. Doing some of the restaurant stuff as well. Just wherever we can help out, you know.
Okay.
It's one of these startup type deals, and you're just working long hours and making it happen, and it's been a lot of fun.
Long and hard.
Learning a lot.
See, Doc's right. It's the perfect opportunity for, listen, it's not taking a day off. You've got to go talk to this distributor. And,
you might as well talk over golf.
Right.
Impress him with your golfness.
Good idea. There's some nice courses down around Pleasanton.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you get old Ruby Hills. Get out there. Work that shit.
I don't know. Maybe you have to talk to the owner of the Brewing Network to see if you could kind of, get in a few more plugs and take him out golfing down in Pleasanton.
Well, that sounds like a plan.
Do doubles with the owner of Very Social Media.
Do you know how to get a hold of these guys?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Yeah. Just go to any bathhouse, really, around. You'll find them.
I'm obsessed with the sport right now, Tasty.
It's a game.
Yeah.
I'm obsessed. I'm watching the Golf Channel all day.
You got the bug.
I'm obsessed with it.
Would you hit one good shot and that's what
it's not
That's all it takes.
It's not going to help your game.
Oh, I'm terrible.
No, I know.
I'm horrible.
Horrible.
You have hope, though.
But you shot.
I'm horrible.
You shot like 9 less than I did. I'm horrible.
Actually,
You're
that
all right.
was the best I've ever shot, JP.
Yeah.
I'm not that. That was a fluke.
You were good.
When I I shot a 126 on Saturday. I'm bad at this game, but I love it. It takes like a half of a good shot, and I'm back the next day.
It's like, I feel good now.
I'm real obsessed with it.
You did some good shots. You have those new clubs you're getting used to.
Yeah.
New shoes, new pants.
I had new shoes and
new
pants.
shirt.
Pants?
You were looking sharp.
Here's my thing.
Pants.
How about that?
on my game.
How about that chip putter? That he has.
Oh, the cheater.
Yeah,
cheater.
cheater. Oh, that thing's awesome.
My cheater chipper. I love my cheater chipper.
Man,
it's shaped like a putter, but it has the loft of a chipper.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean.
And so you don't have to do a full swing. You do a tap like you putt,
and the ball gets up.
But it gets up in the air.
Yeah.
It's my cheater chipper, and perfectly legal, by the way. Perfectly legal.
It gets you out of the rough.
Yeah, it gets you out of the rough and right onto the green. And
because you're not on the green right away.
Jesus, I'm lucky I ever make it to the green. I'm telling you, I'm terrible at it. I've never been so into something that I'm so bad at.
Beer, home brewing.
I've only ever played
golf than I am at home.
I've only ever played scramble, which means that your partner just
the best ball.
Yeah, your partner pulls you out.
Yeah,
so
I need that. I do. I need that.
Well, and then I thought you were like Facebooking and tweeting all day, but you have like this golf app on your phone.
I have an app. Yeah,
it tells you how far away you are from the pin. Tells you how to putt.
As if it fucking matters to me. I can barely get it off of I go 10 feet at a time.
That's how you break 130.
But really cool. I love getting that email with my scores and everything.
Oh,
that
did
was
send
great.
it to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can look at your statistics.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
That's really cool.
So is Justin the worst player you've ever known that owns his own club?
No. No.
That owns his own clubs?
He's fine. Yeah, he's just,
I'm getting there.
He hasn't played with me yet.
It's
repetition.
But here's my thing about, I am into the clothes and everything, because here's what I think.
Fashionista.
You look good.
Here's what I think. It's two things. I think two things. For one, look like the golfer you want to be.
No.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
So you dress for success, all right?
Right.
Then why don't you shower?
But
that way when you go to the other fairway and get the ball off the guy's head you hit.
That's right.
You look like
he
you know what
thinks
you're
it was a mistake.
Yeah,
because I look good.
Exactly.
He's like, well, clearly it was a mistake.
Everyone has a bad shot.
Yeah, you let one go.
Yeah. But the other thing is, I figure if you're going to play shitty golf, you might as well look good. My final thing is, you can always tell who the worst golfer in the group is. It's the best dressed. So clearly, like I'm out there, Chad, and we get some other people, and you can look at us, and you could know who the worst golfer was, and it was me, with my fucking pants, my stupid golf pants, my stupid golf shoes, and you can just go, well, he sucks, because otherwise, why would you wear all that?
But you're very hip. Like, you're the new, like, young golfer kind of outfit. Like the young guys on the tour.
I'm into
the
it.
shiny, like, gray pants.
Shiny.
And, like, he was looking good, man.
I like a hipster golfer.
The big belt buckle. Like, you were rocking it.
If I'm going to do it, I'm telling you, it's my thing. I'm diving in. Head first, good or bad.
Don't hit the shallow end.
Boy, do I say. The thing is, I'm showing up at the 9-hole Muni over here, where it's like every homeless person who owns a golf club is playing this thing, and I'm showing up in these clothes. And so I just look like a retard.
Yeah, if I'm homeless, I'm going to own some golf clubs.
But it's my thing.
Are you ready for the avalanche of emails from listeners like, I donate every month, and it's all now you're just going golfing every day?
Look, it cost me $11 to go golfing. And my clothes, my fancy clothes, I'm such a I'm scouring the internet for the cheapest fucking things I could find.
Right.
I just wait for the deal.
Well, then you buy them on Amazon and you get money back.
Wait for the deal, and I go through my own Amazon.
Yeah.
So
But you're doing business deals as well. The whites like to go out and golf. You get stuff done.
That's true. In fact, I started brokering a new deal with the whites, and in fact, we were with Chris Graham the other day. We were talking business. It's all business. It's all work.
That's it. Oh, yeah,
it's
absolutely.
business time.
All right, speaking of work, if you want to be a better brewer than I am, you can go to beersmith.com right now and download your free 21-day trial of their brewing software, and it will improve your brewing process because you can keep track of everything. You can keep track of the ingredients and every bit of the process. You obviously want to take down your gravities and things like that, but everything is recordable. If you want to rebrew that fantastic beer, I know that when Tasty enters the National Homebrew Competition, sometimes he has to rebrew his batch of beer if he makes it to the second round. Well, the only way you can rebrew that beer is if you have all the information about it, and brewing software like beersmith.com can do that for you. So you don't have to take our word for it. You get a free 21-day trial version and check it out. You can convert recipes automatically from all grain to extract if you so wish to do that. Over 300 recipes available online. Equipment profiles. So, Tasty talks about knowing his efficiency and everything about his brew system. You can punch all that into Beersmith so that the program you're using knows everything about your brew system as well. Search and sort recipes by ingredient, or even pick recipes to match the ingredients that you have in stock. All sorts of different things, and a free 21-day trial. Go to beersmith.com right now and check it out.
Check it out.
All right, I think I paid all our sponsors.
Yeah.
Nice.
All right, so I got a phone call.
Yeah.
Drunk of the week already?
He also says that he wrote a song for me, and you guys never played it.
Wrote a song for you?
Yeah.
I never got a song for you.
He said he sent it to you guys about my 7.5s.
He's probably drunk.
I don't know what that is.
Sugar Valley Brewer, what's happening? He fell asleep.
Probably.
Come on, Bardet.
I think I can hear him sleeping, actually.
Well, he's sleeping. 7.5. I don't know, like 36D, 36 double D.
No, it's because Justin said my boobs are only 7.5.
Oh, I rated them as 7.5?
Yeah.
Out of how many?
I must not have been drinking, because today I'd rate him an 8.5.
Yay.
Sugar Valley, are you asleep? Hang on, let's listen to him sleep. Oh, hey, buddy. He dropped. 888-401-BEER. If you want to call in for Drunk of the Week right now, you can do that. Let's do our Twitter game, JP. Do you have time for that?
I sure do. Let me get to the right
I can do our
tab.
feedback if you need a moment.
No, I got it.
Cool.
So the Twitter game of the night was, tell me some of the things that you say that identifies you as too drunk to be in public. Not just that you're drunk, but that you need to go home and go to bed. You shouldn't even think about, staying out another minute.
What if your friends told you twice? That kind of thing.
I don't know. Let me get back to you when I decipher that. So, Matt McGee says, I tell my girlfriend that I love her.
All right.
I love you.
Brad says, I'll have a Miller Lite.
Okay.
And then actually, this goes against my rules, but Brad has entered twice. His second one was a lot funnier. I wish there was a new episode of Lunch Meat.
You would say that only when you're drunk.
Yeah. Right, and then people take you home.
Yeah.
Evan says, I start to speak Spanish with a fake Irish accent.
I like that.
It's not bad. It's a thinking one. PD says, let's go ask that cop if he'll tase us. That's a pretty good one.
He must be hanging out with the Schumans.
Yeah. Fat on the Inside says, who wants to see my dick?
I think I've done that. I was drinking too much, yeah.
Chris says, let's do sake bombs.
Yeah, Doc's done that. I know that.
Yeah. And Brewing Report says, let me tell you why you're wrong, which I think is what also Doc has done.
And a lot of us who are argumentative, I think, have done that. I know that Moscow's done that before.
He does that when he's sober.
He's argumentative.
Yeah,
but that's because I'm right.
And you're wrong.
Right.
Therefore, you've said
so that's it. Those are the best ones.
What were the first two again?
I tell my girlfriend that I love her, and I will have a Miller Lite.
Those are my top two.
I like the ask a cop if he'll tase us. It's pretty funny.
Let me tell you why you're wrong.
All right, so we have 4 that we all like, right?
Yeah.
Anything else that we liked in there? Just those 4, right? All right. Raise your hand if it's I tell my girlfriend that I love her. Yeah, a couple of those. I'm kind of tempted. That might be my vote, too.
Right?
I'm still thinking about it.
No, because you wouldn't do it.
Even when I'm drunk.
Ever.
Just call her a bitch.
Why'd you burn this bacon, bitch?
That's just what I do. All right. Raise your hand if it's let's have a Miller Lite.
I don't know how drunk I would have to be to say that.
All right. What was the third one?
Let's go ask that cop if he'll tase us.
I think that's
I like that
good,
one.
right?
I like that one.
All right. That one's in the lead right now. And what's the final one?
Let me tell you why you're wrong.
What happened to Spanish-Irish?
1, 2.
Oh, well, we have that one, too.
Oh.
You already voted, though, Taste.
No, I'm not.
He can vote twice.
I just pulled them out, just kind of what the room
All right,
was reading.
so I didn't see Susie Q vote.
I voted for let's have the cop if he'll tase us.
Okay, so that was 4 for that one. Chad, did you vote? What are you going to vote for?
What was the last one? Let me show you my balls or something?
Oh,
Who wants to see my dick?
I had deleted that, but who wants to see my dick?
I like that one.
Yeah, you do.
All right.
But I'd taken that off the table since we only needed 4, I suppose, right? Or what do we do? I don't know. That's a good question. There's a lot of good ones. It's hard to pick right when there
Well, but the only one with 4 votes right now is the taser. All right, so ask the cop.
Gator Beer.
Will you tase me?
Taser.
Twitter Game of the Week winner.
Yeah, Gator Beer, send me an email at jp@thebrewingnetwork.com and give me your shirt size as well, you tubby jerk.
There you go.
Thank you.
All right, Sugar Valley Brewers back on the line. Sugar. Hey, Sugar.
Come on.
Oh. Hey, Sugar Valley Brewer.
Come on, give us some sugar.
Hey, y'all. What is up, Brewery Network?
Burt Network.
Sounds like a drunk Kermit. What's up, man?
Well, man, not too much. How y'all doing?
We're doing pretty good. You been drinking?
Oh, fuck yeah.
Are you sitting vertical or are you laying down?
Since about 2 o'clock today.
Where are you from?
I live in Calhoun, Georgia, Sugar Valley, Georgia.
What's your address?
It's about my big ass, Sugar Valley, Georgia. That's where my address is at.
Now, I'm worried about a couple of things.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Sugar Valley, how much do you weigh?
I weigh about 225. How much do you weigh?
Not quite that much. I only ask for this reason. I'm already afraid of running into Sugar Valley Brewer at a homebrew event. I don't want to fuck with him too much because I feel like he can beat all of our asses. This is why I'm asking you about this.
Dude. No, I'd be helping you drink a beer is all I'd be doing.
There he is. He's a peaceful big dude. How long you been homebrewing?
A couple of years now.
How long you been drinking today?
About 6 hours, man.
A couple years now.
Fucked up.
Is that all you've been doing is drinking?
Damn.
Are you still sitting up vertically or are you laying down horizontally?
Since the old lady finally let me up, I mean, you know, other than that, I've been drinking.
What do you mean she had a bunch of chores for you in the beginning of the day?
Yeah, she had some chores for me, all right. But, you know, it wasn't that bad.
Not bad, everybody.
But, hey, man, I sent y'all... I did a little song about Susie's boobies. Did y'all get that?
I don't think I did. Let me find it. What would I search for? Do you remember what you named it? Susie's boobies?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got my naming scheme down. I don't know how you did it. It's like you're in my head.
That's fucking pretty much it, man.
Hang on, I gotta find it.
Can you sing it for us while we're looking for it?
I wrote a song about my town. It's called Sugar Valley.
I don't know if it'll come through. Let me see if it'll come through.
Yeah, just do your best.
Come on.
I'm like searching my email for the words boobies. Get a bunch of weird shit coming up.
Are you getting it, man?
No, brother-in-law, we ain't getting it.
I don't hear it. What's your name? What's your full name?
That's my email is sugarvalleybrewer@gmail.com, dude.
All right, hang on, I'll find it.
What if there's more than one brewer in Sugar Valley?
Did this end up in the feedback, JP?
No.
Maybe?
Nope.
I sent it to
here we go. I see it. All right, here we go. All right, hang in there.
Crack her up there, fellas. You'll like it. There you go.
Sounds like a Wesley Willis song.
The Eagles.
Tasty got drunk, at the BN party. They were drinking on some Giants Brown and Firestone Pale Ale. They were raging about the Rankin Gate to Susie's boobies earlier in the day. Justin got a good look at them. He said they were 7.5. Thought the ranking was a bit too high. Really was a 6.5. Little pointy, really not that big. Said Doc in between two swigs. I need to see them both real close up. Feel around them underneath them cuffs. Inspect the nipples with a lick or two. See how firm they are.
Wow.
How firm they are. Wow.
Yeah.
Susie's boobies give us all a hard on. JP dreams about them all night long. Now people surely got some great big tins. Sam loves to play with them. Nicole's are smaller, but that's okay. More than a mouthful isn't a waste anyway.
That's bullshit. I disagree.
Susie pushed the things way up high. You got some 7.5.
I gotta make you a shirt that says 7.5.
I will make myself a shirt that says 7.5 on it.
Now tasty
I think you did already.
was a bit too low. There had to be at least a 9 or so. The shape is perfect, so nice and round. A few nicer bits could be found. Tasty tried to not to gloat. Susie had let him do the motorboat. Right between them all over the sides. Tasty motorboated them 7.5.
The great chorus.
Susie's boobies give us all a hard on. JP dreams about them all night long. Now people surely got some great big tins. Sam loves to play with them. Nicole's are smaller, but that's okay. More than a mouthful is a waste anyway. Susie pushed the titties way up high. You got some 7.5.
7.5. Wow. Sugar Valley Brewer, everybody. That's a fantastic song you wrote there. I mean, it totally fucking creeps me out, but it's a damn good song.
It made me real uncomfortable in the middle there, and I have a feeling Sugar Valley doesn't get out of Sugar Valley.
I think it touched you in a lot of ways, didn't it?
I don't know how you knew about my motorboating fetish.
I love the Brewing Network, dude. I did it for y'all. I hope you enjoy.
I did.
Listen to me. I'm being serious right now. That's one of the best songs we've ever been sent. That's a real. The chorus is fucking fantastic. Yeah. Are you going to Seattle, Sugar Valley? Are you going to go to the NHC in Seattle?
I'm going to try. I'm going to very well try.
Because I'll tell you what, I might have a spot on stage for you to perform that very fantastic song right there. That was well done.
Well, at the very least, I hope you'll play it for the crowd there. I'm sure they'd enjoy it.
I think you're right. All right, my brother, you are now in the running for Drunk of the Week. Cheers.
Thank you.
Great song. Have a good night. You too, brother. Wow. I'm not kidding.
You just threw that email away.
That's one of the best. I don't know how I didn't listen.
Look what happened.
I know how you didn't listen to it.
Too busy golfing.
I think I thought it was a photo, and it came through as Susie's boobies, and I was like, I know she works here, and I'm feeling creeped out about that. Like, I didn't know if it was going to be some weird thing.
I never open links that people I don't know send me, or attachments or anything. You just never do it.
That song's goddamn fantastic,
Pretty good.
Susie. I don't know what you think about it.
I think it's
but,
awesome. The last time someone wrote a song about me, we were in high school, and it was a bass solo.
See,
It was like,
it's a bass solo. That's not very flattering.
The coolest bass player in high school.
I mean, I think 7.5s is my new favorite. You have to make Susie a shirt. That's great.
Can you have 7.5 on each boob or just one?
Just one. All right, Jason's on the line, calling in for maybe Drunk of the Week. Jason, what's happening?
Not much, man. How you guys doing?
The other Jason,
Hello.
what's up, man?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, buddy, what's going on, man?
I don't know. You tell us.
I don't know. I sent you guys like 12 sour beers at NCHF, and I haven't got a response.
Oh, I still have them.
Oh,
I'm saving them.
What? You haven't even tried them yet?
Well,
we're gonna drink them at our bad beer party.
I thought they were special. I've been saving them for a special.
I fucking tried to get you to drink them at Burning Man, and you ditched me there. And now you're ditching the ones I sent you at NCHF.
Well, I didn't ditch them at Burning Man. I was high, at home.
I forgive the Burning Man one because I understand that.
Right, but the home one, I'm with you. That's fucked up. I have them there. I have the picture of them in my mind. They're right there in the kegerator. I just haven't busted them out.
Are they the ones with the duct tape on them?
You serious have that 12-pack still in your fucking kegerator?
I do.
It's in a Deschutes Porter pack, right?
JP
with duct tape on it?
Yep. Yeah.
It's the one that the dogs take a shit
But
on.
the reason is, like, sours, they age well. There's no big deal. There's no rush. I figure they're all sour.
Oh, yeah. They're fine. They're good to go. And in fact, some of them are great. But question is, how many sours is Nate entering this year?
2.
Oh, yeah?
Yep.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah.
Have I tried these sours, Nate?
I think so. One is lambic with cherries, and one is Flanders.
Okay. Oh, I don't think I've had your Flanders.
I haven't had either. I'll bring
Flanders
more.
red or Flanders brown?
Red.
Good.
Well, let Nate know I have all categories entered this year, and I took second and third last year.
You'll probably lock it up then.
So.
Did you enter under the BN Army? Under the Brewing Network?
Last year, no. This year, yes.
Yeah, buddy.
I'm representing you this year.
Let's not even talk about last year. That shit was in the past, man.
Right. Are you Drunk of the Week this week too, or what?
I'm not. I'm calling more in on a rant to give you shit for not drinking my fucking sour beers.
That's fair. I accept it.
The drunken rant.
I'm drunk, but I'm not drunk of the week.
Okay. All right. I accept your ridicule. You're absolutely right. I've been slacking, and I'll tell you what, Moscow. Put it in your notes. We're going to do his beers next week. Don't just thumbs up me. Write it down on something. I don't know where you write things, but we're doing this next week. Okay. I need to do this. For my man, he did. He tried. He did. Doc and I hung out with him for a few minutes and tried some other beer, and it was not. And he said, "Come by later for the sour beer." And Doc and I, I'm not sure what happened.
We snouted out.
Something happened, but then the man sent us a whole 12-pack of sour beer, and we got to get to it next week. So,
are you guys going to NCHF next year?
NCHF. Oh, the NorCal Homebrew Festival. This year or next year?
I am.
Next year, coming up.
The one right after in September, October.
I'll be there.
So that's this year.
We'll probably be there.
My plan is to be there, like last year.
I like to be
dashed, but
as long as they don't book it on GABF weekend,
or my kid's birthday,
September 20th,
21st, 22nd are the dates for.
My kid's birthday.
Weekend.
All right, I'll probably be there.
Bring your kid.
I'm not going to Burning Man this year because how fucked up the ticket.
Yeah.
So,
me neither.
We could do a whole show on that one.
It'd be real interesting.
But I'm going to NCHF, so if you guys go there next year, I'll bring a bunch of sour beer. Me and Icky. You guys know Icky.
No, Icky who?
I've never heard of him.
Somebody named Icky? Yeah.
We know Jeff.
All right, so I'm good friends with Icky, but we're going to come down with a shitload of sour beer.
All right.
Sweet.
I can't wait to try it, and we're going to try the sour beer you sent next week, my friend.
Yeah, it's on the calendar. It's official,
right,
Jason.
Thanks, brother.
All right.
I don't care.
He said his beers did really well. I think I'll just steal those and enter those in the first round instead.
There you go.
Just repurpose those.
All right, Bruiser is on line one. Bruiser, what's happening?
What's up, buddy?
What's going on, man? You drinking?
I'm drinking a lot. Fuck yeah.
Where are you from, Bruiser?
Fuck yeah, I'm from Jersey City, New Jersey. Represent, motherfucker.
Is that New Jersey?
New Jersey, that's right. Jersey. I said it. What?
I was just wondering.
Are you born and raised in New Jersey?
No.
Fuck yes, I am.
He kind of sounds like California, doesn't he?
Yeah, it doesn't sound like a Jersey accent at all.
No, motherfucker, I'm not from California.
You've been watching...
I lived there. I lived in Oakland, motherfuckers.
That's what it is.
That's the ghetto. That's
for
the
like
ghetto.
20 years.
You fucking Raiders all the way. I'll stab you. I don't care.
You sound you have a California accent.
Who's the better New Jersey band, the Misfits or Bon Jovi?
I lived
question.
Thank you. Fuck you. Oh, Bon Jovi. Fuck you. I lived in Oakland over 10 years ago. It was cool. I lived there for a couple of years. It was fine.
Please note that he didn't answer the question.
He said Bon Jovi, fuck you. I think that's an answer.
Is it?
That's an answer.
Well,
oh yeah, it means Bon Jovi, fuck you.
I think it's half an answer.
That wasn't clear.
Well, exactly. Bon Jovi, fuck you.
That's
my answer.
I, on the other hand, think that Bon Jovi won.
He won nothing.
Yeah, they got out, I guess.
You telling me that
he loses on every level.
Except in his pocketbook.
That's evil.
You telling me that this doesn't win right here?
I don't know.
Over the Misfits?
Well, I mean, Where Eagles Dare is a pretty epic song. Just saying.
Come on. A little bit of butt rock never hurt anybody from New Jersey.
I think it actually keeps people in New Jersey. Man, if he made it, I can make it. I don't need to leave. I'll just do it here.
I think Nate's actually catching fire right now. I'm making him listen to Bon Jovi. He's literally catching fire.
Okay, I don't have enough dollar bills to listen to Bon Jovi.
As Susie starts dancing, you do.
Okay, I don't have enough dollar bills.
It's a very good soundtrack for that event.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Throwing up right now.
All right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You're curling up in the corner.
Nauseous.
My fault.
Thank you.
My fault.
You want me to get to the chorus, though, don't you? Everybody loves the chorus.
It's a sing-along.
All right, Bruiser. How long you been drinking today?
Just today.
What fucking time is it? I don't even know.
At your time, it's 11:30.
Oh, so all right.
It's 11:00.
Probably about 5 o'clock your time.
Wow. All right. And how would your friends know that you're drunk?
So 3 hours.
Well, I would.
You told them you loved them, didn't you?
Well, I sound like I'm from California for one.
My Oakland comes out.
No.
When I drink, I sound like I'm from Berkeley.
Berkeley? God damn it! No.
Hey man.
What fucking filter do you have on there? Jesus.
I get 4 beers in me, and I've just
Berkeley. Jesus.
I've been walking down Telegraph Avenue all day long.
My accent comes out. I sound like I'm right.
I'm
Telegraph.
No, Justin. I'm straight.
I support Planned Parenthood.
I get 4 beers in me, and I can understand the benefits of plastic bags. I'm so crazy. I'm so nuts. You really got to control me.
You fucking asshats. Shut up.
All right, how do your friends know you're drunk?
They know I'm drunk when I stand in the corner quietly and I curl my glass up into my chest.
Yeah, you're part of the Occupy movement.
Yeah, well, sure, no, fuck them. Fucking assholes.
How about you say, fuck you, New Jersey, I'm moving back to the West Coast.
What?
Yeah, that's where he got his name from. Bruiser, he's tough.
So you should be moving back to the East Coast, goddammit.
No. I'm going to be on the East Coast late this month.
East Coast sucks.
Going to Florida.
For what?
Yeah. Oh, that's right. You're going to Disney World without me, by the way.
East Coast sucks?
Don't worry about it. You're going to Disney World without me.
Yeah.
That pisses me off.
That would just fuck you up anyway.
Bruiser's going to kill some. Now you sound Jersey, finally.
And Oakland.
Yeah.
I'll fucking kill him.
The white trash capital of both coasts.
All right, Bruiser, you're in the running for Drunk of the Week, my friend.
You didn't even get my fucking resume, Justin. God damn it.
All right, what have you had?
Jesus Christ. What kind of fucking shit show are you running?
All right, give me
kangaroo court, man. You just
give me your resume.
God.
Go ahead.
Damn it. All right, let me open my fucking refrigerator. Hold
See, you're
on.
not even ready for it.
There's some dogfish heads, some
fucking
Sam
ready.
Adams.
I had 10 beers.
I got 3 fucking triple bags.
She says we gotta hold on to what we got. It doesn't make a difference if we make it or not.
All these people pretending they don't want to sing. Even Nate knows.
Oh yeah, we'll give it a shot. Oh, halfway there.
That was real flat.
Take my hand.
Yeah, okay. And an IPA, yeah, I got it.
Fucking Bon Jovi.
And a pale ale, yeah.
No. I didn't say pale fucking ale. I said
sorry.
3 triple bags.
Oh.
Don't know what that means.
Triple bags?
Long Trail. Jesus Christ, where are you guys from?
We're from Oakland.
We're not from Jersey, I tell you that shit right now.
I don't even know where you guys are from. I'm from Berkeley.
Long Trail.
School us, New Jersey. School us.
You know, I really wish they would make the crosswalk a lot longer.
All right,
12 seconds just isn't enough for me to walk in Birkenstocks across the street.
It's a fucking 9.2%. 9.2. I got 3 of them.
It's 9.2. Do.
I jot down some dummy words. Nick and I do a quick head arrangement. Then we call the studio and sing it to crew. And the whole world exploded.
The fuck is this?
It's the Jersey Boys.
I don't even know what that is. What is Jersey Boys?
Come on, it's a play.
It's Frankie Valli. Come on.
Of course, he's...
You gonna diss them too, and diss everybody from Jersey?
No.
Hell no.
I had a lot more than that. Jesus Christ, I had Brother David.
That's not me, dude. I didn't do anything.
Some Anderson Valley? For fuck's sake, if you would listen to what I'm telling you, what I drank. Jesus Christ.
He kind of does sound like Frankie Valli to me.
Can we be done with this guy?
Hey, you're not even listening to all the beers I've had.
Look at me, 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 look at me.
An IPA and a pale ale. I'm only one, two. Hit 2 shots off my chin, 'cause I like cocks. I've never been to California.
All right, Bruiser, you're in the running for Drunk of the Week, my friend. Thank you.
Whether you like it or not.
All right.
Man, what a resume.
Damn.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah.
If you can take all that shit, you ought to be in the running.
The number 1 stunner is on the line right now.
Stunner shade.
Who the fuck is that, Usher?
I don't know.
The number 1 stunner. What's happening?
What's up, bro?
Not much, guy.
What the shit?
You been drinking?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Keep talking.
Where are you? Are you hanging out outside?
Just fucking cleaning up my equipment for my brew day.
Just fucking smelting some iron over here. Don't worry about it.
I'm just making a sword. Leave me alone.
I just working on my chainmail for my LARP session, bro. Fuck off.
And, I just thought I'd call in because, the metal's cooling down.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
No, fold it! Fold it over! Yeah. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
Where are you calling from?
Temecula.
Oh,
well.
that explains a lot.
Yep. Yeah, we know that way too well.
Is it around this time that you wish you could teleport through the phone and just get the fuck out of Temecula?
What's wrong with Temecula? It's like fucking Belgium, dude.
Temecula's like Belgium?
I gotta give you a no.
Except for all the culture.
Hang on a second. Listen.
Plus the meth.
The number 1 brewer. I was going to stop everybody from fucking with you until you just said that Temecula is like Belgium. Same
He's
place.
not the number one brewer. He's the number one stunner.
Oh, whatever. Sorry.
What?
Homeless, stunless.
Wow.
What? That ain't right, Ed.
It ain't wrong either, though.
Ain't even right.
I guess.
All right.
Come on, keep talking. Keep
Fuck, I
talking.
can't clean this Terminator. God, why am I on the phone with Justin?
Hey,
What the fuck?
JP, where's JP at?
I'm right here, buddy. What's up, buddy?
He's here.
Yeah, he's looking for a lifeline there, JP. Throw him one.
Hey, how did you enjoy Star Tours, bro?
I liked it very much. Thank you. It was very exhilarating and a wonderful time.
I was a dude in front of you. You talked to my daughter about Chinese and aliens.
Oh, that was you. This was the dude I saw in the old school Being Army shirt.
Yeah.
It was rad. In line at Star Tours.
Right.
Yeah.
And then he bothered the poor fucker.
Well, then I rapped with his
And
little
his
girl.
daughter. Why didn't you leave his little girl alone?
Because she was looking at me, and I said, hey, or actually my girlfriend started talking to her, and then we were talking. We were having a conversation. Isn't that what you want me to do, is talk to people in public?
Not their little girls.
Well, he wasn't talking to me.
Little boys, yes,
You
but little
shouldn't be-
girls...
Of course you wouldn't. He was worried about you.
That's why JP goes to Disneyland.
Right.
No, my wife hasn't been born yet.
Okay, your second wife hasn't been born yet.
No, it was cool. It was cool running into you, man. It's a good time, even though you live in Temecula.
Do you want to give your resume or what?
Okay, sure. I drank a growler of Julian Strago's from Long Beach, Beachwood Barbecues. His,
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Extra Palo. Yeah, that shit.
Yeah.
You got it?
Yep.
And then I had about 8 or 9 pale ales, Tasty's recipe with Galaxy and Cascade.
8 or 9 tasty. Wow.
That's pretty good.
Wow.
It's a session. It's sessionable, but
he's trying to brew too.
It's a good session. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been brewing since about 1 o'clock for my NHC pale ale.
Yeah, when you wake up in the morning and you wonder if you pitched your yeast, I'm there with you.
I pitch my yeast like 2 times today.
Hey, Doc, I always go looking for it. Like,
I do. I go look. Yeah,
Once in the morning and once before the show.
Yeah. I was not on the stir plate.
And
I
once
must
during
have
the
done
show,
it.
I think I saw him back there one time doing it.
Sometimes you just got to do it. You know, just leave me alone, Tasty. Just look the other way when it happens. That's all I ask.
Believe me, I will.
All right, you're in the running for Drunk of the Week. Thanks, brother. Okay, congratulations. All right, so here we have Sugar Valley Brewer in for Drunk of the Week. We had Bruiser from Jersey. You know, you remember him.
The Bon Jovi Bruiser.
And then we had, what's his name, Susie? No more calls. I busied everything. What'd you do?
I don't know, but some dude was on the line.
The gangster
He's like, what did
guy.
I call
Number
back?
one stunner?
The number one.
Stunner.
Number one Stunner is also in for Drunk of the Week. He had 8 or 9 of Tasty's beers plus other things, and he also allowed JP to talk to his young daughter. So.
His family was very nice. I'm voting for him because he goes to Disneyland in Being Army shirts.
That's pretty cool. That is kind of rad.
It is plus points.
So did you see him there and you were like, oh, hey,
No, actually,
I'm JP?
No, Taryn was in her wearing her hoodie, and then he saw the hoodie first, and then said hi to her, and then looked over and goes, "Oh, there's JP." And I go, "Hey, what's going on, man?" And then he's like, "Cool." And then he turned around, and I didn't know what to do. And then
He
his
said, "Take my
girl's looking at me, and I'm like,
"Can you take my little daughter on the
Hi.
next ride?"
I'm like, "Hi, how you doing?" She's these big blinking eyes, like she was like 5 or whatever.
Right.
And then so we go, "How many times have you been on this ride?" 4 times. And then the first time, you know how little kids talk.
Yeah,
and then this thing happened. And then
everything's a noun.
I've seen that guy in the robot guy.
And then JP interrupted her and said, "Suck a dick."
Suck a dick, little girl. And,
Get to the point.
Yeah, it was cool.
All right. No, sounds cool.
Yeah, it was a good time.
Can you imagine how disappointed the guy was when he saw the blonde chick in the sweatshirt? Like, oh hey, and then some bald dude is like, oh hey, I'm the guy you really should be talking to. Like, oh man,
yeah, shit.
But it's
there's JP.
our first run Being Army shirts with a giant hop grenade on it. It was cool.
That's cool.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's good.
All right, so those are your nominees. Sugar Valley Brewer. Andy, I expect you to vote tonight, too. Bruiser. And what's his name? The number one Stunner.
The number one stunner.
All right, raise your hand if it's Sugar Valley Brewer right now. Virtually unanimous.
It has to be unanimous right now, right?
Oh, that's right. It does have to be unanimous. Raise your hand if it's Bruiser. Raise your hand if it's the number one stunner. All right, JP. So we now have to bring JP over to our side.
I have to bring you over to mine.
Or you have to bring us over to your side. Now, the number one stunner, I think, was drunk.
Yes.
And clearly likable because you met him.
Yeah.
Yes.
However, before we even knew Sugar Valley made that fantastic song, he was a big fat mess. Like, I thought that he was a drunken mess that would kill me if I fucked with him too much.
I actually thought he was laying on the floor on the tile in the bathroom.
That's true. You did ask if he was laying down.
With the
a pile of drool.
We can hear exactly a pile of drool.
I'll tell you what.
All right.
We don't have a base to go off of. We never got his beers that he drank.
Yeah, but we've eliminated that from the process in the past.
You asked.
It happens
everybody
every
else.
now and then, but it's no longer the standard.
Well, I'm just saying that he could have some mental disorder. He could have a metal plate that's been dented one too many times, and that's how he talks.
He could just be retarded.
So we don't know. We didn't talk to him about his beers at all.
That's good lyrics. I think he's saying that.
However, I do think that you can't hold that against him because, in general, we've eliminated that from the... Because
I'm not holding it against him.
Complained
he can't sing a song like that and then go back to being
but
retarded.
That wasn't him singing. You know that, right? That was a MP3 of the song. Like, he wasn't singing live.
It wasn't a live performance.
No, that was him before he was drunk, saying that he was...
Well, he could have been drunker, actually.
Oh, he's normal?
I don't know.
And then he was drinking, not brain impaired all the time.
Yeah. I
what
see
you're
okay.
saying. Yeah.
Somehow... I figured out what you're saying.
So
it does kind of make sense.
It does kind of make sense.
Yeah.
We've seen him in both things. We saw him doing the song.
Yeah.
Which was fine.
Normal, not retarded.
And
well, some of those rhyme.
Drunk and retarded, although we don't know what he drank, but we're pretty sure he's drunk and retarded.
Correct.
I don't know, and I don't know. What took away from personality in the song...
Yeah.
He got a little... if I got creeped out by something, it's a little creepy.
Right.
And so I thought his song and parts were a little creepy. And I think he's a creep.
Because he knew too much about you?
No, he only mentioned me once.
But that is...
which is another reason why I don't like him.
But whether or not
he thinks it's like 85 mentions, and I get one.
But whether or not he's a creep has nothing to do with his drunk of the weakness.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. Would you like to present your argument for the number one stunner?
His daughter was hot.
Before we go on.
I think... I don't know. All right, I'll switch.
All right. Sugar Valley Brewer, our drunk of the week.
We can just beat him down into submission.
Send me your address to Justin at thebrewingnetwork.com, and we'll send you your your medal. All right, we can't go yet. I know you want to.
Because we got feedback, baby.
We still have to do feedback.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right, feedback is brought to you today by B. Crosby Hop Farm. You can go to bcrosbyhops.com, and if you remember from last year, they're a family farm up there in Washington that you can buy your rhizomes from. They're the same rhizomes that the brewers are buying their hops from. Your professional breweries are buying their hops from. So go to bcrosbyhops.com right now, and you can buy hop rhizomes directly from them and grow them in your own.
Because now's the time of year.
Backyard.
Actually.
Yeah, it is. That's right.
Oh my God!
You've got mail.
Kick ass.
All right, a couple quick ones. This one's good. I forgot to load this up earlier. I'll do it real quick here.
Can you?
Real quick, like.
Real quick, like.
Oh, I've seen this guy. It's pretty funny.
I have to skip the ad.
Yeah,
dude. That's how you know when you got a lot of views, man, is when they're playing ads in front of your stupid face.
Yeah, have a nice day.
All right, basically the email came through and it said, let me just get it out of the way here. Bruce Sater wrote this in and he said, I'm writing to warn you guys. I think that Nate is trying to break away from the BN. He seems to have another gig. It's called the Vegan Black Metal.
Yeah, the vegan black metal chef, yeah.
Yeah, the Vegan Black Metal Chef.
This is my new gig.
You can YouTube this.
Vegan Black Metal. Black Metal Chef.
And it's not metal, it's metal.
He cuts tofu with like a big, giant, like scary looking knife while he's wearing like.
But the whole thing is also done in angry metal.
Yeah,
like he doesn't.
Right. He has the scary metal voice the whole time.
Yeah, he doesn't He doesn't like. It's not just an intro song.
Yeah.
Well, listen, he's about to give you the ingredients of this week's recipe.
Oh, it's #1 pod thai.
Tomato, peanuts, peanut butter, sriracha and chili powder, garlic and garlic powder, green onions, sugar, salt, pepper, and soup base, salt, rice noodles, cilantro, lime is optional.
I wonder who the music is actually really from.
It's kind of good.
Yeah. It's pretty cool he had enough views that he had ads in front of his stuff now. Last time I saw this like a year and a half ago, he didn't. 1.8.
He's got 1.8 million views.
Wow.
And he's meat-tarded like you are.
Yeah.
I think that
I have not been able to monetize this nearly as well as this guy.
I'm actually thinking Nate's really playing coy right now.
It might actually be.
I am not fucking convinced that this is not Nate.
Right?
Because Nate's a pretty goddamn good guitar player and a grumbler.
And he has a sense of humor.
And
that knife is my favorite part, actually.
It's a pretty gnarly knife.
That's a zombie killing knife right there, dude. It's like 8 points on it.
He's like cutting cheese with this fucking gnarly
That's tofu.
Tofu is vegan, so it can't be cheese.
Yeah, keep in mind we're making bad Thai.
I'm glad you're here to help me.
That's a Klingon ritual death sword.
You have to boil it in blood first before every meal.
The other thing, he's really describing it. Like, just listen.
He's got black nail polish on. It's pretty awesome.
Form the triangles into the ancients of plate. You will create the sacred sign.
Does he make a pentagram with it? I hope so.
Yeah.
Cover with 2 paper towels. Put a pot on top. Or anything with a... It's amazing.
Yeah. It's pretty amazing.
This guy's a fucking
Goes
genius.
through the whole instruction. I should do... the next one, I'm still planning it out.
Learn how to brew.
Listen.
Yeah.
Do a brew video.
I'll do a
with
brew
that.
one like that.
That'd be great.
Do you need a producer?
The man's a genius.
So, yeah.
1.8 million views. The man's a fucking genius.
You never see his face either, so you never know. It could be me.
All right. Bruce Sater also says, "Suck it, Jipper."
Thank you, Bruce Sater.
No.
Thank you.
All right. Les writes in, "Hey, will you be offering autographed copies of Brewing Classic Styles again? I've lost my original copy and tried to find it on the Brewing Network website, but no luck. Yeah, I'll get some more in there. I've got some copies now that are not signed. Next time Jay-Z is in the studio to do some shows, I'll have him sign some more."
Hey, you know the fucked up thing? I lost my signed copy.
Oh, that was a personalized signed copy.
Big time. And
I'll sell you mine.
Ain't the same, man.
Dude, you know what I love about YouTube? You know how they do all the recommendations on the side? When you pull up, there's a bunch of broads with big boobies on the right. Look at this one right there with the what is
wow.
Hey,
what is Jinxie?
Go ahead, click on it. You'll be disappointed.
Right.
How did you find out, Doc?
Yeah, Doc.
Doc's seen YouTube.
He's like, listen, they're never good.
I tried. There was like 10 of them. None of them worked.
Hey, you know what? They promise you things.
All right, Ben the Brewer writes in, "Hey, BN, over about a year and a half, I've listened to every podcast on Brew Strong, Jameel Show, and the Sunday Session, and most of the Homebrewed Chef. So I decided today that I'd listen to another podcast from a different site. Holy shit. Those poor guys were trying way too hard with their randomly placed radio sound effects and horrible morning show banter. I'm sure the information is good and their hearts are in the right place, but I didn't get that far before I had to turn it off."
Probably just another episode of the session he was listening to.
It could have been, yeah. He's just drunk. I guess all in all, what I'm saying is that thanks to the BN for providing me with awesome brewing knowledge without boring me to death and only rarely annoying me.
Rarely.
Wow. Also, thanks for letting me mooch for so long on your beery knowledge. I finally decided to become a recurring donor and give you lazy hippies some money. Yeah.
Sure, we'll
Thank
give
you. As long as it pays for green fees, dude.
Hey, we're gonna give you a 7.5.
Don't take any more money than I've signed up for, or I will piss in your fermenters. From Ben the Brewer. So, Yeah, listen, people think you just kind of throw together this kind of show, but you sort of have to know what you're doing.
Sort of.
And
you pay really. Top dollar.
There's some good shows out there, don't get me wrong, but you don't just go from your garage to... Oh, wait, that is
to your spare bedroom. That just doesn't happen. That's a well-crafted, formulated, nonsensical thing.
All right, never mind.
Yeah.
It's just luck.
Just throw a bunch of microphones up and invite brewers in.
It's mainly me, and I'm waiting for those accolades in monetary form.
All right, Warren writes in, hey, the Brewing Network team. It's very formal.
Team.
I don't think I've ever been called that.
This guy's in middle management somewhere.
Actually, he said...
he wanted to include everybody.
7 Habits of Highly Effective People.
I think this is Bruiser, because he writes in, hello, the Brewing Network team. Just dropping a line to let you know that I love your podcast and greatly appreciate your contribution to the homebrewing community. Your shows, combined with brewing classic styles and how to brew, have basically taught me everything I know about homebrewing. As a little bit of payback on my part, I've attached... Oh, I see. With it. This guy's a writer, and he sent us his book. I'm never going to read it.
Yeah, I sent it to you. I didn't know if you wanted to check it out or not.
Did you look at it yourself?
No, absolutely not.
Is it a brewing book?
I'm not going to open a link if someone
it's a work of fiction. He's a writer, and he's just saying, hey, I'm sending you my book because I've read yours. So, Warren, I'll try.
Should we plug it?
Hey, come on. Just think of it as your life.
Is there a title?
Fiction.
Yeah. Where is it?
I don't know.
Fiction.
You didn't put it in the email.
Oh, no, that's right. I'm sorry. I forwarded you the email with the attachment.
Put it in the fucking thing.
Sorry. I took it out.
So I can't even give the guy a plug now.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
Couldn't you guys have done this before?
You could go to malum.org.
You bored me to death.
M-A-L-U-M. Malum.org and check out Warren's book.
I did put the email address in there, or the website address in there for you.
Is it about going on quests?
I don't know.
No, it's not that good. It's not that good.
Quest.
Come on.
I do need new armor.
Yeah, sorry, man. I don't know, reading and everything. Okay, let's see. Brian writes in, hey, Justin and crew, I just wanted to send a quick email and let you know that you can add me to the growing list of BN Army homebrewers turned pro.
All right.
I started brewing in 2006 and did only 2 extract batches before going to all grain and brewing nearly every weekend. With the help of info from the BN and Palmer's How to Brew, I began doing well in competitions and was able to secure an internship at a local production brewery. Fast forward to last summer when I was presented an opportunity to become the head brewer at a brew pub, Tully Cross Tavern in Manchester, Connecticut. Oh, he's from my home state.
Nice. There you go.
I've heard you talk about occasionally visiting the East Coast and wanted to say if you're ever in the area, I'll buy you a beer. Thanks for everything you do. Cheers from Brian. Yeah, congratulations, man.
You're getting to the point where you can do a festival now of all brewers from the BN that have gone pro.
Yeah, I like it.
It's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
This is an interesting one. I read
Brewing,
this.
Man.
I read this one before the show.
That's the one I think you're talking about. I edited it out.
I was going to say it's a little incomplete, but you get the idea. Your editing was good. I'm glad you did it.
Thank you.
But you guys will get the idea. Clayton writes in, and he says, my wife and I are in a church congregation close to Laguna Woods Village, a.k.a. Leisure World.
Yeah, I know where it is.
My grandma lives in one of those in Seal Beach. She calls it Seizure World.
Yeah. Oh, so this is California?
No, I think they have them all over the place.
No, I know exactly where it is.
But, yeah.
Exactly.
All right, so he says... so the congregation has a lot of old folks in it. Some elder sisters, about 60, have been taking care of their invalid mother for several years. And the mom finally died. So they had us over. Why? I don't really understand what one has to do with the other, but
maybe they could clear out her closet.
The full version is we go over there a lot or something like that, and they're like friends with these sisters.
Okay,
so this isn't the one I was thinking about, but sorry.
So he says,
wait, they're elderly and they're 60.
Well, no.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's correct.
So, Doc, you're getting...
Tasty and I are thinking about asking out on dates.
She's like, it's the first time I've ever been elderly.
Jesus Christ. If you have an AARP card, that's when you...
that's at 50.
There you go.
Yeah.
Calagioni's got one of those.
Yeah. I got one of those.
I was just going to ask you, too. Do you both have AARP cards?
They keep sending me the crap for it.
There's no way. Those go
it's
right.
not my fault. They send it to me.
Those go right in the trash.
Exactly. It goes right in the trash.
All right. So he says...
but it's there.
So we finally got invited over. So while 20 of us or so were laughing, joking, complaining about getting older... I proceed to tell one guy in front of the whole room, So, yeah, but their mom just died. And he says one of the sisters, that's what I said, it's a bit incomplete.
So, yeah, but their mom just died.
Yeah.
I think is what the joke was.
Okay.
I don't get it.
Which you don't know because there's no lead up to it.
Right.
Anyhow, apparently he's talking about the host of the party, and he's yelling out in a fairly quiet room, but their mom just died.
And then crickets.
He says one of the sisters was sitting closest to me, got up, changed seats, and didn't say much for the next hour that we were all there. It was uncomfortable, and this was just last night, he says. So I'm still super embarrassed and regretting saying it. Did I mention that I was about 19 ounces through a bomb or a double bastard ale?
That explains everything.
So he says, like that commercial that the BN used to play about tequila increasing your chances of getting pregnant and getting your ass kicked, this is my commercial for double bastard ale. Thanks for reading. Love all you guys from Clayton. P.S. Suck it, Nicole, just because I want to be the first one to say it. So I guess the whole point was that, yeah, we all say stupid things, and try not to do that in the future.
Actually, I know right where he's talking about, what town and everything right there. And
that sounds familiar.
Yeah.
Have you said that before?
Yeah, right there.
No, I edited that one for story because I think he was still drunk when he wrote it.
I see.
But the next one I edited.
I'm not going to read the next long one. I'm going to save it for next week. Put it in next week's, will you? It's too long because it's a question about. It's too much.
Okay.
And then, but I did want to read this one. This one got sent to my personal email, and it's from Australia, and
it's come a long way.
I have to. I think I have to read it in the voice that I hear it. The guy's
absolutely.
He's very excited. He's a very excited young man, or not young man. I don't know.
Elderly man.
Surely.
Justin, are you one of those people that when you read it, you hear it in their voice?
Well, not always, but there are certain emails that you're like, there's a voice that you can hear. And I will say that from Australia, it's usually not the case. They're very laid-back people. They're very calm, collected. This person, not so much. He's a little spastic. This
guy's hyper, huh?
All right.
It's from Australia.
I haven't practiced this. It's just I'm now about to put the voice from my head to
right, make it happen for us.
But he's very excited, and my throat's there's going to be a lot of cracking, but so it goes.
Okay.
What up, my network niggas?
Wow.
First time caller, long time listener here from Down Under. Down under your mama's skirt, yeah, JP. That's all written there.
I don't doubt it.
Wow.
Just want to say thank you, Lord Jesus Christ, or Terrence if he's unavailable.
Wow.
For all the hard work you guys do and have done for giving me life, this kick-ass hobby that homebrewing is. Woohoo! Woo! Woo! I'm addicted to malt, goddammit, and I love it. Just finished listening to every single Sunday session. And I'm now up to date live, which is kind of weird now when you guys start talking about current issues instead of the shit that happened years ago. Fuck everyone that disses the session and its content. It's fucking rad plus cats times tasty.
That's a good equation. Equals the session?
FYI, got the app. Both! Bought the books. Now I just can't live without giving you my monthly coin. I today can now hold my head up high and stand to attention as Corporal Hobson! Woo! Woo! That's actually written.
Wow. Both of them?
That's awesome.
Yeah.
All that.
Both woos.
Brew fucking strong, boys! I love you all! P.S. I brew fresh wort kits. 5 gallons of pre-hopped all-grain wort. What? Can't afford an all-grain setup. And I stand with Mufasa and the Germans and say extract is like fucking a blow-up doll. Peace, gents. Regards, Bryce.
Wow, Bryce. Is this supposed to be a bad thing? Fucking a blow-up doll? You come, don't you?
Well, right.
What's the problem?
I mean, I don't even think I did this email.
It could be
just
so
classic.
much more.
No, that's pretty.
What? Like it could be telling you not to come to the Sunday session every week?
We need to have pies.
He's talking about
pies.
We should have
extract.
pies read that.
This is the most excited email I have ever read.
Yeah.
I mean, here's the email version.
Stoked.
Here's the email version.
Can you do it again with the Australian accent?
No, I can't. But here's the regular email version, and you tell me if I got what up, my network niggas? First time caller, long time listener here from Down Under. Down under ya mama's skirt. Yeah, Jip. Just wanted to say thank the Lord Jesus Christ, or Terrence if he's unavailable, for all the hard work you guys do and have done for giving me for this life's kick-ass hobbies and homebrewing is. Yeah.
This is what it would sound like if you moved from Australia to Berkeley.
I'm addicted.
You can't even do it.
I'm addicted to malt. God damn it, and I love it. Just finished listening to every single Sunday session, and I'm now up to date live.
That's not as good.
Can you stop for a second while I stir my coffee and get all that white milk to kind of dissolve into it?
Yeah, do you see what I mean? Like, I had to try to do the guy. He's I don't even know how you write like that and not jump around. Jump around. Get up, and get down.
Maybe it was one of those speech text.
It's
things.
like dictation
Dragon software.
Yeah.
Maybe I should try it to the tune of Jump Around.
Yeah, nigga.
You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean.
I don't think you do.
You picking up what I'm putting down?
Yeah, and then I have to wash my hands.
Let's try it again. This email from Bryce. What up, my network niggas? First time caller, long time listener here from down under. Down under your mama's skirt. Yeah, Chip. Just wanted to say thank you to Lord Jesus, or Terrence if he's unavailable, for all the hard work you guys do. Done for getting this life kick-ass hobby and homebrewing that it is. I'm addicted to malt, goddammit, and I love it. Just finished listening to every single Sunday session. I'm now up to date live. Which is kind of weird now that you guys are talking about current issues instead of shit that happened 6 years ago. Fuck everyone that dissed the session and its content. It's fucking rad plus cats times tasty. Give me something.
Oh, I don't know what.
Some kind of backup rap, you fucking asshole.
Why am I the asshole?
FYI, got the app. Both. Bought the books.
Fucking balls. I don't know, man. The fuck? You're running the train, and then you look at me to suddenly conduct. I don't know what to do. I froze.
Just give me some backup. Now I just can't live without giving you my monthly coin. I today can hold my head up high and stand attention as Corporal Hudson.
Up your balls in your face.
Just repeat the last fucking word I say.
Say, bro.
Up your balls.
Woo! Brew fucking strong, boys.
Boys.
I love you all.
All.
P.S. I brew fresh wort kits, 5 gallons, pre-hopped all-grain wort. Why? Can't afford an all-grain setup, and I stand with Mufasa. NC Germans when I say extracts like fucking a blow-up doll.
Doll.
You suck.
I'm good. Fuck you. I'm real good.
Peace, gents.
Gents.
Yeah, I should have done that in the beginning.
Yeah, should have done it in the beginning.
This makes me tired.
Anyway.
I didn't know.
I think we're done. We get out of here?
No. Let's stay and do it again.
Ow!
Let's do it again, break it down again by
so JP gets it right.
Yeah. Either Kim Wood or Pie should read that.
True that. Pies.
But a lot of it was like a Kim Wood, when she goes, woo! For like no real reason.
That's true. All right, let me look. Did I do everything we're supposed to do?
You did everything.
Blah, blah, blah.
Everything.
We did it. All right, next week, Flying Dog Brewing Company's on here, Flying Dog Brewery.
Oh.
And
we got some GABF tickets to give away.
Oh,
wow. Which is?
Actually, they've already been given away, right? We're just doing the announcement?
Absolutely.
What was it? Boulder Beer GABF giveaway?
Yeah, for the most part. So, in order to gain some more attention, I wanted to, get people out to GBF and everywhere except for California, because it's against the law in California to participate.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
To give away beer festival tickets?
To give away anything over the value of $3.
What?
If you're a brewery. Or for anybody.
Yes. Now, I looked into it. You can actually sell your soul for less than $3. You can't give away a GABF ticket.
Wow.
If you're a brewery, you can't?
I wonder if we violated
Or is it everybody?
If you're a brewery, anybody who works in the distribution network, if you have 3 testicles, you can't do it.
All right.
It's weird laws in California.
What if you have 4? You can probably do anything you want.
Okay. So you did it for everybody but California.
Right. So at certain beer festivals, we just had people sign up, and we picked a random winner. And congratulations, Jeffrey Reynolds from Sparks, Nevada.
Yeah. All right.
All right. Sparks. No, you like Sparks. That's your hood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're a big Sparks guy.
That's where I hang around 3 in the morning.
Yeah.
Hey, where are you going this weekend, Andy? Fucking Sparks.
Yeah, what are you going to do? Wander around the streets at 3 in the morning like everybody else in Sparks does?
It's also his drink of choice.
Yeah. Drinking Sparks and Sparks, son.
I think I'm ready to do the email again.
I think I'm ready for it.
I think you need a Sparks to do the email again.
But I needed to know.
Sometimes we have to do these things spontaneously, JP, and you got to be ready to do that.
Well, I'm preparing my plugs. I'm like making sure all that's dialed in. So
that's
if you wanted to do it again,
a Word document that you have to read. I'm talking about art here.
If you
JP.
wanted to do it again, I'm just saying I'm appropriately ready for it.
I can't do it again. Now.
Yeah. Well, now who's falling apart with it? If we were on vaudeville, you would have gotten that little cane hook.
It's not funny the third time.
It wasn't funny the second time, but we did it 3 times anyway.
Well,
let's do it the 4th.
It was funny that I got to make fun of you for sucking.
That was funny.
So it made it funny.
But let's do it 4 times. I can redeem myself. I am the redeemer.
He was like, no, this one's going to be good.
I promise.
All right, here's JP doing the email.
I'm gonna get you spitting out lyrics.
Oh, no, that's not what I mean. You got to do the email.
All right, I can't do it. We're done.
Shit.
This is
see, you hold me down. You hold me down.
I do.
White man, but bringing you down.
I'm going to start calling you Nick Petros.
All right, we're done.
That's my dad's name.
I was gonna
he's an asshole. Yeah.
It's great. JP can't get away from his dad. First his dad, and now the guy that he has to fucking hang out with half the week.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus. All right, are we done?
Yeah, we're done, brah.
All right, I want to thank Jeff Brown from Boulder Beer Company and Andy for hanging out and bringing us beer. Yeah, really good job. Thanks for being with us. Thanks to Susie for coming and working the chat room for us tonight.
No problem.
Otherwise known as Miss 7.5.
Good old 7.5.
Yeah. Got her own song now. You know you've made it in the show, Susie, when you get your own song.
Woo!
Should we call her just 750?
750. That's not bad, actually.
Not to be confused with Fitty G.
Actually, consider your name changed, Susie. You're now heretofore known as 750. Working the chat room. We got Bevo in the chat next week.
No, nice.
I'm actually gone the week after that.
That's true.
Off to Disney World.
Why can't I go with you?
I thought you were banned from there.
No, I've never. I went once with my asshole dad.
It just fucks with you because it kind of looks like Disneyland and it ain't Disneyland.
It's
yeah, but it's bigger and they have like a whole section of just with booze.
It's supposed to be better, yeah.
Yeah, I want to go.
But we're bringing my nephew,
but I can't afford it.
I think the only adult. I'm going golfing in the mornings. They got
such an asshole.
They got really good. They have 5 world-class golf courses right there on the property.
So you can suck 5 times over.
With you.
Yeah, exactly.
Wear your new pants.
But I will be the best dressed on the course.
Fuck the show. Take me with you.
No one else can run the show, Jip. It's all
Fuck
you,
that.
man. You got to run.
Is this like Carpool Showdown where you're not going to take me with you again?
Yeah,
it's the second thing that you're not going to take me with you on, you motherfucker.
Yeah.
You're left out in the cold.
Stuck here in the hot seat.
I gotta watch the kids.
You have to stay home with the kids.
Yeah. Shit.
Right.
But I want to go to the prom.
Now, kids, behave for Uncle JP. All right, he's a little unstable. To behave.
And he's no less pissed that he has to stay with you.
But he keeps walking into my room at night.
Yeah, I'm like the creepy Uncle Buck.
He's angry all the time.
All right, we've got pizza, courtesy of Boulder Beer Company.
Sweet.
So we're getting out of here. JP, do your thing.
Thank you to our show sponsor, More Beer. You can get absolutely everything you need to make great beer at home by going to morebeer.com. Speaking of Carpool Showdown, the new season of Carpool Showdown begins tonight. It's probably already on, but if you are local, watch it on Coffee TV 20, or you can go to online at coffeetv20.com. The Trophy Fire's new album entitled Modern Hearts is available now at graydayrecords.com. Picked it up and support our friend and yours, Mr. Adam I'm Going Bald Schumann. Moscow has some paintings for sale or something. I don't know. Check out the Beer Art thread in the BN forum because he doesn't have Twitter or Facebook like human beings. Get all the latest information on Nate's band, Brain Oil, by going to brainoil.com and check out Nate on Twitter at Nathan Homebrew. And while you're there, why not start following Nicole at beer_muse for some great beer information. Follow JP on Twitter at Major Jip if you like trivial complaints about life in general. And be sure to read about his shitty life at moderndaymerrick.blogspot.com. Be sure to find the Brewing Network on Facebook and Twitter.
Justin's a nice guy and winning the race. JP